Bonjour tout le monde, bienvenue à Paris. Hello everyone and welcome to Paris. We're in the shadow of the Eiffel Tower, set to kick off the second year of the Grand Chess Tour. The best players in the world, new faces as well, will be vying for the prize of over $1 million and the title of the Grand Chess Tour champion. We're all set and let's kick it off right now with Jen, Yaz, and Eric.
Hello, here we are. The Grand Chess Tour second season is beginning now.
I'm so excited. Good morning, Jennifer.
Indeed, and it's particularly exciting that we're starting off with Rapid. This is the first time we're seeing Rapid in this Grand Chess Tour.
Exactly, the Rapid and Blitz combination.
And let's take a look at the schedule because this is new to the Grand Chess Tour. So the Grand Chess Tour Paris stop, we're going to see Rapid chess for the first 2 days and 5 rounds today. So it's going to be a lot of chess. We've got hours, 6 or 7 hours of chess today.
That's what I expect the first broadcast to be.
And then tomorrow we're wrapping up the Rapid. And on Saturday and Sunday, well, we've got a treat for the weekend. Yeah. All Blitz.
All Blitz. 5 plus 2. 5 minutes plus 2 seconds in the Blitz.
And of course, there's lots of money involved in the Grand Chess Tour. In fact, there's $150,000 in total prizes in this first stop. And remember, it's only 4 days long, so a big chunk of change for the winner here.
Absolutely. And of course, the Grand Chess Tour points that are up for grabs. 13 if you win it clear, 12 if you tie for first.
And we've also got some formidable players, of course, here, the best players in the world. We have a world champion, Magnus Carlsen, and we have our top U.S. players. That's dear to our hearts here in St. Louis. We've got Nakamura and Caruana, and also a newcomer to the Grand Chess Tour.
Wesley So, Laurent Fressinet, wonderful.
I was talking about Kramnik, actually.
Absolutely.
But yes, you're right.
But yeah, the two wild cards are going to be Magnus Carlsen and Laurent Fressinet. But former world champion Vladimir Kramnik in the mix, he's formidable. He's one of my favorites going into this Paris competition.
And we've also got Grandmaster Eric Hansen in studio. And Eric, tell us what you think is going to be particularly exciting and important about this stop.
Hey Jen, really looking forward to this event. It's no secret that fast time controls are my favorite. I'm looking forward to seeing a Nakamura-Carlsen match. They haven't played that much over the board in these fast time controls. A lot of people know that Magnus has a really good score against Nakamura in classical chess, but in faster time controls, it's a lot closer to even. And there's quite a few players who, we don't get to see play these fast time controls too much. And it's going to count as a full. It counts the same as other tournaments in the Grand Chess Tour. So we're going to see players actually taking the fast chess more seriously, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how their preparation pays off.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you, Eric.
And we've got the players arriving in Paris, and we also have Grandmasters Alejandro Ramirez and Maurice Ashley in Paris to cover the action. So over to you guys.
Bonjour, everyone. We are here live from Paris. I am Maurice Ashley, along with my partner in crime, Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez. We have been loving the vibe here in Paris. It's just been a fantastic preparation so far. As we see the energy, Alejandro, everyone's excited about the fact that a high-level tournament has come to the City of Light.
I think everybody from the organizers to the players are really excited about having it here in Paris. It's been a capital of chess culture since its inception. And right now, Paris is again host to one of the best tournaments in the world.
In fact, we have all these new players. I remember way back in '95, Vladimir Kramnik played against Kasparov in a big final, the Intel World Chess Grand Prix final here in Paris. And now Kramnik, a newcomer to this event, but there are other players as well that will be vying for the title.
I think it's a great mix to have Kramnik here in Paris. As you said, he brings the experience. He's a great Rapid player. People always think of him as a classical player, but in Rapid, he's a complete monster. And he's vying for the title against a lot of young players. We have Wesley So, we have Anish Giri. We have such different kind of energy coming into the tournament. And the fact that we have a mix of Rapid chess and Blitz chess is going to be absolutely amazing.
It's going to be fun to watch. We'll be reporting all the action here, giving you the inside info for sure. Vivendi, the new sponsor, a big corporate sponsor for chess, is making sure they put out all the stops to make this a big event. So we will see how it goes, and we'll throw it back to you guys back in the States.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Alejandro. Your favorites coming into this event. I'm thinking Magnus, Hikaru, and I'm going to throw in Kramnik, but those will be my three.
Well, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave did so well in last year's Grand Chess Tour.
And he's playing at home.
Exactly, and he's a hometown guy, and he's known for rapid and blitz skills. So I think he's going to be one to watch here.
He's in your
Although,
list of
I
three?
mean, from a bias point of view, of course, I'll say Fabi Naka and Maxime Vachier.
And you'll ignore the world
Wesley,
champion.
I'm sorry. Why? I thought you were going to get at me for ignoring Wesley.
No. So your three
I'm
are
waving the flag.
MVL, Fabi, and Hikaru.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's what
we're
I'll go with. And then I like to see Wesley do well as well.
Okay, and I got to ask Eric, same question, Eric. Who are your three top picks in this extraordinary event?
My three top picks are, I'm going to take Naka this event, Carlsen, and MVL. I think there are certain players, I think most of the players are good at rapid, but blitz is where it's a bit more imbalanced. But I mean, they're both worth the same in this event. So if you're not doing well in the blitz event, I don't think you can really be a contender. And so I got Naka's number one. To me, what's really interesting, I'm looking forward to, is not everyone knows, but Magnus got eliminated in a big online blitz event this past weekend, in a pretty embarrassingly, like it was bad. He lost up a piece in a must-win game. I think he's gonna be out for blood. It was a bit of a warm-up, but still, nobody likes to lose publicly like that. So I'm looking forward to seeing how he comes out the gates. And otherwise, though, in the rapid, which is the first day today, I think pretty much any of the players can produce, top results here. Even guys who aren't known for rapid chess, like Topalov, for example, I can see any of those guys starting out well in this rapid portion.
Absolutely. I mean, one misconception is that just because it's rapid and blitz, it's way better for the younger players. Actually, sometimes the opposite can be true, because it's less grueling to have to play shorter games. And we kind of saw that in Ultimate Blitz, where Gary just really showed his stuff. And
He's pushing people around the board, wasn't he? Yeah, that was great. Yeah.
So whereas a classical event, he might have gotten kind of tired. He's not used to that kind of thing.
Right, and keep in mind that in these faster time controls too, the players fall back on their instincts and their experience, and that can be so valuable.
For somebody like Gary Kasparov,
or
right? Which
Vladimir
we saw.
Kramnik.
Right, exactly, Kramnik.
Right, so you guys like MVL, I like Vladimir as our third.
Your sleeper pick.
Our third.
Of course, not picking Magnus is really tough to do, but I guess part of the reason for that for me is that he's actually not eligible to win the whole Grand Chess Tour.
That is true.
So I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, who's going to win the big shebang? We know it can't be Magnus.
Exactly. And
the reason for that is he's not playing a Sinkfield Cup. And here's the gorgeous playing hall. I love the purple theme. I think Tatev Abrahamian would like that. She's actually doing the Grand Chess Tour Twitter feed, so you're going to want to check that out. But just a stunning playing hall, and the players, I think, are probably being introduced now, because obviously we don't see them at the boards.
Exactly, an opening ceremony, an intro on the players. But that stage, I always felt as a chess player, when the stage was so beautifully lit like that, and it has that dramatic feel, I really felt like a gladiator kind of competitor, and I really admire what the French have done.
It looks a bit like a nightclub, doesn't it?
Well, not for me. I think that is really a theater, bringing the players out one by one. Very impressive.
Like they do at the London Chess Classic, by the way.
Exactly.
Malcolm taking a Cooper after Malcolm every round. Malcolm introduces the players one by one, so that the live spectators can kind of get that sense of drama.
Exactly.
I think with a playing venue like that, we're going to see maybe like elevated chess. I remember when I play in tournaments, not quite like this, but with a nice setup, nobody wants to lose when there's also that big crowd in person. A lot of events now, a lot of tournaments aren't necessarily in big cities, but Paris, it's the first event there in a while. There's a lot of people showing up in person. You lose your game, you have to kind of have that walk of shame, then talk about it. Nobody likes to have everyone taking photos of you while you've lost. It's a big stage there, and it looks like that venue, I mean, you know, a lot has been invested in it. The players can feel the pressure.
Absolutely, and you can kind of see the same thing at the Sinkfield Cup, that with these beautiful lighting and at the chess club and those gorgeous chess sets, you often just see some really good chess, and it's not a pure coincidence.
Not at all. It raises your spirits. When you're in such an ideal setting, you really want to bring your best game. And for me, it's all about who's going to be in form here, because every single one of these players can produce brilliant chess. And, you know, 5 rounds today, that's a lot of points as we get the tournament started shortly.
That's right, and we just see Veselin Topalov, who had a very topsy-turvy result last year at the Grand Chess Tour, but definitely not somebody you can count out at any point, because when he starts winning, he doesn't stop.
No, he gets hot, doesn't he? And we just saw that he'll be playing against Fabiana Caruana, Fabi seated. Who is just
and we got Anish Giri.
That looked like Anish, yeah.
Now Anish getting a lot of heat and humor lately for his tendency to make draws, but I think that, you know, he takes it in good humor, and of course in rapid and blitz.
Yeah.
That doesn't really tend to a large number of draws, does it?
Not at all. Not at all.
He's taken it well, but I was just saying in his recent events after the candidates, he's had losses and wins. He's definitely played a bit more aggressively or picked openings that lead to a more dynamic play. So I could definitely see Anish with maybe even, you know, the most decisive games today. He seems to, since the candidates, he's been going for a lot of aggressive positions and mixing up the openings E4, D4. So I think it's a player to watch out for in terms of bringing a new repertoire or game plan.
And there's a World Championship smiles there by Magnus Carlsen, as he's the last player to get introduced.
And I have to make a comment. I mean, he came on the stage, it looked like he was wearing jeans and a shirt. You notice that none of the players are wearing a tie. So I think that was a deliberate, from the Paris organizers, they didn't want the players in ties for some reason.
You know how it is, they have probably like more regimented dress codes since it's rapid.
Yes.
It probably has something to do with that, like style.
Interesting. And we see Malcolm
so if we're playing rapid and blitz, you know, having not as ties can be pretty tight. I mean, you know, maybe for the players it's easier as well to have a bit of a looser look. I don't know. When I played I can't imagine playing blitz too much in a really fitted suit, but.
I definitely agree with that. To take off your jacket when you want to play blitz, yes.
Yeah. And we've got Fressinet also. I think he's wearing a suit.
Suit jacket, but not a tie.
Oh, okay, yes.
Well,
and we actually have Maurice and Alejandro with some news from Paris.
Yes, indeed. We are not wearing ties either, as you see, informal. I'm used to being suited up there in St. Louis, of course. But the players look very relaxed and then again very focused at the same time. There's a big hand for Magnus, of course. But for the French players, it seems like they're very proud of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Laurent Fressinet.
You can just feel it from the Pro-Am tournament that we had yesterday. That was part of the opening ceremony, and it was amazing how they received Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and we can hear in the background some clapping as we have another special guest on the stage.
Absolutely. Garry Kasparov himself, the originator of this idea, the Grand Chess Tour. Garry was quite proud, quite animated when I interviewed him yesterday about this event. He's so happy it's in Paris. He's so happy for the new sponsor and the fact that they're expanding. So now he's on stage speaking about all this, and it's for him, it's a great triumph that this tournament is here. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Maurice.
Yeah, where is Garry? Oh, there he is, Garry. Let's try to imagine what he's saying.
Happiness, joyfulness. Wonderful to have
I
a
wish
new
I could be
sponsor.
playing after Ultimate Chess. After the Ultimate Blitz Challenge, I would really like to just sit down and crush you guys, but I don't want to hurt your feelings.
There you go.
That's my prediction. I'm a master of lip syncing.
And speech
I mean,
writing.
no, not lip reading.
Lip reading.
Right, it's early here. But he does look absolutely radiant and thrilled, and it's good to see Malcolm as well. I think we're also going to have Tony Rich from the St. Louis Chess Club is going to be there as well. So
exactly.
all the Grand Chess Tour
Usual
Powers.
suspects.
Yes, indeed. You know, one different thing about this year that we should mention, I'm sure a lot of people have questions about it, is that the playoff system is going to be different, so that if there's a three-way tie for first in any of the events, actually it's an all-play-all. So it's not going to be like in London where, you know, Magnus got the bye.
Exactly.
Which was pretty awkward.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And are we having an open line for callers during these shows? Do you know?
That's a good question. It would be really nice to do that. And we are taking calls. Yay. Whee.
So later
is,
in the broadcast, we'll give the phone number for people to call.
Feel free to ask a question in French, but if you ask a question in French, the answer you get might have nothing to do with the question.
There you go.
I mean, we'll see.
No doubt.
And so they've got the boards here up at the Paris Grand Chess Tour. They seem like they're just about ready to get these games kicked off. And what is your prediction, Yasser, for the game to watch in the first round? I mean, I'm looking at Magnus Wesley. I'm excited about that one.
That's huge. Yeah, I also have on my screen Hikaru Nakamura White versus Vladimir Kramnik. I think a good start is critical for everybody in the tournament, and every game is just going to be action-packed, as it looks like the players have started making their moves.
Yes, so we're getting our moves in. By the way, that phone number is 314-361-5465. So we're going to be putting it on the screen at some point as well if you didn't catch that. And let's take a look at Magnus Carlsen's board. It looks like we've got a Roy Lopez of some sort. So let's pull that up. Always great to see the Roy in these games because it really leads to very rich positions.
Absolutely.
That are very instructive for both professionals and amateurs alike.
Agreed. I just haven't got the move feeds going on my board at the moment. I haven't received any moves. I'm seeing through the webcam that the players are have started
some kind of anti-Berlin, but you know what?
Yeah.
Eric's got the position, so we
Wonderful.
can toss it over to Eric Hansen. What do you think of this opening?
Yeah, well, here we have a pretty standard anti-Berlin over here. So far, the players haven't gone away from the usual theory, but yeah, we do see Magnus. You know, in Rapid and Blitz, some players play different openings. They don't necessarily have to play the top theory because you have to be a bit economical with your time there, and you can play some lines that, you know, you can get away with more lines in Blitz and Rapid as your opponents have less time to maybe take advantage of that. So, but here they're going for a main line anti-Berlin with D3. So far we'll see who comes up with the improvement first. But these players have played this variation over and over. For those who aren't familiar with the Berlin, which I suspect not many of you, most of you guys are familiar with it, but E4, then. Oh, let me just get this going. Technical. I'm getting used to it. It's my first time fully with the board here, so I have to play around with it. But E4, E5, Knight F3, Knight C6, Bishop B5. Knight F6, that's the Berlin move order, and Carlsen doesn't go into the endgame with D3. He plays D3 and keeps the pieces on the board. And that's probably an opening that's going to be played a lot this tournament. So we're pretty much have to wait and see who comes up with something clever. But the positions are currently considered quite equal for black, quite okay. So Magnus is playing it. I suspect he has something up his sleeve.
Well, I certainly like this choice better for Wesley than the Najdorf that he got punished in.
Yes.
In his first ever, well, not his first battle with Magnus, but one of his very first battles with Magnus Carlsen. Obviously, they haven't played that many times, Magnus Carlsen and Wesley, so. And we'll go over to Maurice and Alejandro in Paris for some quick thoughts on these opening moves.
Well, the games have started, and certainly some in exciting fashion already. Alejandro, take us through a couple of these. First of all, the Frenchmen, you would think that they'd be nice to each other. I don't think so. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has just surged so much in the rating list that he's one of the top players on the planet right now. Laurent Fessinet, he's the last player. He's a wild card right now in this tournament. but look at this Grunfeld that they've jumped into already.
They're in a very theoretically heavy position, and we have to remember, Laurent Fresnay is an incredible theoretician. He's worked with Magnus Carlsen as his second in a world championship match. This guy knows what he's talking about when it comes to theory. Right now, they're repeating a very sharp variation of the Grunfeld, pretty much testing each other out on an opening battle. Very different from the other games. We see a lot of positional play. We have a couple of Spanish variations. In this Grunfeld, it's going to be the complete opposite. Boom, boom, theory. You mess up one of the moves, you're out.
And they're center stage.
Yes.
The French were very proud about that. They put them right in the middle of the center, which is actually board 2, but you're in the middle around everybody else. All eyes on this group, this couple, because they want to see their Frenchman win. Let's go to another game. It looks as though another interesting position. Well, here we see the game with Carlsen and Wesley So. The American player, of course, will be rooting for them naturally. And an interesting position, certainly by Wesley. Interesting choice for coming out of the opening.
Yeah, definitely a more solid approach here from both players. They're not going into anything crazy. It's become very common nowadays to put the bishop back on c2, to just play slowly, play chess, as they like to say. It's an approach that Magnus Carlsen is very famous for. He's not one of those that tries to destroy the opponent from the opening. This suits him well, but Wesley's a specialist in this kind of structures.
And like I said, when I interviewed Magnus yesterday, his attitude when I asked him, is this a training match for Karyakin, maybe training for yourself, get warm? He said, no, I'm trying to win this event. This is just a great event. I'm going to have a good time, and I want to win. It's a strong field. So expect Magnus to really go for it in all the games, particularly since he's the best rapid player in the world. Let's take a look at another game. Let's move on down now and see how another American is doing. Hikaru Nakamura, right there. We see him against Vlad, the big Vlad. This guy is so tall. When you see him live, it's even more impressive. He just towers over all the other players, and he's very solid. Right now, they're in a kind of position that Vlad should be comfortable, I think, pretty much a pretty familiar position in theory.
I like to see this kind of shift because when I was doing commentary with Vidler in Qatar, he was mentioning Vladimir Kramnik's always the tip of the edge of opening theory. All the cool ideas, everybody follows Vlad. And it's true. You see this variation is very uncommon, actually. Even though it's a normal Queen's Gambit decline, the specific line that Vladimir Kramnik has chosen is not something that you see in Grandmaster chess all the time. Actually, besides Vlad, the only Grandmaster at the top level that uses this is Indian Grandmaster Pantala Harikrishna. But he's confident enough to use it in a rapid game here against Hikaru Nakamura, trying to equalize from the opening, saying, okay, you have a strong pawn center here, but I'm going to be able to trade off some pieces, get into a favorable endgame, and perhaps in the rapid play, press for an advantage.
Very nice opening already, and in fact, in this position, it looks like Hikaru has played the move Queen to F4, so it continues the pressure in this position. A couple of more games, but we will throw it back to the studio as we come back and forth with all the excitement here from Paris.
Thank you, Maurice and Alejandro.
Yeah, I am excited to see that all-French Grunfeld.
Yes.
And it's gone along those most principled lines where Black has actually just snatched the A-pawn.
Right.
And
yeah.
who do you tend to like in those positions, if you can pull that up?
Yes.
So we've got the Fresnay, Vachier-Lagrave game. Now, of course, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, also known for great opening preparation. It's up there.
Up there. This one.
No, up and then to the right.
There we go. There we go. Well, first of all, in terms of grabbing the A-pawn, and like you say, this is a very theoretical Grunfeld. Garry Kasparov made it famous in his match with Vladimir Kramnik. What was interesting is he got the pawn back very, very quickly with rook takes b7, and both players were playing theory like, okay, that they knew it very well. h2, h3. In principle, I like having the center, but I like having the center when there's lots of pieces on the board. With such a reduced number of minors, well, I was about to say I was expecting bishop f3 there for a moment, followed by e5 and planting the knight on d4.
Right, exactly. I mean, bishop takes f3.
This was what I had expected would have been the line of play, which was not just planting this knight nicely on the d4 square. Instead, he dropped back with the bishop, and since the material is even, I'm slightly in White's camp here. I would imagine that d5, using the center, would be the most natural looking move. The moment this queen on a2 is actually very good because it keeps me honest. I can't just run away with this bishop perpetually
And
hanging.
whenever you
Maybe-
play d5, of course, it opens up my bishop on g7. And
Exactly.
one thing that can often happen in these games is that a pawn goes pretty fast.
Exactly.
So
Maybe I'd have to take my move back there and try this one instead. Bishop. I didn't like the fact that my bishop on e2 was under pressure. With the move bishop b5, I kind of pinned the knight a bit, and maybe I can set up for a potential queen a1.
So what do you do after
queen
a6, maybe?
a7, a6, like you were saying, Jen.
Yeah.
Get that pawn
Yeah,
moving.
I agree.
Bishop a4.
God, it feels like there might be some tactics here at some point.
Knight e5, maybe, try
Yeah,
to
or
trade off
knight
pieces.
Five,
Or knight-
trading off. Okay, I'm feeling that the game's more balanced than anything. That's what a lot of these. It so often happens in chess that you play the sharpest openings or sharpest defenses, and then it ends up being a rather drawn ending at the end.
Exactly. That's why we're looking at this game now. But then
Right.
it's going to be one of the drier games that actually explode later. And by the way, bishop b5 and a6 were played. And then I think we saw the move queen a4, the little in-between move.
Not bishop A.
But you know, it's really interesting from a strategic point of view. Obviously, they've calculated this. But what you were saying, is about that queen on a2 actually being a strength, not a liability.
Exactly.
That's something to amateurs because they look at that and they're like, "Oh, my queen might get trapped."
Right.
But actually, you play the Grunfeld partly because you want to get that queen in the heart of danger.
Exactly, and force white to respond accurately, because without a rook coming to a1, in fact, the queen was looking really good on a2. So queen a4 by Pressenet.
That's kind of an in-between move because we don't move our bishop on b5, but if you take the queen, then we remove our bishop from capture by playing
Exactly.
bishop takes a4. So
And I just wanted to say, I thought the webcam shots were really gorgeous. We had a kind of a close-up there of MVL.
oh yeah, the light. I think it's the lighting is stunning. With the
yeah.
combination of that dramatic lighting with the purple boards, it's just very beautiful. I mean, the purple tablecloths and such. So actually, a lot similar lines happened to what we were discussing. Bishop takes a4, now knight e5 to kind of relieve some of the pressure that might occur after d5.
The equalizer or trading maneuver that
So
Erica just suggested.
So white should be a little bit better here somehow, right? But is it much?
Yeah, that's the thing.
I don't think it's too much. This is a pretty well-known line, and usually, unless you're under serious pressure as black from the opening, the end games are okay. That a pawn gives enough counterplay. I mean, black
You got
can
knight
play
c5 here even.
knight
right?
c5, but rook a, yeah, knight c5. You might have to watch out for rook c1. But if you play rook
Yeah,
a8,
right.
I think white can contain the pawn, but not win it outright. And in the meantime, without potential for like a passed pawn for white on the king side, maybe here even knight f6, try to provoke some weakening like e5, try to provoke e5 or something. I mean I feel like black should be okay. This is MVL's pet opening, the Grunfeld, and he's very comfortable playing these end games. It happens in quite a few variations. So I think this game so far is the closest one where we can maybe evaluate, it's head towards a draw, unless barring a big blunder here.
So starts out sizzling, but might be fizzling.
There you go.
We've got Maurice and Alejandro in Paris with some thoughts on some other games.
Well, there is certainly another position that may have started out sizzling and maybe fizzling or what. It looks to me like it's something of an explosion. And when we got to this position, Nakamura versus Kramnik, we got to this position, I saw this move e5 get played. I was a little bit suspicious of this move. Alejandro, you felt like this was a normal move, but the way the game has gone with rook c8, knight d2, rook c1, and now this amazing f6, it looks like black may have solved most of his problems.
f6 is a fantastic move. If we could just take it back to after rook takes c1, we see the position here, and this pawn chain on d4 and e5 is incredible at restricting black's piece, especially the knight on d7. Doesn't have a good future. You cannot ever put it on f6. You would like to just pick it up and put it on d5, but that's not allowed. And white, very slowly, he's sometimes able to just drop that back the bishop to b1, put a queen on d3, and not without any subtlety, threaten queen h7 checkmate, which can be unpleasant to defend against. It also gives him a space advantage, allowing knight c4, knight d6. E5 is a good normal move in this position. F6 is not a normal resource at all. It's just a very tactically competent move, and we see Kramnik playing it relatively quickly, just very well aware of all of these ideas. And as we see F6, the tactical point is that yes, the pawn on E5 is attacked, but it's not only attacked by the pawn. I'm also threatening to take it with the knight, which eventually would also lead to the attack of the D3 bishop.
Right, the queen hitting the bishop there. This kind of move you might think is a suspicious looking move
it's incredibly
positionally.
suspicious.
You've got the pawn on A6 already. You've got a weak E6 pawn, a weak G6 square.
And look at the light squares.
And I mean, the light squares look horrible. I'm sure Nakamura is thinking, I can go for this.
Right.
But the engines are saying, absolutely not. F6 was the move to play, and black's just fine, which just shows that feel that Vladimir Kramnik has.
He's an amazing tactician. Again, he's so known for his classical positional squeezes, but tactically he's amazing. And there are actually so many resources for white in this position. I mean, immediately I would be worried as black if white, for example, plays queen g4. If I'm ever forced to play the move f5, then this is strategically a disaster. You never want to put the pawn there, leave the pawn on e6 so weak. Queen g6 might be a problem at some point.
He would have played that first if he needed to, instead of play f6 in the first place.
But he has this fantastic resource. Knight takes to e5, taking advantage of the pins down the d file. Taking the knight would not help white. I simply retake here on d3 with the bishop. And you would think, hey, maybe I can throw in a check. But here it's another nice defensive point. The knight can retreat to f7, and suddenly a knight that was doing nothing on d7 can jump back to f7, can jump to g5, can jump to d6.
Particularly after something lands on d5, ejecting the queen, and the pawn structure is better for black now instead of for white.
Yeah, in the long term, it's actually white that's going to have to be very careful. He has to prove that his initiative is good enough to do something, and that's something that might not be able to be accomplished here by Hikaru Nakamura. So Hikaru here after f6 taking a little bit of a think, considering it's a rapid play game. And we can see that he still has not played. So he's trying to figure out a way to punish Kramnik for this suspicious move, but it just doesn't seem that it's there.
No, tactically it seems perfectly fine for Kramnik coming out the gates right away. Again, he played in the finals in '95 of a big event, also sponsored by a big sponsor. Then it was Intel, and he played the finals, lost the finals against Garry Kasparov. Will he get his revenge this time? Well, it's still early. We'll see how round one goes. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Maurice and Alejandro. Boy, that is a fascinating position of Hikaru Nakamura. There was one point, though, I wasn't quite buying into. After queen g4, knight e5, I like that move very much by Alejandro. I'm not sure I like this move, knight f7, because after knight f7, you do allow this queen and bishop battery to line up very quickly, threatening mate in one. A little bit uncomfortable here for black. I was a little bit more concerned, well, what am I going to do if he just moves his king away to king h8? But that game's really sharp. But another game, Fabiano Caruana offered Veselin Topalov a pawn in a Scotch defense, Scotch opening meant to say, something that would have certainly made Garry Kasparov very happy. You get a Scotch opening, and after f4 castles, this nice center wedge, this pawn on e5 and f4, well, you want to break it up, and Fabiano did that with the move d6, but it did cost him this pawn on c7. However, I was thinking about this position, and the more I was looking at it, I was thinking, well, has Veselin got caught with his hand in the cookie jar here? Because I'm thinking that after bishop a6, going after this pawn on c4, it's not that easy for white, because there's this threat of rook on f8 to c8, embarrassing white's queen.
What if I attempt, okay, so if I attempt like some kind of massive trade type move with knight d5, you
Right.
can just play, you can take on c4 maybe? No, you can't. So yeah, my idea is that if knight d5, pawn d5, you're attacking the queen, so you don't have time to play bishop e2.
Exactly. So this bishop on a6 attacking e2 and e6, but I can take on c4. I wanted to take on c4. Let me try that this way. Bishop takes c4. So if you take with the bishop, then I can take the knight and I hit your queen. But ooh, I could. No, I think
this
I'm okay.
looks okay, because if queen c5, we play queen b6.
Right, and I managed to save my
queen b6. Knight queen b6 probably forced.
Right.
We get everything with tempo as black, huh?
So
Yes.
Queen B6 is a huge move. It's
Yes.
funny because it's kind of similar to Queen A4.
Yes, yes.
Is there a name for that tactic? Like
Right.
like the
You're
queen
getting yourself
savior.
out of dodge and counter-attacking as well. So I'm thinking bishop a6, Fabiano will be fine, but it's an offbeat type of position, that's for sure. The whole opening of the Scotch. It was
No.
only Gary that's really blazing the trails in this one.
Yeah, and you know, Fabi is just such a streaky player, I think, in the Rapid and Blitz. Like, if he wins this game, he's going to be really well set up with his momentum for the future games.
Oh, absolutely. Anybody who gets off to a fast start is going to be in real pole position in this competition, no question about it, because everybody's just so darn good.
And because this is a very athletic competition, so many games in one day, that there's not that recovery time. So the people who win their first couple games are going to be cruising.
Yeah.
Eric, your thoughts on this game?
Well, in this game, I'm liking Fabiano's position. It's interesting you guys brought him up. He's in this field, the players with the biggest discrepancy between Rapid and Blitz, he's probably at the top of that list. He's got a monster Rapid rating. He did very well in the World Rapid Championships, which he played in the last time, 2014. His Blitz leaves a lot to be desired still. So these first 2 days, that's a time control he's very comfortable with, and he does have a large rating difference between the two. Topolov, out of all the players, he's one of the guys I think the players may pick on. He's traditionally done quite poorly in the quicker time controls. And the position here that he's gone for, you know, we've been discussing it, but just it's one thing to play this in a 5-hour game, but to have my queen on c7 in a rapid game, you got to calculate a lot as well. There's a lot of ways to get it trapped. I prefer this position practically speaking for black, and maybe even objectively speaking, the tactics also favor black, but it's not a position that, like when Kasparov was playing the Scotch here in St. Louis in April, he was controlling the positions quite a bit, or you know, getting into favorable end games after the theory. This is not a position where white's in control at all, so you pretty much have to rely on pretty good calculation and quick thinking to get yourself out of this position.
And we've got a little slow burn here between Carlsen and So. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I thought, well, first of all, I was really impressed by the move exactly at this moment, d6, d5. Really, I think 9 out of 10 grandmasters would have just played knight on e7 to g6, keeping the pawn on e5 well guarded, and play a slow game. But Wesley struck out with the move d5. And normally speaking, when you do get these types of positions, 7 versus 7, very equal looking pawn structure, and especially with the trade of these bishops, you'd say to yourself, oh, well, black is comfortably equalized. Well, I'm beginning to have a little doubts. The doubts that I have is absolutely, you take this bishop on a7, you put it on the d6 square, you're right, you've equalized. I don't think there's any issues there. But with this bishop on a7, it's going to take black several moves involving the move c7, c6, dropping the bishop back, and then bringing the bishop into play, so to speak. And this was a really crafty move, queen b3 by Magnus, putting a pressure on this pawn on b7. If he can get black to play the cooperative rook b8, then it's really hard to get that bishop back into play. And I'm thinking that despite what looks to be a very balanced pawn structure, it's white who has the upper hand. Magnus still putting pressure on Wesley So.
You know, what do you think he's going to do with his dark sword bishop here?
From White's point of view? Well, I think in an ideal world, White would actually like to play a move like knight g5 to
get that
eliminate.
bishop there.
Yeah, to get that. There is one potential tactic that, oops, so let me just put a move on the board. And this, it doesn't actually work, by the way, but there is a potential tactic that involves sacrificing an exchange, going after this.
Pesky queen again.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
The queen keeps coming to defend, but after queen d5,
Then
there
it doesn't work.
Well, there is a knight d7 at the end, right?
Yeah.
So, but you played rook b8 randomly. You could have played.
No,
another
no,
move.
I wanted to defend the pawn on b7.
Oh, okay.
That was, so that was,
Yeah.
so there's tactics here.
Yeah, there is. Okay, and this should be a really interesting to watch. Meanwhile, we've got some news from Paris.
Well, speaking about tactics, this position between Hikaru Nakamura and Vladimir Kramnik definitely is full of them. Very rich position, but Hikaru spent quite some time right now in this position, and his clock is starting to suffer quite a bit. Alejandro, we see this move F6 really stunned him.
Well, I popped into the playing hall just to see the games very, very quickly. I saw Vladimir Kramnik was not even at his board. He got up because Hikaru had taken so long on this move. Hikaru is down to 9 minutes and 30 seconds for the remaining of the game, which is very, very little. After Queen G4, it seems like Kramnik is just thinking a little bit. Kramnik actually has more time than he started with.
Because of the increment.
Because of the increment. It's an insane speed that he's playing with in such a tactically complicated game. Right now he's taking a little bit of a think, still trying to make sure that the variations work out. I still believe in my variation of knight takes e5, queen here, knight takes e5, queen takes e6, knight f7. Yasser was mentioning the problem with queen f5, and here is where sometimes you have to be a little brave in chess. You simply put the rook on e8. And
pretty cold-blooded move.
Very cold-blooded.
Allowing the queen to come in, but after king to f8, no big deal. There's no follow-up. There's just nothing extra to do.
As I said, the knight on
D-line is a
f7
big problem. Look at everything sitting on this D-line.
Yeah, everything on the D-line is very weak. On the long term, the isolated pawns on a2 and d4 are going to be a big problem. The queen on h7 is just out of play in this position, unfortunately, for white. So Kramnik has to measure all of these kind of different resources. Not to mention, just to make sure, if you can go to knight takes e5, just make sure that all the tactics work in this position, that there is nothing that will surprise
And in fact, he has played the move knight takes e5. It is on the board. Kramnik just whipping out these spectacular moves. Hikaru Nakamura got to be a little bit concerned right now. He's still equal, but he's got to be concerned there. Speaking of another player whipping out moves, let's take a look at the Frenchman bringing it up on the board right now. The two French players, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, MVL, as he's so fondly known, versus his countryman, Laurent Fessinet. And in this position, we saw this back here. This position arose, a pass pawn on this side. The center pawn's not looking like they're going anywhere. And Maxime just whipped out this move, F5, very sharp move, happens a lot in Grenfell formations, Benoni formations, but it just shows how Maxime just has that amazing quality to his understanding of the Grenfell.
Absolutely, and I think that in a classical game you could just write this off as a draw, but when you're under pressure, and especially here as white, it's just a little bit more pleasant to play for black. And the fact that you can play moves quickly, and the fact that white still has to be a little precise in order to fully equalize, it just gives you that edge. So if MVL can keep up playing such quick and powerful moves, he might be able to get something out of really what he has nothing at the moment against Laurent, and starting the tournament with a win with black. Fantastic. Absolutely
Big deal as these players are pressing already. Two of the more exciting games of this round so far.
Thank you, Maurice and Alejandro. Alejandro, that's a good point about MVL and this Grunfeld. Jen, you pegged it very early that A pawn can be quick, and it was quite a surprise for me that white played this move knight d2, allowing the A pawn to simply advance. When we were looking at it, we were posting up our rook on a5 and suggesting the position was about even. But that assessment changed the moment that pawn got to a4 and this very nice move f5. And I have a slight preference for a black's position after this move knight f6.
Right, so after knight f6, we're going to have to go for some kind of counterplay variation.
Well, I'm thinking that it's going to be a draw.
Knight
but,
d2?
Well, I was going to go knight b6 and trade. Eventually, you would move the rook, I would take this pawn, and I would allow my e4 pawn to drop. And I think that this is still very, very balanced.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah, and that's forced after knight b6, is that right? But knight f6 hasn't played yet, has it?
No, it has not been played.
Which one?
So we've got we've got some news on another game.
Yep.
Queen
Right
c8.
Yeah, the Aronian game, which we actually haven't looked at too much because it was a bit drier and it's ended in a draw. Eric, your thoughts on this game?
They played a pretty main line over here in the Queen's Gambit declined, and in the end, there's nothing to play for. White decided to go pawn hunting, but I'm pretty sure he knew that this would lead to a draw. We go back a few moves. Sorry. But this, I mean, just in a position like this, it doesn't really matter where white goes. If king h2, queen f3, king back to g1, you can play queen d1 check. White's queen takes a couple of moves to come back, and there's no square that the queen can come back to in one move to protect f2. So you get a move like here, just, you know, queen f3. And, I mean, black can also just win the pawn on d4 and play like that. So I don't think this game, there's ever really a moment where either side could have played for a win. So a pretty straightforward draw in Giri Aronian, but Giri didn't get any advantage there. Can't be too happy with this game.
No.
Yeah, because if anything, black had the queen in the position pretty early on and didn't look like there's in any trouble at all. It's a line Aronian and Giri have played before, so maybe just getting the rust off and starting the tournament off in a solid way, but not too much in this game.
Look at that shot. That's stunning. Absolutely gorgeous. To see that empty board with the shadow of Fabiano. No, speaking of Fabiano, we have some moves in the game against Veselin where it looks like Veselin has aimed for those trades after knight d5, but instead of the move we were looking at, bishop c4, Fabi's just snatched that pawn on f4.
Much better decision, of course, by Fabi than what we had played, because with that pawn capture, black gains a tempo against the bishop on e2.
And we're opening up the line, the diagonal for our bishop on g7.
Exactly. But now already it's material even, and I like black's position very much because, again, I see this queen as just simply being in an awkward place and awkward square. After the move bishop e5, it looks like the initiative has definitely turned in black's favor.
And we can always consider these lines with knight d5 and queen b6 check if we want to make massive trades, but it looks like there's actually no need to do that right away because white has no threats. If the only like threat is really that we can't play rook c8 because of knight e7 check.
Exactly.
And then we just don't play rook c8. Right?
Yeah, you don't want to allow the fork with knight e7 check. But no, I mean, black's basically better developed after all.
And if we play for rook e8, then we are threatening rook c8.
But how do we get which rook? Because we got to also keep an eye on the a7 pawn. So which rook is going to go there? Well, let's start with bishop e. Let's start with this move, bishop e5. This looks like a very nice tempo for black. The queen's going to go to either e7. That's not very attractive.
No, it's not.
Or c5. In either case,
both of them look like kind of dodgy in a way.
Well, you had mentioned that the queen b6 idea, again, very importantly.
But we also have queen f6, which has a double attack on d3 and d4 in this
I was
particular
thinking,
position.
yeah.
So you have no time to trade with bishop a6 because of bishop to d4 check.
Sweet, very nice one. Yes.
So that could actually be a bit of a problem, I think. It just
looks easier for black, right? He just has better development. Eric, your thoughts? What's going on in your game?
Well, yeah. So I'm looking at the game of Carlsen So, and I'm starting to really like the position for Magnus. It's a pretty symmetrical structure, but white's bishop is better, and white has temporary control of the e-file. A sample variation would be, in this game right now, just doubling the rooks on e1. Black can't really play rook a e8 because the b7 pawn is hanging in the end, and a very tempting move that some people might look for, and this might happen in the game, Magnus has this bishop d6 move, and it's a classical case here where the rooks are probably better than the bishop and knight because the pawn structure is so bad. So for example, after
rook takes, yeah.
Rook f8, queen b7, the two rooks are rook e8 is coming, and white's king is starting to look a lot safer. So I think Magnus has good chances though in this game so far.
Thank you, Eric.
And we've got Maurice with Levon Aronian in Paris.
We're with Grandmaster Levon Aronian after a draw in the first game. Levon, you had the black pieces this game. Comfortable draw? It's a long tournament?
Yeah, just solid play. So that's what we needed in the start.
Was that what you were looking for in the very first game? After all, the points are going to have to be accumulated eventually. Is it win with white, draw with black, even in rapid chess and blitz chess?
Take a chance with white and black. See how it goes.
You played against a tough opponent as well, Anish Giri. You're thinking about tomorrow playing against him with the white pieces? Same deal?
Yeah, of course.
Well, thanks
Good fun.
very much.
Thank
Good
you.
luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice. Well, a game that wasn't rich in content and an interview that wasn't rich in content. There wasn't much to be said about this first round game by Levon.
Levon has a lot to say, but I think it seems to me that his strategy is to wait to say it until after the day's play is over.
Yeah, well, if you're going to trash talk, you got to get something to trash talk with, right?
Well, I think it's also quite unusual to play 5 rapid games in one day
Yes.
against such elite competition. So
Yes.
they do need to save their witticisms for the board, perhaps.
Okay.
We'll see.
The energy?
I think Magnus might have a few one-liners. And
Absolutely.
we do have Anish Giri with Maurice now.
And we are with Grandmaster Anish Giri after a tepid draw. Anish, sometimes people complain that you draw too often. You have the white pieces this time. What are your thoughts about the very first round of the tournament?
I'm not, it wasn't a particularly exciting game, but okay, of course, this position is very, very subtle. I played against Levon 2 times already this variation. He suffered 1 time, I suffered the other time. Today nobody suffered, but in general, there are some nuances. For example, his knight got around from d7, which is an awful square, and had I been in time to go h5, h4, h5, for example, he would already be in trouble. So I think with the time control and my lack of experience in this kind of positions, I just didn't have, I just couldn't get this little nuance in. But I mean, some experience, I'll get in the tournament, and let's hope some games will start.
It's Paris. It's Paris. What's your feeling playing on this stage? Really, some gorgeous pictures we're getting from the stage itself. You feel some inspiration, especially also with Victor Korchnoi being honored, fighting player before the game started.
Absolutely, I'm always inspired. I'm always fighting. Sometimes I'm drawing more than others, but yeah, of course. At first, it was maybe a little dark because the theater atmosphere it makes the people fall asleep a little bit because it's dark. There's a little bit of light, so I'm not a huge fan of this theater type of setting. But as long as there's enough light on the board and I can see where my knight has to go, I'm comfortable with it.
Well, thanks so much for joining us. We know you got another rapid game to prepare for. Best of luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Grandmaster Anish Giri.
And we've got some news in the Caruana game.
Yes.
Let's take a look at the development. So we were mentioning this queen is awkward. You were suggesting the move bishop e5.
Right.
Fabi just decided instead another move that should be after your own heart to play g5,
Keeping
holding
the
on to the pawn.
Absolutely, a very, very strong move indeed. And again, white has issues with his queen. Bishop e5, and one day a rook c8 is landing, and that was why Veselin played the move queen c5, hoping to extricate his queen. And again, on a good day, if he could play a move, for example, like knight b4, and try to pick up this pawn on g5, things might turn into his favor. But after the move rook d8, suddenly Veselin hit a wall because he noticed at this moment, if he had intended to go knight b4, attacking this bishop with this dual attack, a double attack of the pawn on d4, g5, as well as the bishop on a6.
Bye-bye, Queenie.
Yes, bishop d4, and we can sign score sheets because that would be game over. So without this move knight d5, without the move knight b4 in the position for white, Veselin is in deep trouble in this game, and Fabi really has the position under control. Superior development and, well, just tactics all in his favor.
And more time.
Yasser.
Eric, and how do you feel about that?
I agree. I think Fabiano's completely winning, and I think a pretty likely variation may be something like knight c7, forking the queen and the bishop, and after a cool queen g4, it's still looking a little sharp. It looks like a battle, but the truth is this is just completely dead for white. The bishop is hanging. Bishop d4 check is a threat, and if you throw in the intermezzo bishop f5, I'm just going to play queen h5, and the problem is all of white's pieces are misplaced, and still bishop d4 is a threat. So if, for example, move like king h1, getting out of the way. I don't see another way, or moving the queen. Well, White's position is just in shatters here. All the pieces are misplaced. C4 is hanging. The tactics are completely in Black's favor. So I think there's multiple ways for White to play, and maybe Knight C7 just to try to make it a show towards the end. But as long as Fabiano keeps his head there, then this is going to be a win with Black starting out.
Well, we are going to see some crazy surprises in this tournament, but I don't know about round one. This one, I feel like Fabi is going to get the job done. Let's see how our world champion and our very talented U.S. player, Wesley So, is doing.
When we left it at this move, Queen B3.
And you were noting some potential tactics with Rook takes E4.
Exactly. As well as Knight G5, because you were asking, how is White going to develop his bishop? Well, we're about to find out. Queen C8.
And we also have a draw in the Grunfeld game between the two Frenchmen. So
not unexpected. That was what you said.
Looked a bit better for Black, but
sizzle to fizzle.
That's
there
right.
we go.
And so let's see how the world champions doing. Let's continue on this game
With Knight G5. Knight takes, bishop takes. So okay, White has connected his rooks, leading in development. Black still has issues. There's a pawn on B7 that needs protection. Bishop on A7 out of the game.
So what's the best move if F6? Oh, it's happened. Right?
It happened.
Knight D3.
Knight
Just
D3.
backing up. We have to move the knight away to uncover that attack on E7. Otherwise, we would lose a piece.
Precisely. Queen D7 defended the knight. Bishop dropped back a square. Bishop F4. C7, C6. Okay, so protecting the pawn laterally. But now again, with this knight on D3, means that the bishop on A7 is kind of stuck because C5 square, and the world champion said very happily, let me develop and seize the open E file.
And now an instructive positional decision. He did simply allow the move knight takes F4, thinking that with that knight recapturing and eyeing the E6 square, that this is going to be the much stronger minor piece.
Exactly, and dominating rooks on the open file.
And you wouldn't be able to play rook e8 because we could trade twice and take on b7.
Yes.
And we've got some interviews or news from Paris.
News from Paris.
Talk about something.
1 second. Huh?
And we're moving over there in just
Guys, an exciting moment in this game has occurred. The game between Topalov and Caruana. The move knight c7 was played in this moment right here. And the Indians are going crazy, saying that Black is completely winning. Just about no chance for Caruana. This is an insane position.
Well, yeah, Topalov's position here is pretty bad. And the problem is, if you see White's pieces, they really lack coordination. White's playing with these three pieces, the knight, the queen, and the bishop, which some of them are under attack. The knight on c7 is going to be in a difficult situation if it cannot take on a6. d3 is going to be hanging very soon. This bishop on c1 is hemmed in by the pawns on g5
This lack
and
of
f4.
development is incredible, given that it's White with this way down in development.
It's just a terrible position. There's no other way to say it. Even if White somehow, by some miracle, doesn't lose material in the next couple of moves, which tactically seems difficult to believe, the position is just bad.
Absolutely. So Caruana starting to rev it up with the Black pieces. Be an incredible start for him. As we know, when he gets going early, he's one of those guys who can just start winning game after game after game. I'm sure his fans back home are definitely glued to their seats on this one.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Alejandro. So yes, in this game between the world champion Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So, Wesley did not capture that bishop on f4 because of what you had been pointing out, that this knight could, whoops, it was about to land on e6 after that capture.
Right.
So instead, Wesley played the move rook d8, developing and hoping one day that this bishop will be able to step back into the game, but it still looks like a very nice position for White. I mean,
because if you ever move your bishop, then we get the c5 square. Hello.
Exactly. Don't drop your bishop back to b8 because knight c5 is on White's agenda, and maybe even on White's agenda anyway. I can easily imagine, for example, let me just make a move, okay? h5 for just a moment.
Yeah,
knight
you want to play
c5.
h5 at some point because we're probably going to play h4.
Yeah, and also just giving your king this extra look.
Yeah.
You don't want to force my bishop to d6, post up on d6. So I'm just thinking that Wesley is under pressure in this game, and he's going to have to play accurately, checking out the time, nearly 2-to-1 time edge for Magnus, 10 minutes to Wesley's Less than 5.
And we've got a move, in fact. It looks like Magnus has planted his rook on e6.
He played rook to e6.
Yeah.
So different way of maybe angling for bishop d6, or possibly rook d6.
Right, so we've got some ideas here.
Looks like it might be a bit inaccurate
Eric,
because, I mean, I think we wanted to, I don't see why white didn't keep the bishop there. I mean, for example, here just bishop g3, it seems like this is the position Magnus wants. Keeps the pieces on the board, no risk, slightly better for white. I don't see why, I like keeping my bishop there. And one reason is let's go for example in the game after rook e6.
Yep.
Like if we follow here. Rook e6, knight takes f4, knight f4, bishop d8. At least, I mean, black, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my bishop on d6. So if you play knight d3, which is a natural move, play knight d3, bishop d6, that might still be better for white. I seem to recall Carlsen won a similar sort of static endgame against Anand in one of the World Championship matches in Berlin, but I'm not sure it's enough with no minor pieces, because knight d3 here seems to be... I mean, you also have rook e7.
Rook e7 is an issue. No, because...
Is that what he's trying to do?
No, because there is queen b7, and oops, that's
that's
rank.
okay.
Your mate comes faster than mine, right?
Yes, exactly. You don't get to h2 before I get to h7.
Queen takes f4, rook g7, king h8, and then there's rook h7 and queen d7 mate. Is Yasser's idea. Indeed, allowing rook e7 seems too dangerous, right?
A little bit too dangerous.
Yeah.
But I hear what Eric was saying, that bishop g3 just felt so natural that, well, you just pull the bishop back and that knight on g6 is kind of stuck.
Well, especially in a rapid game, you just chill and you know, really put the pressure to your opponent. But I like Magnus
so there's a nice move I have to show.
Okay, please. Rook e6, go ahead, take it.
In that variation we looked at, I was trying to figure out why it might have been suggested, but after rook e7 here, rook fe8 is a pretty nasty move.
Yikes.
Oh.
Yeah.
So if I take the queen, I lose all
of your pieces.
All the pieces.
Every single one of them. Bishop takes f4.
Check.
Well, and then we end up with two rooks versus the queen. But
exactly.
The two
Black
rooks
is
are
happy.
kind of sitting pretty in this position.
Right.
With 4 minutes, I don't think Wesley will see that. I don't think Magnus saw it. I wouldn't have seen it without the engine. So
I don't.
probably.
That would have been easy to see. Rook fe8.
The
No,
problem
but
is you
seeing
see
it in this
bishop
position,
d8. Yeah.
seeing it in this position is one thing, but
right.
But from before, it's a lot. I mean, you have to manage your time. So I believe it's not that hard to see from the.
It's kind of unfair because if you see bishop b8 and you miss rook e7, then you'll see rook e8.
Yes.
So it'd be better just to be dumb and play bishop e8 than force yourself to find rook e8. News from Paris.
Indeed, just some quick updates in some of the games. A couple of them really exciting. Well, one that's not so exciting is this game between the Frenchmen. They finally did agree to a draw, so that one's done and in the books. But another game that's far more exciting is this one. Alejandro, take us to this game between Nakamura and Kramnik. Absolutely explosive, but there seems to be some issue on the clock with Hikaru.
Absolutely. The first thing we have to talk about is the issue with the clock here, because Kramnik is playing so quickly. However, Hikaru, he only has 3 minutes, less than 3 minutes on the clock, and the position is extremely sharp. After a long think, after the move rook f7, which was preferred by Kramnik over knight f7, both playable moves, here Hikaru took a long think, something that he had already done with the move queen g4, queen takes e6. He can't afford to be doing this all the time. This is not classical chess.
In rapid, time is magnified, maybe twice as much, or maybe even 3 times as much as rapid. As classical chess, why you need to manage your time.
Absolutely, and well, the position is very complicated, and I'm astounded how sharp Vladimir Kramnik is. After the move bishop f5, he only has one possible move without losing. The variations are very complex. There's several threats. The knight is hanging on e7. There are some ideas of the rook coming to c7 and exploiting on the pin. The king, of course, feels very weak, but Kramnik played without hesitation the move g6. Very, very, very strong move. He was the only one to keep him afloat, played it instantly. And here, again, Hikaru had to start thinking about what did he play. I believe that he played the move knight c4.
I mean, everything looks like it's hanging. You don't see positions like this every day of the week. Just absolutely wild chess. This bishop, this knight, this diagonal,
he even has
this
to consider,
pawn on d4
he even
hanging.
has to consider the idea of bishop d5 here, hitting the queen and the knight.
Incredible.
There's a lot of things that need to be worked out here. Vladimir Kramnik now has a choice of moves. He's trying to decide which one is best. And let's remember, Hikaru under 3 minutes on the clock. Severe problems here in that situation.
Absolutely wild game. Let's go to another game that looks like it's proceeding to maybe a real loss for Topalov. As we said before, not the most accurate move, queen h6, but it did defend the pawn on h7. This was played right at this moment, queen to h6, making sure there are no mating ideas, and after king h1, getting off this diagonal, of course, with the queen. Now bishop to b7 was played. Fantastic bishop. You look at this knight going into c7. Alejandro, it looks ridiculous. Like, why is your knight there?
It's going to have to retreat at some point.
At some point.
And everything that I talked about earlier about the pawn structure hemming in this bishop on c1, the bishop on d3 not feeling so comfortable, the good coordination of all of black's pieces as opposed to white, who really is not playing with every single piece that he can, is really going to kick in very, very soon. We see that the position has tactically stabilized a little bit. The knight on c7 is currently not hitting anything. It used to be attacking two pieces. And it's going to have to retreat at some point, and it's going to be very easy for Fabiano to start finding moves, whereas for Topalov, who's now under 5 minutes, needs to start trying to get his pieces out of play, but look how difficult it is.
He's well aware of the fact that he's much worse. Better coordination for black. Black's only piece may be the b6 knight, not in play just yet, but it's also hitting this pawn. The rook will get in the game eventually, but that c7 knight, that c1 bishop, that rook on a1 just bodes poorly for Topalov, so we'll see how this game proceeds as the round one here in Paris continues. Guys?
Well, thank you, Maurice and Alejandro. Boy, that is a crazy game that's going on between Hikaru and Vladimir Kramnik. Every move, the game hangs in balance. And I'm going to take it over to Eric to walk us through some of these tactical traps that both players are setting for one another. Eric.
Thanks, Yasser. Well, in this position, I think Kramnik's hand is pretty forced. I don't think you want to keep your rook pinned for so long, so king f8 is a likely continuation. I think Hikaru was playing a bit practically here. He's taking the rook for two pieces and better king position, and as the clock winds down, there's going to be more and more tactics in white's favor as long as the queens stay on the board. So after knight d6, d5, yep, blocking the bishop. I expect king f8 and a likely continuation, something like bishop f7, knight f7, and maybe just an example, a position like this. It's unclear. Black, I think, is okay, but with low time and a lot of weak pawns, a weak king, I think it's easier to play for white. And Hikaru was one of the best rapid players in the world, and part of the reason is because he knows when things are uncomfortable, how to play against the clock. So I think he's going to take Kramnik into deep waters here and try to be as annoying with this queen and rook and bad king position as long as possible.
Thank you, Eric. And we have a special guest with Maurice.
Very special.
Indeed, we have an exciting guest, the former world champion, one of the greatest players of all time, Garry Kasparov, and also the mastermind behind the Grand Chess Tour. Garry, now that it's kicked off the second year of the Grand Chess Tour, you're seeing it in Paris. What are your feelings at this moment?
A bit nostalgic, because I played so many events in Paris, and it probably was the luckiest place for me ever, because I was very successful here, getting it into the final 5 times, all 5 times I played, and winning 4 out of 5. The last time, actually the last big tournament in Paris, was in 1995. I faced Kramnik. And it's amazing to see now Kramnik playing here, connecting the Intel Grand Prix in '95 with Grand Chess Tour.
21 years later.
21 years later. We also have Anand, who played in '95, but he'll be joining later this tour. I also think it's so important that the standards, the quality of organization. I mean, it's absolutely phenomenal, because it's Grand Chess Tour, and you want to start with with a magnificent event in Paris, and
Vivendi as a sponsor as well.
Vivendi as a sponsor, and yesterday we had this this like opening press conference and introduction of the Grand Chess Tour, from the top of the Vivendi office, facing both Arc de Triomphe and Eiffel Tower, and this hall, also spectacular, and I think it's a good start, and it's also upgrades the standards of organizing chess events, because Europe, has been now facing this. I think it's this long period of stagnation without major events on the continent, and this one, I believe it's first after many years but it's the first of many to come.
Could be a beginning of something really special here
It is
for the Grand Chess Tour, which is looking to expand.
Absolutely. Now I'm confident that the success of Paris tournament will prove the value of the game of chess for sponsors, because they could see the public interest. And again, compared to other popular games, chess is relatively inexpensive, so you can get a lot of value for your sponsorship. And I am more confident than ever that the Grand Chess Tour will be a very successful startup. And this year, the second year, with Paris and Brussels, the two rapid blitz tournaments joining the tour. I think that's about to start something that could really grow and become sort of a signature of the modern world of chess.
Let me ask you something, Gary. Maybe it was a month ago. It feels so fresh in my mind. You played in St. Louis, the Ultimate Blitz.
6 weeks ago.
So about 6 weeks ago, I got the chance to watch you pull out some spectacular moves. I'm sure there's some fans wondering, might Gary play a wild card? Be a wild card in one of these events ever?
I doubt very much. So I still look. It's playing for fun is one story. This is just playing professionally. It's a different story. I'm sure I'll be moving pieces around. So, but I have to say that this is in the places like St. Louis where I feel almost obliged to play, because like a chess temple. I mean, here in Paris, I had my glory in the old days, and as a professional, and I don't think it's worth trying to play as a professional again. But the last time, I was quite hungry just to move these pieces, and why not? So I'm sure in St. Louis, I always feel under some pressure to move from the commentator booth to the chessboard.
Well, we like you in both roles, absolutely. And if you're just moving chess pieces, I don't know what the rest of us are doing. Thank you so much. A great ambassador for the sport, now a wonderful organizer and visionary world champion, Gary Kasparov, watching his vision take off here in Paris. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Gary. Looking at the game of Fabiano and Veselin, Veselin just looks out of it. It's terrible when we left it at this point. There was just this move, Queen F5, Rook D7, taking advantage of this wayward knight on D7. Black is just preparing to develop his rooks. Still, White's underdeveloped C5. Now Black is up a pawn, and after the developing move, Bishop D2, very nice line here for Fabi. Just the simple Rook D8.
Yeah, let's get caught up. We've got a lot of moves coming in fast.
Oh, we do? Okay, yeah. Sorry. I was just going to say the bishops are lined up nicely for...
and we actually have the game over, so let's get caught up. I think Bishop B4 happened here, and then after...
So when we left it, Rook D8, Bishop B4, takes on D3.
And then after Bishop C5, Rook G3.
Ooh, very
nasty
nice move.
Attacking the queen. The pawn on H2 is pinned, and we're also eyeing G2. So it looks like Veselin actually just gave up in this position.
Exactly, with the bishop coming to D7 as well.
No, he played Queen D1.
He did play Queen D1 and Bishop G2. And he gave it a rest here. Bishop F3 check, and that was it.
Yeah, indeed. Wow. Beautiful start for our U.S. champion. But let's, with no further ado, let's go to the other games, because we've only got a minute left on the clocks.
And this game of Vladimir Kramnik, two pieces versus Rook. But as Eric mentioned, Black's pawn structure makes it easier for the Rook to play.
That's right, and not so much harmony between the two dark pieces here either.
Exactly. So this move, Queen A7, putting the question to the bishop, you might think to yourself, well, can I just take a pawn? Not so fast. After Queen D4, that pin, White is going to win a piece.
Yeah, that's the problem with that lack of harmony there. So instead
of Queen A7,
what do we have? We've got a Kramnik on move.
After Queen A7.
Yeah, and meanwhile in the other game, taking a quick look at Carlsen. So we liked Carlsen's position a little bit ago, and now it looks like Black's castled in the opposite direction.
Boy, when we left it, I could have swore there was a king on G8 and not on C8. Let's see. Let's unwind a few moves and let's see what happens.
Just a few, because we only got a minute or two on the clock.
So Rook E6, King F7.
So he played King F7 to lend more support. to the e8 square, because if with taking the queen, b7 falls.
Exactly. So king takes e8. So a relief for Wesley that he was able to get all the 4 rooks off the board. And first thought impressions were he's very close, if not having equalized right now. Still a
clever idea. Moving that king over to
c8 to finally buttress this pawn on b7. One day this bishop will be able to come back
That's
to b8.
right. And we've got a quick interview as we get back to these time scrambles with our U.S. champion and now leading the Grand Chess Tour first leg. He's with Maurice.
Well, an American in Paris always rings well, although he famously does not want to pronounce any of the monument's names here, but he doesn't have to because he's the first victor in this round 1 of the Grand Chess Tour. Fabiano Caruana, first of all, congratulations. This game, I mean, it just looked like you were ready to sacrifice and be a boss in this position. Why were you so confident coming in?
I knew the variation was interesting, and I don't think he played the correct way with bishop e2 and f4. And he got a difficult position very quickly. He started grabbing pawns, but his queen was stuck. Often it was in danger of being trapped. And at some point, once I consolidated my pawn mass on the king side, I realized I probably have a winning advantage.
That's a completely crushing game. I mean, 29 moves with the black pieces is exactly what the doctor ordered for round 1. What are your feelings now? You have some time before the next round.
I think it's a really good start, especially with black. And to win a relatively smooth game, I couldn't have asked for more.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations again on round 1, and we look forward to seeing more games.
Thanks.
Fabiano Caruana off to a flying start.
A smooth game indeed, Jen. And I'm again just bringing up the game of Wesley So against the world champion Magnus Carlsen.
Some great defense here by So, I think.
Definitely.
Really brilliantly played.
Very, very nice play indeed. Usually when you get into these types of positions of queen and knight versus queen and knight, or in fact any kind of queen endings, it's really about king safety, and it's all whose king is better protected, I want to say. It's nice when you have these pawns on g3, g2, h3. If your king can cozy up and have a nice cave on h2 and hope your queen and knight can just play aggressively and win the game. But in this case, Black's last move is setting himself up for this queen f7, e7, offering the trade of queens. And I really don't think that it's enough for Magnus. I do have a preference for white, but I don't think that he's improved his advantage greatly. And he just captured something. Did you see on the webcam there was a nice...
No, he's played. It looks like he's played the move g4 and then knight c5. So yeah,
it looked like a capture, but there he just simply knight c5.
Yeah, I mean, you got to watch out for some tactical ideas here. So we're keeping an eye on b7 and
a rainstorm out of nowhere here in St. Louis.
Knight b7, queen f8 check. We got to keep our eyes on that, but I think that looks like Black's got everything held together at the moment.
I like what Wesley's done this game. I mean, that b7 pawn was an attacking point for Magnus. He really enjoys pushing 8 pawns down the board, and he fixed this b7 pawn. But since then, Wesley has not touched any other pawn and has not allowed any other weaknesses. He just played calm, brought his king over to the king side to defend that one weakness, and I think it's a really nice display of how to handle that sort of position. He's not made any other weaknesses for Magnus to put pressure on. So far, I mean, this is a well-played game, and he's on his way to holding Magnus after resisting a little bit of pressure.
And we've got a draw in our other game. So Nakamura has managed to overcome his time problems.
Which were severe. After we saw this move, queen a7, I actually thought that Hikaru was bossing Vladimir around a bit, but it seems that Vladimir simply held the position with a repetition. No, Hikaru... I'm surprised. I guess time was a factor here, Eric.
Well, if time is a factor, I'd still rather play white. I don't see any immediate threats for Black. And in this position with the king on f7, why not queen h8?
Indeed.
Why can't we... oh wait, the rook is back on d3 on my board. Do you have that as well? Rook d3,
yes.
King f7, rook d1. So with the rook back on d3,
yes.
I mean, I play queen h8. Sorry.
Queen h8 with a very.
A nice threat of queen h7.
Although, I mean, it's not like it wins or anything. We do have king e8, right?
Well,
But there is queen f5, perhaps.
queen f5, rook f3.
Ah, rook
The
f3.
rook is on d3, in the position of the
Yes,
rook on d3. Otherwise,
I've got it.
Otherwise,
Yes. So queen f5, rook f3, queen e5. Then there's a check, and queen g6.
well, it
Much
feels like
nicer.
it feels like you have at least a perpetual as
Yeah.
white, but maybe more. Just a position that Nakamura is quite good at playing.
This
I mean,
looks
here,
very, very nice for white.
I mean, I don't even think you just play rook g3. What's next? You can't play king e8 because of rook e3.
Yes.
King
Right.
f8 runs into queen h6 check. This just looks lost.
Yes.
But
So
Queen h8, not the hardest move to find for a player of Nakamura's caliber. I think he's going to be kicking himself for that because this is the exact. I thought this position was good for white. I mean, the queen and the king position. The king position just makes it so much easier to play for white. So definitely surprising result for me. Yasser
probably
again.
hallucinated something and didn't see like rook a3 or whatnot, but
Hard to say what was missing there. Just, game one, little jittery perhaps for both players. There was one, well, let's stay with the round, but there was a key question I wanted to ask Eric about some tactics. There was a bishop d5 much earlier.
Which move?
But do you want to take a look at the finale of Carlsen's Soul? Because it looks like
Absolutely.
maybe Carlsen's getting some counterplay here.
Absolutely.
I mean, we thought
Ooh, the sacrifice. Ooh, my goodness.
Oh,
both,
both players are getting counterplay.
lot has happened.
Well, yeah, let's see how this happens.
It
So-
was h5 takes queen e7 by Wesley, setting up perpetual checks, if not something even worse. King f2,
stopping the checks.
Knight
and
f5,
then knight f5.
setting up for queen e3 check, by the way. That's a nasty check coming on the board. g4, queen e3 check,
Wow.
check.
Just hoping that at the end of all these checks, it's going to be a pain to defend b7.
Ooh, white.
But just
in trouble
just like d6
suddenly.
and white could be in trouble. We have
Big
a
time.
quick interview with Vladimir Kramnik,
Oh, my
newcomer
goodness.
to the Grand Chess Tour.
Yes, indeed. Welcome, Vladimir.
We are with the gentle giant, Vladimir Kramnik. As you can see, he could have been a basketball player, but thankfully for us, he's a chess player. Vladimir, in this game, you played the opening so quickly. Were you deep in your preparation? You just blitzed out all the moves.
I was in my preparation and I got a good position out of those openings, and Hikaru he risked a bit and I think I was better, but it was not easy to convert the advantage. And then at the end, even the final position, probably I can try, but it's terribly sharp position and we had like seconds on the clock each, so I think the draw finally was a logical outcome.
What you're feeling with this result with the black pieces in round one, your first step onto the Grand Chess Tour?
Yeah, I mean, in general, just, it's first game, you warm up, I mean, you feel chess, you feel what is it playing chess on top level. So, yeah, it's a fine result, although, of course, at some point I thought I had some winning chances. Yeah, that's true.
Vladimir, some of these players were toddlers in diapers when you were playing against Garry Kasparov. And the last time the big rapid event was in Paris back in '95. What is your feeling playing here in Paris? What sense do you get playing in this rapid event?
Oh, it's a great feeling, yeah, because I had a final of a very big event like this. We played with Garry in the final in, I think, Champs-Élysées Theater or something. I mean, it was really a big event, and okay, of course, it's very nice to come back here after 21 years after, almost like Dumas, but it's not easy, of course. I mean, it's a very tough event.
We know it's a tough event. We know you're a tough player. Thank you so much for gracing us, joining us here. Best of luck in the rest of your games. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice.
Thank you. And meanwhile, we've got Magnus invading with his queen, getting plenty of pawns.
For the knight.
Yeah, and including
this
a very
pass-
important one, that g7 pawn. Now the pawn on h6 is coming, and so now it looks like, is Wesley going to try to bail out with a draw somehow?
He's going to have to
Right.
go for perpetual.
Yeah.
I mean, this looks, I don't see a perpetual. I think this is just winning for Magnus, a very bold attempt, and looks like it's paying off. I don't see how to stop the h-pawn, so it really comes down to whether there's a perpetual or not. But Magnus can bring, Magnus doesn't even need to keep the queen on g7 in the position. He can play queen f8 check, bring the queen
to stop the checks with
To
b4.
stop the checks,
And then
exactly.
and
So-
the pawn on h6 is just too fast.
So a move like queen b5, just queen f8 check, king a7.
Yeah, and let's bring it up to the current position that we have on the board now.
H7.
H7, queen a1 check,
Yeah.
and king b3 has been
And
played.
this is what we have on the board now, and where
If you go knight takes a5 check, there's king c2, and no further checks.
Queen a4 check. Knight a5, king c2, queen a4 check.
Knight a5. Ooh, he's played.
but we've got some different moves. It looks like
Sorry, he went queen b1 check, king b4, and that's it. There's just no more. Wesley has run out of queen a1 he has played. But now, there's even a queen on the board. Oh, sorry. So just a second, let me refresh.
Yeah, let's refresh and get the current position up to date. But
Okay.
it looks like somehow Wesley's lost a threat and 2 queens on the board with Magnus. Yikes! And no perpetual here after queen takes a5. Check. There's just king b3, queen b5 check. How do we escape from those checks, Yaz?
Well, I'm just thinking, I just like taking this knight. I know it's horrifying to give up a queen for a knight, but if you think about this queen and pawn endgame for a moment, this king could actually just come in, and the game is over.
And the game is over, so it looks like what did Magnus play in that position? I don't think he played your move.
He did give up the queen. Yeah. Okay. So after
That's one
queen
way to
a1,
I think he just played king b3. It looks like. Is that right?
did he?
Well,
Yeah.
queen h2 is also, there's just no perpetual there. So just the queen h2 defending b2. After queen a5 check, king b3, queen b5 check, king c2. Almost all the checks are covered. So that wins to my eyes, but I also don't have
That's a
what
simple
wins.
line.
Queen h2.
Yep. Queen a5, king b3.
And the checks clearly run out. E2 is covered by the queen on h2, and it covered b2. So after queen a4 check, the very last one, king d2.
Just don't play b3.
Just don't play b3 because of queen a2 check.
And you're chill, Magnus Carlsen. So we got 2 winners today, Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana in round 1. We also have Hikaru Nakamura about a thriller against Kramnik that ended in a draw.
But indeed, but I still don't. I'm confused. Paris.
Yes, we're with Hikaru Nakamura after incredible development happening in the game with Carlsen having lost on time there. Naka, you were playing against Kramnik, and this guy was blitzing out the opening moves. You got behind on the clock very quickly. What were your feelings in that moment?
Well, the position was, it was always pretty normal looking, but I was just trying to find something to get some chances of an advantage. It didn't really materialize. Then kind of I was way down on the clock, and I found this tricky. I wouldn't say tricky because at the time I thought I just played the move. I didn't really calculate it. But after I played this knight c4 move, the resulting position with the queen and rook against the queen and the bishop and knight wasn't quite so clear. I mean, I think at least optically, both for Vladimir and myself, we assumed that black should just be better. But after I played d5 and rook d1, I kind of started to realize that, in fact, it's not so easy for black, and especially considering it's rapid, to try and find a way to put pressure on white, I think is very difficult. And so the game continued, and I think after I got this queen to a7, I never was really in danger, but perhaps at the end I could have maybe tried this queen h8 idea, but we were both so low on time that it was kind of
I was going to say that the clock certainly played a factor there. Your thoughts on the result itself? It's round 1 of a long event, of course. You're the white pieces. Does that play into anything psychologically going
not
forward?
so much. I mean, you kind of just have to try and play well. I mean, in the first game, it's more important to play well than to win or lose it. Just try and get off to a good start and warm up.
All right, well, best of luck in the rest of your games.
Thanks.
The winner of the Ultimate Blitz, showing that he is indeed a great rapid player, Hikaru Nakamura. Back to you guys.
To clarify, an absolute shocker there. We thought that Wesley So resigned because he
lost.
was losing, yeah. Although it was actually a little surprising so early. In rapid, you'd think he'd throw in some checks, right?
Right.
Or try to throw in some checks. But actually, Magnus Carlsen has lost on time. So it's
Really
Magnus.
stunning.
Yeah.
Really stunning turnaround. He played very, very well. He was winning, and somehow It's 25 minutes per player with a 10-second bonus. You never expect anybody to lose on time in a winning position with a 10-second bonus. He must have just forgot about the clock.
So tragedy for Magnus Carlsen and happiness for Wesley So, second American winner of the round.
Amazing.
And we've got some interviews in Paris.
Well, Paris proving to be a wonderful home so far for the Americans, as a second American has won a game in shocking fashion. We see that Wesley So winning this game with 2 queens on the board. I don't know the last time you won a game down a queen, but tell us what happened at the end.
Doesn't happen often. Well, very happy to beat the world champion. He lost some time in this position in a winning game for him.
You said he had 20 seconds left. Why didn't he move?
Yes, I think he had 20 seconds when he promoted this queen. He just simply forgot about his time. He thought, it's tricky. He thought he had more time than he really had.
It's funny because in the first leg of the Grand Chess Tour last year in Norway, he also lost on time in a winning position with the white pieces, that time against Vasily Topalov. And now he starts off this one the same way. I mean, you must have been stunned. Your position was definitely suspicious.
Yeah, well, yeah, definitely. I mean, he's winning in the final position, but still, I won. I won the time, so I won the game. So that might be one of his very few weaknesses. Just to watch his time.
Well, your smile tells it all. Congratulations on the win. Good start for you, of course. Wesley So off to a flying start with a completely amazing result here already in round 1 in Paris.
Thank you.
Stunning, stunning. I mean, this is the world champion, one of the most professional players, if not the most professional player in the world, losing on time in a winning position.
We're going to see more surprises in the Grand Chess Tour.
That's happening in round 1. Imagine
Wow.
round 4, round 5, round 6 today when it's getting into the evening. I mean, it's going to be wild.
Yes, the French are very dramatic after all.
Absolutely.
And so we are going to be back for 4 more rounds. So stay tuned as we look for what kind of surprises and thrills are going to await us in round 2 of the Paris Rapids.
Absolutely.
Hello, we are back for round 2 of the Paris Grand Chess Tour. And big surprise of round 1, our world champion Magnus Carlsen losing on time in a winning position. So sad, but happy for American fans because
Wesley So was his lucky recipient of a gift.
that's right. And now Wesley So tied at the top with fabulous Fabi. But we also have a puzzle for you guys. Oh, we're actually going to have you guys solve that puzzle by sending in your tweets.
Okay.
So those are provided by Chess24, and I think we're going to find out who the players are with the solution, so it makes it harder for people to just like look up the puzzle and find the answer.
Gotcha.
Well, let's review the results from round 1. We had 3 draws and 2 decisive games. Fabiano Caruana coming out on top against Veselin Topalov. Now that was a very nice game by Fabi. On the other hand, Wesley So winning more because of luck than anything. Although he did kind of defend admirably for quite a while, then lost the thread and Magnus was going to get the best of him.
Exactly.
Lost on time.
Exactly. Not too much in the game of the Frenchmen, MBL and Fresnay. That fizzled into a draw. The Anish versus Levon game, again, not too much content. But the game between Hikaru and Vladimir, that was a really, really good topsy-turvy affair. I think Hikaru didn't realize how good his position was. He could have pursued playing for the advantage, in my view, with Queen H8.
And let's take a look at Magnus.
Again, losing on time. Well, let's see Magnus's reaction when he realized, oh. And Wesley wasn't even looking either. He reacted to Magnus. Oh, we've got to see that again.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, some good sportsmanship there in the end from Magnus, who realizes that he was so shocked that he forgot to shake Wesley's hand, and he still manages to compose himself.
Let's see that. Oh,
he loses on time. The pain. He can't believe it, and Wesley can't believe it either. He's throwing up his hands. He actually looks upset. Good sportsmanship by Wesley. He doesn't look like he's licking his lips excited that Magnus lost on time.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Magnus come back after that. I mean, this is the worst start possible as the wild card too. I mean, not a good impression, but I'm impressed by Fabiano's win. I think he can really do well in this rapid part. So far so good, and I would keep my eye out for him to continue leading the tournament.
Not impressed by the wild card, eh, Hansen?
Not so far by Magnus. I mean, that's just inexcusable. That is a position, as Yasser pointed out, there's so many ways to win in the end. You could have even given up a queen, and that would be winning. So that's hopefully once in a few year type of thing, but it hasn't been. That's the second time in 2 years now. So we'll see. But round 2, lots of excitement coming up. So we'll hopefully for Magnus, he can make us forget.
We're of course giggling because Magnus is only the wild card because of technicalities. As the world champion, he would be normally the #1 invitee. He's a wild card because he can't play in some of the other events because of his world championship defense.
Scheduled in November.
And yet he wanted to play this event, so obviously we want to give him a wild card. But we do have some thoughts and news from our Grandmasters in Paris.
Well, an absolutely stunning development in round 1 of this tournament already. Magnus Carlsen losing on time. I was able to interview Wesley So, but we could not get Magnus. He was nowhere to be found. And also, the crowd is abuzz. Many players were confused. He's got 2 queens. Clearly, he's winning, and people were coming up to us afterwards and giving us variations. They were telling us how he should win, but Magnus has lost the first round.
We're outside here in a hallway just outside of the playing hall. This was full of people confused on how could it be that Magnus Carlsen, with 2 queens on the board, completely winning position, simply forgot about time. Now let's remember last year he lost against Topalov in a similar fashion, simply forgetting about the time. At that time he didn't exactly know the rules, and then he went on to lose the second round. So we have to see if Magnus is able to recover.
No question he remembers losing that game.
Absolutely.
And the way he started, he's going to have echoes of that in his brain right now. And also, you know, the fans, they were here. It's as if they couldn't even move away from us. Even after we finished interviewing Wesley, they were just standing here like in shock. Everyone in shock at this particular development. Just absolutely incredible start. Of course, the 2 Americans have to be feeling great. Wesley, a lucky game, but Fabi playing like a boss.
And this is the thing I like about Rapid. Yes, we had a couple of games that perhaps were not the most exciting, but 3 out of 5, just from the start. Amazing fights. Magnus Carlsen proved that he's still such a strong player, no matter what the time control is. A lot of people had him as a favorite. He outplayed Wesley So.
We were calling that one a draw. We were just saying that's going to be a draw until he just started playing these incredible moves.
He did the Magnus thing. He just got a position that was more or less equal. Then he ground down and he ground down and he just improved his position. He improved his position until eventually Wesley cracks and Magnus is winning. Who could have predicted he would have lost that game on time? But man, did he show some technique.
No way in the world. Well, we will see. Many players here, when I asked them who was a favorite, they all said Magnus, Magnus, Magnus. I mean, all of them. Of course, not Magnus, because I told him to exclude himself. But now, after a loss in round 1, it's going to be a lot of work for him to come back. Thankfully, there are lots of games, so we'll see how he manages to break back in this game, in this tournament. Round 2 coming up next.
That's right, but
Thank
you know,
Maurice.
Yasser, you mocked me for not putting Magnus in my top 3.
Exactly.
But, you know.
The women's intuition, huh? Very well done there, Jen.
But you know, lots of chess left to be played, and he will be angry. It'll be an angry Magnus. I was going to try to say mangry. I don't know. That's great. It's almost working.
It almost.
Almost makes it work. It's just kind of like.
But
certain
how
outfits.
do you rebound from something like that? Losing on time. Have you ever lost on time in a winning? You have
with
in
an
a winning
increment.
position.
It was slightly better. The worst part of it was in the Olympiad.
Oh no.
A team event.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's hard to recover.
That really hurts.
Yeah.
You hurt yourself, and you're sad for your loss. But then you think, how does my team react?
Oh God, it's the worst.
What did you do? You just forgot about the clock?
Yeah. One of those things where I was actually, the evaluation changed. Maybe I was only equal, and then suddenly I was better. It was against Kosensova.
From Russia.
Yeah,
Which
exactly.
one?
Tatiana. Yeah. And so it happens. It has happened in other games in the Grand Chess Tour, hasn't it?
Yes. Well, of course, Magnus.
With Magnus in Norway.
Versus Vesselin.
And in the U.S. Championship, I think it's happened a couple of times too.
That somebody lost on time in a winning position.
Oh, winning, totally winning.
Like totally winning. Oh, you're losing on time as in a lost position. Okay,
or like
we understand.
Equal.
Or even equal. That happens.
Yeah.
But winning and with the extra queen, what we just saw. My goodness.
It's rare, indeed, but it
I'm
does
still-
happen. It's freezing. It happens. Meanwhile, we've also got a Pro-Am that occurred yesterday in Paris. So let's take a quick look at how that went.
Welcome everybody, we are here at Vivendi headquarters. Right outside is the Arc de Triomphe. It's been a good day so far. We've been introducing the players. It's been the opening ceremony here for the Paris Grand Chess Tour. Right behind me we have some players getting ready for the Pro-Am tournament. It's going to be a fun little event, just a casual little setting between the professional chess players. We have Caruana playing, we have Kramnik playing, we have all the top players playing, and they're going to be partnered up in a tandem chess game with some of the amateur sponsors of the event. It's going to be competitive. I've already heard some of the players telling their partners how they want the strategy to go down.
I like chess, but my contribution to the game might be 1%.
Well, no pressure, but we're going to have to win.
It's going to be tough. You know, they're good players, but I think we have a good chance.
My name is Zindine Swalem. I'm actor, and I'm not so confident.
He's a so good teacher that I hope I won't make a big mistake. That's all.
Well, thank you. Veselin, what have you been teaching him?
I told him not to be afraid because Gary is retired already.
Shots fired here at the Pro-Am tournament. We're about to start.
I think we are quite a bit better, so I'm very optimistic.
It was a great day here at the Pro-Am tournament with two very deserved winners. Some of the sponsors and amateurs here in France playing with some of the top players in the world. Lots of action to go on, and we take it back to the studio for more of that with Jen, Yas, and Eric.
Thank you, Alejandro. That looked like a fun event, didn't it? I mean, just Nice they're playing with the sponsors. And
Everybody
I like
having a good time. Nobody's screaming at each other if they
Don't
make a bad
be afraid. Gary's retired. That was very
That was
good.
good trash talk. Yeah.
Good trash talking. So we have started our second round game.
Yeah, so
and-
let's take a look at these openings.
Oops, I have, I'll go over to Eric because I got only the games one. So we'll take it over to Eric.
I'm also not. I don't.
You don't have the games.
Well, we have some
either.
overhead shots, so maybe we can take a look and see how the games are starting out that way. Indeed, we've got try to figure out who these players are. I see Kramnik.
Slav, with Gingside Fincetta. Wesley has black twice in a row. Okay.
Wesley's black against Kramnik?
Yes. And I've got the game up on our screen.
And now we've got the games updated, so it's one of these like Gurganidze type Slavs, huh?
Okay, let's see how it started. Knight f3, d5. And this early fianchetto really popularized by Vishy Anand, and top players have picked it up from Vishy. And we get c6, knight e5. So early leap into the center. White opens up his bishop. I don't know if we're going to call this a dragon bishop or a Catalan bishop on g2. Opens up the diagonal for his bishop so that he can play.
Bishop.
Yeah, everybody likes that bishop on g2. So white wants to play knight c3 and e4. So early days in this game. Let me just continue on. Wow, this one went really, really fast between Fabi and Anish Giri. Let's go to the start because, boy, they just motored right through a Rui Lopez, an open, and Fabi used in the U.S. Championship. He had some open Spanishes. Let's see how this game continued. Takes bishop e6, bishop e3, bishop e7. Okay, very theoretical. This whole line, I want to say, has been known for ages. And we're here with bishop takes on g2. About to throw this back to Eric because I have a feeling that this is all theory, Eric. But do we have games in this position? Do you know?
And
I do not know off the top of my head, but I know this line's been in fashion recently, and both of the players have been at a lot of the same events where this has been played out. But I will have to get back to you with more information on the history of this line. But this line so far, I mean, I expect, kind of like last round, these guys are playing a very theoretical game. There are chances that this one fizzles out quite quickly unless somebody has something spicy.
Yeah, and meanwhile, I wonder if Fabi's playing this in homage to Korchnoi, who played a lot of open Spanishes.
Exactly. Who was
Shout
very
out.
known, yes, to rest in peace, the great warrior, Victor Korchnoi, passing.
And in the breaks, maybe we'll have time for you to tell some personal stories. I'm sure you
I
got a good
do.
one.
Lots.
And we've got the pairings here for the second rapid game of the Paris Grand Chess Tour. Kramnik versus So, one of the leaders. We've also got the other leader, Fabi Caruana, playing against Anish Giri. MBO versus Magnus Carlsen, two rivals from last year's tour. Levon Aronian versus Fressinet, French wildcard. And Nakamura facing off against Topalov. So another big round. They're all big rounds because the players in this tour are just all so fantastic. It also pointed out that last slide that our hashtag Grand Chess Tour is where you should tweet in any comments or questions.
Very good.
And we'll definitely be taking some of those over the air. So don't be shy.
I'm just looking at this game of Magnus Carlsen. He's playing against Maxime Bichard-Lagrave, MBL as we like to say. It started off as a quiet Rui Lopez, knight f6, castles, and then suddenly a little bit of a different twist from Magnus Carlsen playing bishop b7. Magnus has played the Breyer and closed Rui, but bishop b7, he came prepared to compete. Knight c3, and bishop e7, d3 castles. So safe, easy play at the moment. And then the surprising move, knight d4. basically, this is a pawn offer. He's saying, go ahead and take my pawn on e5, and then after I get the two bishops and I'll get d5, I've got Marshall Gambit style of compensation, and I've got the two b's. MVL wanted nothing to do with that pawn offer, captured the knight, and am I up to date, Jen, with this?
It looks like he's also played the move knight d5.
Knight
here.
d5.
So just really interesting strategical points. You know, usually in the Roy Lopez, white doesn't have that knight on c3. Rather,
it's on g3 or something. Yes.
Exactly. It goes to d2, and then our pawn's on c3, and our tuck our bishop away to c2. So this is a totally different setup than we usually have, where the bishop can be tucked in on a2, and the knight can go to d5 here.
Right.
But lots of trades happening, so you got to wonder how big is this going to be for white.
Exactly. So knight d5 was MVL. I'm sure Magnus had some variation like this in mind. If the knight didn't go to d5, but say knight e2, c5, and in case of knight g3, I'm sure Magnus wanted to try something of this nature where he's going to play for c5, c4 to bury this bishop back on the a2 square. MVL wanted nothing to do with that line and played knight d5. And am I up to date yet? Somehow I feel, I feel like I'm constantly behind.
You're
knight
on
d5.
Parisian time. Huh?
Yeah, I'm on Parisian time. Takes, he took with the pawn. Okay, that was an interesting decision. I thought his intention was to get rid of this light squared bishop that might end up being behind the pawn on d5 to try to get a position like this, where after queen g4, white might try to squeeze something out of it.
Yeah, but if black gets to play c5, or it looks like it should be okay.
Right,
but
he took with the pawn.
Which is an interesting decision. I mean, to be fair, that bishop on b7 is also kind of blocked in potentially.
Yes.
Because you're going to have to play d6 at some point to stop d6.
White's going to play d5, d6 to stop
no,
d6?
I think at some point white can force black to play d6.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's
for instance, if we just play bishop f4 here, we're threatening d6.
Exactly.
Big positional threat of d6. So
exactly.
We're going to force your hand to play d6. And now, even though our bishop is behind a pawn, your bishop not doing all that much either.
Well, it's like one of those things where you can say both bishops are bad, but I think white's bishop is a little bit worse in the sense it's easy for black to redirect his bishop, where it's less easy for white to find a better diagonal for the bishop on b3. In other words, I like how things have evolved at this moment for Magnus. Probably if I was in MVL shoes, I would take en passant at this moment, and probably after a recapture play something of the nature of queen g4. Now I know this is a good bishop, and I know after c5 this will be a good bishop, but at least
and that's what happened.
Indeed. I wouldn't want to play with the bishop on b3 versus the bishop on b7. Let's continue our look around the horn, or let me go to Eric and ask if he got some updates on that weird open Rui.
Thanks, Yasser. I got a bit of an update for you. I looked it up, and it's a blast from the past. Garry Kasparov used this specific variation to beat Arthur Yusupov in a very powerful game in the Soviet Championship 1979. The game is quite nice and showed maybe Fabiano has some preparation up his sleeve. In this position, Yusupov played after queen d5, which is what Fabiano unleashed. E takes f3, queen c6, fg2, queen g2, queen d7, queen g2 already, a bit surprising, but look what he followed up with. Bishop h6. And now there's a lot of threats. e6 is coming in, the bishop can't take because there's mate threats on g7. And Kasparov got a decisive advantage right away. So h6, taking the material. I know you would do that. f3. And he pretty much got a good initiative, and you can imagine in a rapid game that this is a suitable choice. If you want to go further, h5, Kasparov with rook ad1, precise moves, queen f5, fg4, and everything is with tempo. And if queen g4, even the endgame is probably very pleasant. After queen g4, queen g4, h4, maybe rook d7 looks very good for white, but maybe black had to bail out like that because after queen e5, rook d e1, queen c5, king h1, all the tactics favored white in this position, and it was only a few moves later where Kasparov got a winning position. Rook d5, and there's no way for the queen. There's just one move, queen f6, but g5 is the very strong continuation after queen. So, I mean, Yusupov just gave up a piece with queen g6 here because, yeah, queen f6, g5. But, I mean, a very powerful game, as you can see. And in a rapid game, I mean, since this game, modern theory, most people decide to trade queens instead of taking on g2 first. So it depends what Giri does, but there is some poison in this variation. And if we get anything like Kasparov's game, that's going to be good news for Fabiano fans.
Thank you, Eric. And just continuing the game of Fabiano Nish, rook f1 e1. Not 100% sure about that one. I'm thinking that maybe rook f1 c1 in order to play a2 a4. So maybe this is less good. a4 b4 takes, bishop takes, and now this tempo on the rook makes me feel that the initial move, rook e1, was wrong. So rook c1, and this looks just fine for Anish Giri. Both players, great theoreticians, very, very, very well prepared. But it feels to me like Anish is doing fine.
Now, what about the game of our other leader here? We've got Wesley So against Kramnik. Let's take a quick
Right, we left that after this early knight e5 move. Wesley played knight e4 as well. Knight c3 trades, takes, bishop e6. This has a very Grunfeld-like feel to it, doesn't it? After the moves played. Knight a5, just pressing against this pawn on b7, always with this bishop on g2 lurking. That's a nice pressure from white's point of view. Queen d7, protecting the pawn on b7. And I think we're up to date.
We are, and meanwhile, a couple moves in the Magnus game, and I really am starting to enjoy Magnus's position. I like what you said earlier about how sometimes you feel like you're playing the Marshall without playing the Marshall, and you've got some nice aggressive play on the black side of the Roy Lopez, except in this case, he's not down a pawn.
Exactly.
So, I mean, beautiful two bishops there, shooting at white's king, and I'm enjoying black's position. Meanwhile, we got some updates over in Paris.
Yes, in that exact position that you were discussing, Jen, very much Magnus starting to get the initiative. You know, he lost that first game. He must be in shock. But one of the things about rapid chess, you don't get a chance to go home, relax, rest up, and just think, get rid of those demons. It's like, hello, you got to play another game. Sometimes that's good, sometimes that's bad. Right now we see in this position the move d takes c6, d takes c6, and slowly but surely, Alejandro, this position is starting to look pretty attractive for black after these next two moves, especially after this move bishop to d6.
This is a position that when I looked at it for the first time, I just walked into the playing hall and I was like, okay, black must be a tiny bit better, but no big deal. And then I turned on the engine, and the computer is giving a really sizable advantage for black. And the more I look at the position, the more unpleasant it becomes for white. It's one of those things that when you start wondering exactly what you do in this position, the problem is that white has given black too much space. What that means is that black's been able to play very ambitious moves without retaliation. In this case, white played the kind of meek move rook e1. He played a4 in two moves, and that allowed Magnus to just come in, bring the initiative. His bishops are now powerfully placed against the white king, something that, by the way, Maxime could have easily prevented had instead of putting the rook on e1 or play the move a4, had he simply put the bishop on its most logical diagonal on f4, he wouldn't be dealing with this position right now. He would maybe be slightly worse, but very close to a draw. Whereas right now, I feel the bishops are really showing their potential.
Absolutely. Queen h5 was played, putting that piece over there. Now the move queen to c7, and now we have the move c3 on the board, and the engine's already screaming bloody murder that black is better. This is exactly what the doctor ordered for Magnus. He certainly wants to win this game to get the bitter taste of his last defeat out of his mouth. We'll see whether or not he's going to be able to press his advantage against France's star, MVL. Certainly the fans back after, the house is packed. I mean, everywhere you see, seats are filled. The French fans want to see MVL win for sure, hold off Magnus Carlsen, but it doesn't look good for him right now.
Thank you, Maurice and Alejandro. I'm noticing that there's two English, kind of a reverse dragon English, and I'm just looking at the game between Levon Aronian and Fressinet, and 95. I always thought that this line was very good for white. This has been known for some time that when you get in an early quick d4, that the structure is just so nice for the first player. And I know Fressinet is a really good theoretician. I was just very curious what he has here. It feels to me like white's just in good shape in this game between these players. I like Levon's position. And then just to compare for a moment with Hikaru and Veselin Topalov. Oops, that wasn't the game.
Yeah, let's take a look. We haven't been there much.
So in that game, black was able to force white to play the move d2, d3, not that early d4 that Levon got in. And I thought that Veselin was doing fine. We get to this position, knight d4 was played, knight takes, pawn takes, bishop takes, and we're here?
Yeah, but
whoa!
But a pawn just came off the board.
It sure did.
Yeah, and you can't play bishop g2 because we have the in-between move bishop f6, and we just go up a pawn, right?
I think that's right.
Is there something that maybe he missed with bishop 8? Bishop a2, same thing. Bishop takes f6, just a tempo, right? Oh, maybe he was thinking bishop 8. You could play bishop a2 here, and then after. I mean, that just looks really bizarre.
No, that's just terrible. Bishop f6.
Just bishop f6, queen f6, and.
Well, first of all, let's put the move you're suggesting on screen, bishop a2. The problem we have with this is that after bishop takes, queen takes, we can move the rook. Yes, you're welcome to this pawn, but this is really, really, really bad. C7 is hanging, B7 is hanging, A2 is hanging.
And we're not even up a pawn, we're an equal pawn.
And so this is just terrible for Veselin.
So what did he miss? I mean, because
something.
So after after rook c1, just to like try to psychoanalyze here, I wonder what he thought. Did he maybe misanalyze bishop c6 perhaps at the end of the variation or something?
Well, normally,
maybe after knight d4 takes, bishop takes. Do we look at bishop c6?
Yeah, well, normally these patterns, there's a rook on e8, so that when there's a capture on d4, the e2 pawn is hanging. I think Veselin just simply forgot to include rook e8.
Yeah, there's no type. Maybe what about bishop c6 here? At least trying to make it bishops of opposite color. I mean,
doesn't look like it's going to.
Or maybe bishop b3 to.
Even more forcing for. No, these bishops of opposite color is actually what white wants.
I mean, especially with b7 hanging as well.
Yeah, that's actually just simply 2 pawns. So a big gift. I'm
puzzling what Veselin missed, and I think losing last game and what Eric said before the tournament that he was worried about Topalov's performance in the Rapids is turning out to be a sound prediction.
Indeed, and you see very confident Hikaru Nakamura with an extra pawn playing easily. Look at this position, queen c2. Essentially, just good technique by Hikaru is going to pull him. He'll win the game easily. He's got an extra pawn and a wonderful position. Strange things happening, Eric, in this second round. What's going on?
In this game, not as strange. Giri against Caruana here, as expected. Well, Giri went for the safer line. He traded queens off, and it's pretty much fizzled out into a very, very drawish position. In this position here, black probably wants to trade off a pair of rooks, and the endgame with this extra queenside pawn isn't enough for white. A bad pawn structure here, and you know it's black's going to put the rook behind. So I expect this game to be one of the first ones to finish, and I don't see any winning chances at all for Fabiano. Giri knew the sideline, it looked like. He didn't. He traded queens off and avoided a lot of the dangers that came from it. So I really do expect rook fd8 next move, and just trying to trade off into what should be a pretty straightforward draw. White's pawn structure is just not there, and white needs like two extra pawns on the queen side. One pawn is enough. I don't see any other result besides the draw here, unless somebody flags or something. Some touch move.
Don't call it too early.
Some touch move controversy, but these two players are some of the most principled ones. I don't see something crazy happening here, but yeah, this game so far it really looks like it's headed towards the draw, and so most of the other games have a bit more juice to them.
Yes, and we do have some news from another game from Alejandro and Maurice.
It looks as though Magnus Carlsen is roaring back after that last ridiculous loss as far as he is concerned. Let's take a look at this position here. The move c3 played by Vasylagrov, looking to try to nibble away at this pawn formation, but it did not help at all to see the move c4 get banged down on the board. A serious move here. Obviously, you can't take and allow this d pawn to turn into a monster. And so in this position, he played the move bishop to c2, and now there's a hidden idea of checkmate along the diagonal, but that was easily stopped right here, Alejandro. And it looks as though, according to the engine, that this is going to be a free pawn in the main line for Magnus.
Well, it's easy to see why. When you see the coordination of black's pieces, it's very, very powerful because the queen is soon going to be overloaded. It's going to have to decide between defending the h2 pawn or defending one of the pawns on the queen side. You can't do both. For example, a simple variation is if you move the queen back to h3. I have several alternatives here, by the way, but I think the easiest is to simply take the pawn on c3, take the pawn on c3, take the pawn on d3, and now this is what I'm talking about. You would like to take with the queen so that I can prevent queen takes c3 on the next move, but that's not possible because of the battery on h2, something that, again, he could have prevented a long time ago had he developed the bishop on f4 instead of keeping it on c1. He was trying to be too subtle. He's going to get punished severely for it. But there's also action in another board. If we go down to the game of Levon Aronian, this game...
You're calling this action...
exploded.
It's more like just a beatdown. This is starting to look like a rook stuck here on the square g8, dealing with this monster bishop. This knight did gobble up an exchange, but in this position, it doesn't matter at all because white's bishop seems to just completely be the only thing that matters in this position.
And sometimes it's hard to evaluate a position from the beginning of the variation. If we see this clearly, it's obvious that white's better. He has a great position. But if we go back to this position, Levon has just taken on c5, and it seems the position is very complicated, especially because the knight can hop to c2, attack both of white's rooks. It looks like
Levon is
going to be...
in fact. Most people would have backed down seeing their rooks get forked like this, but he calculated this position.
Oh, beautifully. It's not so much the calculation that's difficult, but it's the evaluation of the position at the end that sometimes is so complicated. And you have to be very precise in this position as white, because after all, you will be down material. After knight takes a1, rook takes d7, bishop takes c5. Here's the key point. Bishop e5 attacking this pawn on g7. It can only be defended by the rook on f8 by g8. This is pretty much the only move. Rook takes c7 is a nice intermediate here. The bishop retreats, and here the key move, rook f7, attacking such a key pawn. Notice that this pawn on f5 and this pawn on e4 are currently locking out the bishop on g2, which more or less compensates the fact that the knight on a1 is completely out of play. Now, black would love to simply play the move rook f8, defend the pawn on f5, and try to trade rooks, but unfortunately, tactically, it does not work.
I'm sure the entire audience is jumping at this next move, bishop takes on g7, just overloading that rook on the g8 square. And Fressinet, he's the lowest rated player in the competition. You know for sure, every single round, people are headed shooting at him. Have you ever been in a tournament where you're the lowest rated player in the tournament and they're all hunting for you? I know I have been in that situation before. It's not pleasant when they're thinking, I'm not giving you any easy draw. If I have the white pieces, I have to kill you.
Hey, I've been in the U.S. Championship. It's a bad feeling when you have Hikaru Nakamura and Ngata Kamsky in back-to-back games. It is very tough, but Fressinet is coming here to fight. The problem is he has to be super sharp. Aronian is the kind of guy that you give him an inch, that's it. And I think this is it. This is all the advantage that Aronian needs after the move rook f7 to take this game home.
Actually, two moves have been played after rook f8. sorry, not this move, but he instead played this move, rook to d8, and now rook takes, and pawns are dropping like flies. He's lost this pawn. He has to play the move e3. The engine gives bad position for the Frenchman. I'm sure the French fans not happy about this one, but the Armenian fans looking at Levon Aronian cruise control right now. He drew an easy draw in round 1. Now it looks as though he's going to get the victory in round 2. Game's not over yet, but we will see just how the round proceeds. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. I was going to say that that combination, as an English player, English opening player myself, the moment I saw c5, I said, uh-oh, Laurent just totally miscalculated. And you see from the games of Vlad Vinik, many beautiful exchange sacrifices for an initiative. And this key move, bishop e5, I could say if you don't see the move bishop e5, then you play and you win the exchange. But once you recognize after bishop e5, that extra exchange that you're up is that rook on g8, which is super passive. After rook takes, rook f7, and suddenly the entire structure, f5 and e4, are crumbling. This is an easy play for white, and Levon Aronian, very experienced English player, knows that he's got this game if he doesn't make a mistake.
Instructive games here on the Grand Chess Tour and the
Exactly.
rapid portion. That's one of the great things about rapid chess, that players play a little bit worse, obviously. So sometimes you can relate and humanize these games a little bit more.
Oh, for sure.
Right?
For
a little
sure.
bit worse. Magnus Carlsen losing on time.
A
Case
lot
in
of it.
point. So let us take a look actually at the standings after round 1, because it turns out that we're actually using a point scoring system where 2 points for a win and 1 for a draw, because half always looks kind of ugly.
Well, I think they're doing that to reflect the blitz. Maybe
Right.
the blitz. So the rapid games count twice as much.
Yeah,
so
that must be why. Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. And let's also take a look at the Caruana Nishigiri game, because massive trades have occurred there, and we're just in a double working game.
Yeah. Okay.
And
so
it looks like Fabi. Does Fabi have the
initiative. So
Yeah.
after, so it's funny.
Guys, Magnus is on his way to making a comeback right away.
Ooh.
After AB5, instead of taking back and allowing white to trade off that useless rook on A1, Magnus finding the very precise rook FE8, and white has just huge problems with those, with his coordination. It's kind of similar to Topolov's loss to Caruana. So far, under development, a big issue for white. And I mean, if you move the bishop away from c1, c takes b2 is with tempo, and that's a very dangerous pawn. Well, it's going to queen at some point. So Vachier Lagrave trying to survive with rook e3, but here you can just continue the pressure. Bishop c5, and the back rank is...
C takes b2 was played instead.
C takes b2?
C takes b2, and then after bishop b2, c3.
I think this wins as well. It's a similar position in the sense like there are many winning moves. White's problems really come with a lack of coordination and development.
That's right. I mean, those the bishop actually ended up coming back to c1, so still no protection for white on the
One
on the
thing
back
about
rank.
this game that surprised me is we all felt Magnus had a nice position. So in this position, I think Vachier Lagrave will be kicking himself for not playing the practical 8 takes b5, at least trading off a pair of rooks. I mean, there's that common principle when you lack space, trade off some pieces if you're behind in development. So ab5 and trading off a pair of rooks would have prevented a lot of these tactical shots, and he could have still played how he played in the game with c3. So a really uncharacteristically bad game by MVL in front of his home crowd. I mean, I don't see Magnus throwing this one away. He's got plenty of time right now.
That's right. He's got 15 minutes on the clock, and let's see how he ends up finishing it off. So bishop to b3 was just played, and now it looks like he has so many tempting choices here. He can just play a slow-mo b4, rook a1, though. He played rook a1, and it just resulted in resignation.
Yeah.
So
Ooh.
rook a1, it looks like actually rook e1 was played, and then as soon as he played it, oh no, I'm sorry, bishop. It looked like bishop f4, bishop f4, then rook e1, and it looks like Magnus was about to play rook a1, and then the resignation occurred.
In fact,
Yeah.
he got it on the board. Rook a1 resigns.
Mhm.
So a very, very one-sided game as Magnus just blows away MVL, and a very poor game by Maxine.
That's right. I mean, right here in that final position, I mean,
It looks
you
like
just got to resign.
It looks like
an amateur
everything.
game, huh?
Yeah, everything just went wrong. As Eric was saying, okay, let me be clear. I do prefer Black's position, but at least after AB5, rook takes, a move like C4. Yeah, sure. Black is better, no question. But you're just not going to get destroyed in the way he did.
Well, you smelled something off when he took with the pawn instead of the bishop. You really prefer taking with the bishop.
Okay,
And
let's go to Magnus.
Magnus with Maurice to talk about the ups and downs so far. Big
Wow.
down, big up.
Indeed, the ups and downs, the vicissitudes of fortune when you play in this kind of rapid event. Magnus, first of all, congratulations on this game. It was absolutely surprisingly easy to win with the black pieces today.
Yeah, he didn't play very well. So.
What happened? Did you surprise him in the opening? It just looked like a
I
regular
surprised
position.
him a little bit, but still, it should never go anywhere near that wrong for white. But well, I got my pieces going, and once I get C4 and so on, it's tough for him.
Indeed, you play that great move C4. You got a fantastic position. The last game, though, you also had a great position, winning 2 queens. I'm sure that hasn't happened to you in a long time. I have 2 queens on the board. What happened in that last moment, losing on time?
No, it's just complete lack of clock awareness. So I knew that right before that I had 1 minute, and usually if I feel that time is running very low, I will check quickly and see, okay, maybe I have a few seconds, so I make a move. But now I was really shocked when it turned out that I didn't have any time left.
So your time
I was just deciding, yeah, and I was just deciding between 2 winning moves, and I mean I could have played one of them instantly, and the game would have been over very soon.
What 2 moves were you thinking about?
No, Queen H2 or Queen B7, which are both completely winning. So normally I'd just go Queen B7 and would shake hands pretty quickly, but I thought, well, let's see if Queen H2 is all right, and I couldn't find anything wrong with it, but I just wanted to calculate it a bit longer, and boom.
Incredible.
Yeah.
You had the same thing happen to you last year in the first round of Norway chess.
No,
Were you reflecting on that at all, the losing on time?
Well, then I thought I had more time coming. I mean, last time, obviously it was my fault, but it was an unusual time control and so on. This time it's just entirely a lack of clock awareness. So, I mean, last time it was something extraordinary. This time it was just stupidity.
Well, at least you've come back now. This one game should let some of the bitterness out of your mouth. Are you feeling about going forward in round 3?
No, it's okay. This was obviously the best I could have hoped for now. So, yeah.
All right. Well, congratulations on your victory, and best of luck in the rest of the games.
Thank you.
Back to you in St. Louis.
What they say, champions bounce back, don't they? That was a really, really emphatic victory in round 2 for the world champion.
Yes, and another player who looks like he's on the way to a win, I see his position up right now, is our Sinkfield Cup reigning champ, Levon Aronian.
This was the one where he sacrificed an exchange. We left it around these parts. Rook takes f5. I think this was a very good decision by Fresnay to force the trade of rooks, but the problem is this knight on a1 it's on a terrible circuit. King f1, rook c8, king e2. Levon is in cruise control here. So knight takes e3, best practical chance for sure by the Frenchman. And after captures, just a second, takes, check, king f3, rook takes b2. At least in this case, black is getting some activity and pawn's first piece. I don't think it's going to be enough at all, because in fact this is a passed pawn in the position as well. So Levon Aronian on his way to victory.
And if you catch up with the position, it looks like it's gotten even worse. I think those 2 bishops are going to really start to reign supreme.
let's see, we'll just go back
so yeah,
to
we've got
this position.
after rook c2 check instead. Yeah, after knight e3, take c3, rook c2 instead.
Much
knight
better,
d2.
much better. So just to get out of the way of the e pawn.
And now
Look
he's
at that.
aiming for knight c4 and all of White's pieces. Not only is he up in material, it's also just like all the three pieces are working marvelously together.
Absolutely, those two bishops, very, very impressive.
With
So
the knight coming into the fray too, it'll be busto.
Yes. So Levon in cruise control. Eric, what are you looking at? What games are intriguing you?
Well, I feel inclined to have a take back. I don't know if you guys will let me.
Yeah.
Sure.
No.
I like a take back in the Caruana
mercy.
Giri game.
Yes.
He did not Giri, Anish Giri, not playing the move I expected. So in the original position, rook c7. Oh, this move right here. Rook e8 instead of rook d8, and that allows White to play rook c1 and double first and get the check in. I suggested rook fd8, and I still see it as the best line. But after rook c1, if you double, well, you run into checkmate. Just simply rook c8 is checkmate, whereas White doesn't have the same problem. So pretty much Fabiano got to double his rooks first, and we end up in a position here where, first of all, this is very dangerous for Black, because if you keep checking, okay, Black is playing to draw. If you keep checking, I'm going to tuck my king into h6 or move around. So just an example, if you're trying to keep the king cut out, you want to keep the rook on d2 and keep checking the king. Well, it doesn't quite work, because not only is this pawn hanging, but I could also just sidestep king h6 and you run out of checks. So a lot of danger in this position because, well, we all know how close White is to checkmate. So it depends. If Giri can find only moves, maybe he can salvage a draw, but this position is looking pretty bad because I do not see a perpetual, and White also has this other plan of playing b5 in case there is no checkmate, playing b5, and then after a takes b5, pushing the pawn all the way to a7. It looks very promising for Fabiano right now, and yeah, just a bit of a surprising turn of events to me, because I thought this was headed for a draw, but one mistake and White is in control here.
We've got White on top in a lot of games here, except for, of course, the already concluded game where Magnus won with Black. Levon crushing. Hikaru Nakamura just up a pawn from the beginning of the position, and Veslin's just going to struggle the whole game.
Exactly.
See if somehow he can make a miracle and make fun of Nakamura's technique. I don't think it's going to happen, but you never know.
Exactly.
It is rapid. And then another player on top with White, as Eric just mentioned, Fabiano. The only game that really seemed balanced this round is Kramnik versus Sal.
And let's
with
see.
a small edge for Kramnik, perhaps.
Right. Let's see how, going into round two, our co-tournament leader, Wesley So, handled the black pieces. And Vladimir.
I know you like Vlad here.
Yes. I like the space. I like Vlad's space. White just has thanks to these pawns on c4 and d4, he's controlling a lot of the center squares, and it's easy for White to just kind of build up his forces. And we see Wesley looking, trying to find some counter chances in the position, didn't want to play e5. And we're up to date, and this is just the position they have on the board. And it's nice because basically White has a superiority in the center, and he can play. Vladimir can lash out with ideas like h4, h5, trying to soften things up on the king side, perhaps even just march the pawn all the way to h6. Also, if you notice this knight on a5, keeping this eye on the square b7, there's always ideas of White moving his rooks over to the b file and a sudden c5,
right,
and you're under assault on the queen side as well.
And d5 could even happen someday.
And d4, d5, a break in the center, very Kramnik specialty is breakthroughs in the center.
So you might look at this
a nice position.
So is solid. You might look at it and think so is solid, but so many more plans and ideas for Kramnik, and also so less than half as much time.
Ooh,
so,
and that's a big factor in the 12 minutes to 5 minutes. That's a very big factor in rapid chess.
Yeah, if I was Kramnik in this position, d5 is tempting. There's quite a few tempting moves, but White has a lot more space. So moves like h4, as Yasser mentioned, just keeping the advantage, keeping Black cramped, avoiding trades. That's going to be pretty unpleasant for Wesley to deal with as his clock runs down. So if I'm Kramnik, I am not going to look to trade or initiate concrete variations. Just keeping the tension here, slowly making moves king g2, h4, maybe a4 at some point, and putting the pressure on Wesley to continue maneuvering with very little space.
Well, you guys are wrong, man. You guys play more like Kramnik than Kramnik. Because he just played d5, the most concrete move in the position.
Wow, okay. And by the way, d5, it's typical of his style too, in the sense that he's really well-known, notorious, I want to say, even for the central breakthroughs.
Yeah.
But I'm less than, if I was Wesley, I would be kind of welcoming this decision, because it is so concrete, and now I can go queen d8, and at least in this line of play, I'm putting some pressure on this pawn on d5, and with my queen, I've got a mask, an X-ray type of attack against this knight on a5.
Maybe I can remaneuver my knight to c5 now.
Well, don't
first
you,
we have to, first
rook d1 looks like a nice move.
Yeah, so rook d1, just refortifying the pawn on d5 looks like the way to go. And, well, again, if I was in black shoes, I'd kind of be happy that at least I've got him in. Well, you're a Grunfeld player. You know what it's like to have a good bishop on g7, protecting
I agree with
your
that.
game.
So
Yeah.
I'd like to propose rook b1 instead of rook d1, and I want to take on b6 and play knight c4.
I
so
see.
rook b1 with the threat of taking on b6, knight c4, and getting a really nice bind on the light squares. So rook b1. I'm liking what Kramnik's doing here, because now you don't have time to play knight c8. I played Grunfeld as well. I don't see that knight being able to move.
We don't have time for knight d5 here. Like, if knight d5, I know you're trying to play knight b7.
Even rook b7, and then looks, if knight b7, so rook b7, knight b7, the queen and the knight are being hit. Otherwise...
So we don't have time for queen a5 here, because d7 is hanging.
Well, queen a5,
there's
how does this go?
check.
Rook here.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Knight f6. But it feels off. It feels off. Rook e7, and the complications seem to favor white. And it's going to be hard for Wesley to decide.
This is kind of complicated indeed.
It's kind of complicated, and he's going to have to decide what positions he wants to calculate and which ones he doesn't.
But there's also queen e1 here. But I guess there's a queen e1 check.
Ooh.
But are you actually dodging all the checks here?
No, I don't think I am. I think you're getting more than enough.
This is a heck of a lot to analyze. Yeah, because I've got knight f6 when you put your king on g4. But it's a heck of a lot to analyze in a rapid game, man. I mean, because not only you have to look at knight d5, rook b7, knight d5, knight b7. So.
And that's where the clock, again, very effective use of the clock by.
It looks like he did play your move though.
Well, we could just double.
You did play the rook b1.
Rook b1 is very precise. Yeah, in this position.
I don't think there was a trade actually of c-pawns. I think after d5. I think Wesley just kept it closed with c6, c5.
c5, and then rook b1 was played. Yes.
So, but I would have traded those pawns. That was not Wesley's decision. And after the move, just a second, after d5, c5, rook b1, knight a4. This was Wesley's idea, hoping to get in some counter, a fork, with knight c3. Bishop d2, defending against that threat. Knight back to, now it's very nice for Vladimir. Okay, so Wesley definitely missed this very simple idea of bishop d2, and it's all white here. This is just really terrific for Vladimir Kramnik.
Right, so let's
Wesley in trouble.
What kind of plan? I mean, what if we just play something like rook a3 with the idea of knight b3? That could be hard to.
I'm actually thinking that you might be able to just go, just focus on that pawn on c5, something like rook b5, perhaps bishop rook b5 back, rook b5 queen e3 back, or rook b5 queen bishop e3. Just hit that pawn. There might be something else.
Or do you play queen f3 and try to play for e4?
Yes, and the other one is like just get out of the way and go with the e-pawn. So Vladimir Kramnik looking good. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just wondering,
please.
does Black try to play for e6 at some point? I was just looking at a line. The engines were shouting for it. As a Grunfeld player, you do want to play e6 sometimes, but it gets very, very sharp after, for example, just to show this one. b6 here, knight c6. Not something I want to allow as black, but concretely, black is getting a lot of counterplay. Let's say f5, driving the queen out. Queen to f3, yes, knight e7 check is coming, but knight b2, and because the queen is no longer protecting c4, you are winning a pawn. So that would have required a bit of calculation, but black had his chance actually in this one position with e6 before, while white's queen is on e4, because now knight b2 is a threat. So that was one opportunity potentially missed there. Now I think Kramnik is in full control.
And it looks like Giri might be coming back from the dead in this game.
Whoa, what happened here? Okay, he did escape the perpetual checks. We left it about this point, and Eric was mentioning that white wants to worm his king to e4 to f5 to g6 and hide away on h6 square. Anish did not allow him to do that, and he checked with the other rook, allowing white's king to cross the d-file, drop back with his rook to stave off a back rank checkmate. a5, just getting ready for a break, and this is the current position that they have. Okay, so what is going on here?
We have an only move, I think, rook e5.
Or should black be trying to trade a pair of rooks? Like,
I think so.
But what about rook c2 check? That forces a trade of rooks, right? King b6. But then the question is...
But then I'm going to take with my king, right? Or is that...
Or
take...
Well, I'm going to be able to... Black will be able to sacrifice his rook. But the fact that this rook keeps black's king at bay, maybe this is simply winning. So what was the best move? I'm sorry, Eric.
So Eric was suggesting instead after king c5, rook to e5 check.
Rook to e5 check. Okay, so then I have to...
Rook e5, king b6.
Yeah, after king b6.
Rook b5 check.
Rook b5 check.
King a6.
Yes.
Rook b7, forced, otherwise there's mate.
Yeah.
And now, I'm not sure, rook b2 check, you want to keep the king, I guess, on the side and start marching your h-pawn, trying to delay as much as possible. So probably rook b2, let's say, what, king a7, would you say is reasonable here, or?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, if I go king a7, you're right. I think that the counterplay is really fast with
because
this
the rook
h-pawn.
eventually will have to move away from c7 because
to stop
it, and then black can bring the king out, and worst case situation, sacrifice the b2 rook for that a-pawn if it ever gets there. But in the meantime, black will use the king to usher that f-pawn, and with white's king stuck on a7 or a8, most likely that should be a draw. So here it's a matter of calculation, but it looks quite fast. I don't see how to stop that. I'm going to play h3, h2. You're going to have to bring the rook back, and then I'm going to bring my king in, and the king cut off on a7. There just aren't too many moves for white in this position.
I agree, Eric.
So maybe you don't put the king on a7, maybe you put it on c6 or something, but I'll still keep checking. The pawn I don't think is far enough for white to roam with the king.
So this is the current position. Rook takes b7 has just been played. We've been expecting king takes b7, and I like very much your move rook b2. If I go the other way, this looks just like it's
and they've gone
for
for it, looks like, Yasser.
Yeah.
He's gone for it. Anish playing accurately here after allowing it to get a bit out of hand. Rook b7 was played going into that single rook endgame. It's rook takes b7 was the last move. And now Fabiano's debating between king b7, allowing my suggestion, rook b2 check, or rook takes b7. But rook takes b7, I'm just going to keep pushing that h-pawn. You still need about 4 or 5 moves, and you don't have that.
And he has played king takes b7 and rook b2 check. I think that's very important tempo move. And
forcing the king to decide, because the optimal square for the white king is on b7. So.
And Anish very quickly did play the move rook b2 check. And this game looks like it is heading to a draw now. Let me go back for a moment to the game of Wesley So.
Kramnik's gone up a pawn, and I think he's taken your idea to play rook b5.
Exactly.
Hammering on the c5 square.
and E5, pardon me, E7, E6. Wesley, recognizing that he's got to generate counterplay, has gone for E6, D6, Queen B8, takes, and that's a pawn. That's
right.
a nice pawn.
Count up the bodies at the end of the day, and
because
now
the C pawn is going to be quite a quite a home wrecker, I want to say. Let's see, how should we do this?
That's a new chess phrase.
Yeah.
I never heard of that.
Like something of this nature, Rook C7.
I don't think it counts if the queen is already gone. Just saying.
Yeah.
She's not on the board anymore.
Well, yeah.
White deserves to have another love. And with that, let's go to Paris. What do you got for us, Alejandro and Maurice?
Really like, and I want to talk about this position with you, Alejandro. It's positions with weird material distributions. Now, this one is not so weird, but it's kind of a funny position because all of White's pawns are gone from the queen side. White has the bishop and knight for the rook. Black has a pass a pawn, and a position like this, I'm sure a lot of amateurs would look at it and say, I don't know. I mean, am I really winning? The rook's on the 7th. This pawn is passed. How can this be that much better for White? And yet it is, demonstrably so.
It just comes down to coordination. I mean, the fact that both of White's bishops are still alive allows White to control too many squares. The rook is eventually suffocated. It's not able to really breathe and have the room that it really wants in order to maneuver, to pressure, to attack pawns, to advance the pawn. It's just not possible for the rook to do anything against the pair of bishops. I think if pair of bishops is traded right now, you trade this one for this one, there would be a little more hope, but as it is, it's even more hopeless with a pair of bishops. So right now, this is just a matter of technique for Levon Aronian, who has already won his game.
And he was just won his game. So we see as we jump down just a bit further, as the game proceeded, you talked about those bishops dominating, getting in the center of the board. We go even further down to this position. This pawn tried to get further down, but it did not work. After it got snapped off the board, and he tried to resist, but then the king became the last piece that showed his mettle. This king stuck in the corner, not able to fight back, and after these moves, the king got to g5, and here, rook takes g3, but this king is coming in, and it's just a dominating position, also with this passed pawn. Really interesting, these kinds of endings. Amateurs tend to think, I don't know, but GMs know the more pieces, the merrier, and Aronian off to a scintillating start as far as he's concerned. A nice draw with black, and now a dominating win with white against the Frenchman.
Thank you, Maurice and Alejandro. That really was a beauty. Levon, what we would call the total crush there, as he takes down the wild card, one of the wild cards, Fressinet.
And now we have a similar situation with Kramnik and Nakamura both up a pawn with nice positions. I think they're both ahead on time as well. Kramnik with 7 minutes to Wesley So's 1. And Nakamura, actually I was wrong. I just kind of guessed that Nakamura was probably up on time, but no, it's like 4-7.
Well, one of the shocking things for me is the indecisive play of Hikaru. Okay, essentially when we left it, we were at this position and Hikaru's just gold. I mean, he's solid pawn up, and he has positional
Trumps to go with it, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. He's got pawn and positional compensation as well. But from this position, essentially, there was just a lot of maneuvering where Hikaru didn't really seem to be very comfortable with his extra pawn. You can just see that these last few moves by White.
I'm sure he'll take it.
Yeah, but what were all of these maneuvers about?
Try to get more 10 seconds?
I don't know what it was all about, but Veselin matched him, in fact, and Veselin played even more quickly a pawn down. Probably he had already kind of accepted, like, ugh, I'm playing like an idiot, I'm a pawn down, what do I have to lose? At least I should play quickly and maybe I can get as lucky as Wesley So.
Yeah,
and,
not a horrible strategy.
At this moment, with this very last move as well, Queen B4, it's clear that Hikaru has not pressed either his material edge or his positional edge.
And we've got one of the round 2 winners, Levon Aronian. Gorgeous game. He's with Maurice.
Absolutely.
Indeed, a second winner of the round. Levon Aronian has to draw in with the black pieces smoothly. This game, you seemed quite dominant. This is an important moment as far as amateurs are concerned. You saw the knight going to c2, but instead you decided to sacrifice the exchange. Tell us why you did that.
Yeah, I saw that it's not good for black because he's not in time to protect all of his pawns. The f5 pawn is so essential for black's structure.
So you saw the f5 pawn dropping from this position here. Let's go forward just a bit after dc5, knight c2, knight takes on a1. You're down in exchange, but right here was a critical moment where you were able to take, and after bishop b6, this critical move, you saw that you'll be able to take on g7 if you tried to defend the pawn.
Queen a4.
Even earlier you had seen it back at queen a4.
Yeah, so you have to foresee this because this is black's plan, as it's obvious for us.
Indeed, obvious for your level. These kind of rapid chess, is it a lot of calculation, the mixture, calculation, intuition? How much of it is happening in each moment that you're looking very deeply to calculate all these variations? How do you know what time it is to do that and instead go on intuition?
You can afford to calculate in the start, in the opening phase, and also in the middle game, but the end game or later stage of the game, it's all intuition. So, of course, I couldn't feel that this position is winning, because if the f5 pawn stands on the board, I'm clearly worse, because my bishop is trapped. So this had to be precisely calculated.
And you did so 2 rounds now. How are you feeling after draw and a win? You're at 1.5 points. Tied for the lead at the moment.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. Ready to play more games.
Well, we'll let you do that. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Levon Aronian, after a very nice, powerful victory, in fact, standing in a tie for first.
Yeah, wins can do that to you. I feel pretty good. Nice win by Levon Aronian. I'm looking at the Wesley So game, Vladimir Kramnik to play. There had been a little bit back and forth with the bishops. The players played the anticipated line, and after this move, bishop d4, Vladimir tossed out bishop h6, hoping that he'll get a back rank checkmate as soon as he chases away this knight on on b6 with the move c5. Bishop came back to g7, and we're up to date with
bishop f6, so a little bit more bishop dancing.
After bishop f4, what has been played?
Bishop f6. Oh, bishop f4, bishop d4, yeah, knight b3.
Knight b3, I was about to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was nice from Vladimir. He gets that extra little tempo, that little kick with the knight, bringing his knight into play so that he can support this pawn. And after bishop f6?
And now we've got bishop h6, but we've also got Maurice with another co-leader, our U.S. champion, Fabi Caruana.
With U.S. champ Fabiano Caruana. Fabi, after a great win in round 1, you had some chances here in round 2. How did you feel during the game? Did you feel like you let something go?
I thought he was well prepared, and we quickly reached a more or less equal ending. And I thought he played a very inaccurate move when he played rook e8. Instead, if he had played rook d8, he can trade rooks, and it should be a draw. And after that, I thought I had good chances to win, but I mean, his king is stuck on the back rank. There's always mate in the air if he tries to move his rook off the 8th rank. But my king is also very weak, and I didn't find a way. I mean, he managed to liquidate a pair of pawns and a pair of rooks, and after that it was a dead draw.
What is your feeling after such a game? You feel like there was a chance. Does it feel like something empty, something missing after such a game?
I mean, it feels like there was a chance, at least practically speaking. I had good chances to win, but if there wasn't a clear win or anything, then I can't really be too frustrated with the result.
So what's your mindset going into round 3 now?
I don't even know who I play. So, but in any case, it'll be a tough game. We'll see.
Good attitude. Good luck in the next game.
Thanks.
Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana still in a tie for first.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Fabi.
And will Vladimir Kramnik join the party?
Exactly.
How did he make use of these minors and the c-pawn to create havoc?
Well, there's a critical position that happened a few moves ago. Kramnik declined to go into an endgame up a pawn, which a lot of people might be surprised about. After Bishop d4 here. I mean, white has the option of bishop d4, rook d4. And now if you take on a7, yes, I can take on c4. So c5. And white is keeping a pawn. There is no special move here. If you play knight a4, I think after c6, that pawn is very dangerous. So knight d5 is objectively probably best. And after rook a7, Kramnik could have gone for this variation. Yes, the knight is well placed. There is counterplay here. But it remains to be seen if he made the right call in declining to go for this sort of endgame where he has two split pass pawns. This knight and rook are very well placed.
That's right.
But so I understand why he hesitated. But then it really depends in the game if it's going to pay off, because in this position, Wesley So is keeping material equality here, and he might be playing f6 and king f7 soon and potentially solving all the issues. So with no problems.
Last round, Wesley did something similar against Magnus, where he found these great defensive moves.
Yes.
So I guess in that last position, rook a4, very well met by knight c6. So I think it looks quite appealing to white. Are you surprised Kramnik didn't go for that? Maybe he missed something in that variation.
Definitely, I am quite surprised, in fact, that he just, it's an extra pawn. You got to work, but hey, you'll take the extra pawn. Here, Wesley looks like his chances of saving the game are much, much greater. And in fact, I saw a little bit kind of a growl, grimace there from Vladimir as he decided that his best chances was just to go into a straight knight ending. And this is the position that the players have reached at this exact moment. Let me see, there is one tricky variation, right? There's knight d4 here. Okay. So e5 does walk into this loss as the pawn promotes.
Double attack.
But you do have, after knight d4, knight b7 right away. And this is very, very good chances of your draw. I think that Black's king is certainly in time to worm its way over towards this
Right,
pawn.
so now if we try to play c7 and knight b5, you can always
Is that risky for
play
white?
knight c8.
Is that risky? You might lose your pawn and suffer? Or is there always that safety net? Because it looks a bit risky to me. You play knight c8, you hold, and at some point king to d7 and a6.
Yes.
And then black would be up a pawn. So it's a critical moment, because if Kramnik senses some danger, I could very well see him not push that pawn and play something like f4, king f2, and just go for that safer position.
I'm just laughing because I'm imagining Wesley get 2-0 in these two games.
No, that would be, I mean, yes, that would be
auspicious start.
Mocking. And he did play the move knight d4, by the way, and knight b7 was played. And for the reasons that you and Eric were pointing out, that the c-pawn could become a liability, knight b5, and now, as we know, in knight endings, it's the a and h pawns that are really trouble for the knights.
But this one's so far back, not as troublesome as it could be.
Yes, it just depends.
Black has a good version here.
I'm not sure. So, for example, knight b5. Okay, and knight b5, and I still like white's position. It's not going to be so easy for Wesley. What do you think?
Well,
Eric?
I think this position is probably going to be a draw. I mean, black has as good a version as you get in this, because the a pawn can't push. The knight on c5 is centralized. It controls the pawn from going to a4 in the meantime, but it also, controls key squares like e4 and d3. So, I mean, the knight is well placed enough that I think black is going to centralize the king, and it's going to be very hard for white to get the king over with the knight on c5 and the king coming in. So I don't.
Active pieces is basically.
I think black is too active and too centralized for white to make any progress here.
Okay, fair enough. Let's see what other. There was another game going on. It was Hikaru's game, was it not? Yes. And
he's got that pass.
He's still up a pawn, but Veselin holding tough here. So when we left it, it was this move: queen b4, e4, queen drop back to e7, d5. Now I remember a lot of games with this pass pawn on d5. Not always so easy to win. It looks very, very promising. After all, it is an extra pawn. But there's some, well, after this, no, this should be just over. No, now it should be just very, very good for Hikaru.
What happened?
Whoa, why did Hikaru play queen f3? That move I find perplexing. Why did he play queen f3? I mean, d6 looks like an automatic, doesn't it?
Indeed. So queen f3.
Okay, I'm missing something. Eric, what am I missing?
In this
after
position?
D6? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
D6?
Queen e6.
Queen e6, rook c6.
Well, rook c6 runs into queen d5 check, and rook takes d6, I believe.
Oh, and that was your same plan on rook e7?
The same idea. Yeah, it's the rook. It's the same rook ending, but aren't I doing real good?
So rook. I'll play rook d3.
Rook d3. Yeah. Okay. This isn't.
I can see why he didn't go for it unless he's confident that's winning. I'm not, but you might have a strong evaluation.
Okay. Very good. No, it was just. Yeah, I had a lapse thinking. Okay, after rook b5, it's over. He did go into a queen ending, by the way. But with that blockading king on d7.
Well, White has a good version with his pawn on g5 fixing the king side. This should be, I mean, it's a good version for White because Black can't move any of the pawns.
Right. The king side is frozen.
Do you consider playing f4 and queen e5 at some point?
Yes, most certainly. I think also that Hikaru may be setting himself up for a queen c6 check, going into a king and pawn ending, where thanks to the f pawn, he has extra tempi to go f3 and f4 when needed. So let's see what has happened here.
It looks like they're playing extremely quickly over here.
Okay.
Well, I think in Hikaru's game, all the endgames are very favorable. So Black's chances are with finding a clever queen move that gives good perpetual chances, because those endgames look really bad.
Wow, and they have been playing a lot of quick moves. But this is such a difficult position to defend.
Yeah, but I get.
Vladimir Kramnik has made a draw with Wesley
He can't be too happy about that.
Yeah, well,
No.
although now it seems like it really has fizzled, but indeed he'll be disappointed in the overall result of the game.
Exactly. We'll just check in and see what the finishing moves were. We left it around these parts. I thought that White had some chances, but Wesley was very quick to get
very quick with the counterplay.
his king side in motion, and so
just like with trying to play g5 and f4, and also in striking distance of that pawn, which is so far back.
Yeah.
Right. So not giving the usual advantages that the a pawn does.
Exactly. All right. Well,
so one game
again,
remaining.
Yes, and let's go back to this game. This was one of the games that we had kind of put aside because from such an early beginning, Hikaru was essentially a pawn up for free and technically easily winning. A very, very difficult defense for Veselin Topalov, but
I think he knows
done
what
it very
he's doing.
well.
It's up to us to find a winning plan for White. If I'm Black, I'm going to shuffle king d7, king d8, and if you ever try to play queen e4, queen e5 like I suggested for White, I'm going to play queen b4 or queen c5 and try to just sidestep and try to go for perpetual. But we need to Hikaru's been shuffling around, but he's going to have to pretty soon figure out what the breakthrough is going to be, because Black is going to shuffle king d7, king d8, and continue to be up on time.
Very good. Let's go back just to... All right, we'll go to France first with Maurice.
Thanks, guys. We are with Wesley So. He had 2 blocks in a row, 1 victory against the world champion Magnus Carlsen, and another, now a draw against a former world champion Vladimir Kramnik. How are you feeling after this game? It seemed like you were in a little bit of trouble coming out of the opening.
Yeah, probably more than a little bit. I was, I'm very happy with the results of my first 2 games. But it's clear I have to play better than this in order to finish the tournament well. I simply cannot continue playing on like this, having worse positions in both games. And yeah, I'm happy to be able to save the second game.
1.5 out of 2 is a great start. You're tied for first at the moment with black in the first 2 rounds as well. So that's got to be some kind of relief, knowing that you got 2 blacks out of the way already.
Yes, I kind of know that my opponents would put heavy pressure on me when I'm black, and it's clear they are trying to push very hard. And Vladimir played really well in the second game.
After this kind of result, do you feel like maybe there's a lucky star on your side, or do you feel like maybe things are not, things could be shaky right now if you, like you said, don't pick it up?
Yeah, it's a little shaky. I have to do better at certain parts, especially at the beginning. I have to play better on my openings. It's very important. I mean, in the second game, I just came on a completely worse position. Although, of course, Vladimir played really well. I wouldn't call it luck. It's not necessarily, but I gave them chances to make mistakes, and they did. So, but for the next 2 games, I have to play better than this because my opponent might not make the same mistakes as they did in the first 2 games.
Well, we look forward to seeing those games indeed.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations and best of luck. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Wesley. Well, good luck, Wesley. And Eric, how do you like this queen ending of Hikaru Nakamura's?
Hikaru has managed to trick Veselin and get a winning position, it looks like. In this position right here, which is what the game is at, the problem with black is if you play queen a2 check, I play queen b2, and the queen is trapped. The queens are forced off, and the king is in time to go to d4 and oppose black. But the problem is, where do you move as black in the meantime? If you move your queen, well, you can't go to b4, you can't go to c5. If you go to d6 or e7, I'm going to play queen f6 check and trade the queens off. And even with the double pawns, since I have that passed pawn, it should be very favorable. So, I mean, are you going to play, if you play queen f8, probably just, well, just to show an example here, queen f8, check anyways, and d6 is going to come in no matter what. And that would be certainly...
And queen c6, yeah.
Or queen c6, and, well, b6 is hanging d6. So, Topalov facing a dilemma here, and I don't think he can really get out of that.
He played king e7.
King e7. But again, d6 is coming in, so I guess the question is there perpetual over here? Because if there's not, I'm just going to maybe pick off some pawns and run my king over to the queen side.
Yeah, if you update the board, it looks like white has picked off the b pawn.
He's picked off the b pawn. I think there should be a... Yeah, there should be. Well, this is progress now because there is no perpetual with a king off to the side.
And it's over.
It's over?
He did it.
Okay, let's see what happened.
Nakamura has won his game.
Just as Eric suggested, the queen was basically trapped on a3, and this move queen d6, a3, lashing out was basically mistimed.
Yes.
Eric? Yeah. So Hikaru Nakamura, the Americans are doing well after 2 rounds.
Yeah, 3 Americans and Levon Aronian all tied for first. So.
Landing in
3 Americans
in
and an Armenian.
Yeah.
You're right? I mean, that sounds like a good movie. Wow. Well, we're definitely been treated to some very good games and some, mistakes. But I'm
that's
very
such a charitable.
Yeah. Well, to lose on time in a winning position, I'm still reeling from that.
Yeah, but to be fair, now Magnus Carlsen has rebounded and right there in the hunt with nobody with a perfect score.
Exactly.
Just half a point behind and 3 more games today. That's really going to favor somebody like Magnus, who's in such great physical shape.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, but.
And we are waiting for the Nakamura interview. This being his first win so far, and just. What do you think so far? Who's in form? Who do you think is... At the beginning of the tournament, we had guesses for who's going to win. Who are your guesses now?
Well, I'm not a fair weather friend. I mean, I'll stay with the players I predicted, Hikaru, Magnus, and Vladimir. Okay? But when you're gifted some nice results, and you've had 2 blacks, right? Like Wesley had, well, there's a lucky star, and it's not always about form, but luck does play a role.
I'm a fair weather fan. I'm picking Hikaru, Levon, and Fabi. So I'll stick with all of my picks, but I'm switching out Levon.
Very good.
I'm sticking with my predictions, but I think Caruana and Aronian so far have been playing very well the first 2 rounds.
That's true. Yeah, great games. And if they can keep up that energy level, we're going to see some big scores by them by the end of the day.
Yeah, Fabi looks good. He's been playing good, and he's just a little unlucky that he didn't score with Anish.
Well, he better do well because, as Eric pointed out, not the best blitz player in the field. So if he can rack up tons of points in the rapid, that's going to be very
How does
helpful.
that scoring system work? I believe there's 9 rapid games and 18 blitz games, but the rapid games count for 2 points for a win.
Exactly.
And the blitz games count for 1 point. So the rapid games are worth 2 blitz games. So you do well here, should be set for the blitz.
Exactly, and that's exactly how it works.
And let's see how the results after 2 rounds look on our scoreboard.
Well, this is actually just the results from Game 2. We've got Wesley So and Levon Aronian, Fabi Caruana, and Nakamura all with 3 points. That does mean 1 draw and 1 win. And meanwhile, Anish and Magnus with 2, and Maxime Fressinet suffering, but no one suffering more than Topalov, who started out with the double goose eggs.
There you have it.
And we are going to be back with more from the Grand Chess Tour. We're waiting on that Nakamura interview first, though.
I see.
So keep your questions and comments coming to our hashtag Grand Chess Tour, and let us know who you think is going to win after just the first couple rounds.
Right. And it's Grand Chess Tour, or is it U.S. Chess?
It is Grand Chess Tour. Hashtag Grand Chess Tour.
That,
and you should also follow Grand Chess Tour on Twitter. That is being womaned by Tatev Abrahamian.
I like that. Womaned.
I was going to say manned, and I was like, that doesn't sound right.
Well womaned, huh? Very good. So we can take a break and come back for round 3?
I think we're just standing by for the Nakamura interview.
Okay. Eric, in this round, did you feel that there was where was the moment that Caruana missed? Was it clear?
It's a good question. I don't have access to the game, so if I'm going to test my blindfold, it was right after that position that I had shown where White was trying to march the king down to h6. Some sort of problem with execution there, but I would have to draw the game back.
I see.
But I think we have Nakamura with Maurice in Paris.
Yes, we have the ultimate blitz champion, one of the best players in the world, Hikaru Nakamura, with us after a victory in this game. Were you surprised when you won this pawn so early? It was just like, I could have donated this pawn to you if we were playing a blitz game.
Yeah.
For having Topalov give it to you right away in the opening seemed just like a stunner.
Yeah, I think he just blundered, quite simply. I think he forgot that I had maybe knight e6 after bishop takes g2 or something along these lines. But yeah, it wasn't, the way he played wasn't the best. But that being said, he defended quite well. And I think I started going wrong when I put the pawns on the wrong squares. Like, I think going a4 is it's not a big mistake, but I think it was mistakes that made the task a lot trickier. And then it's, at some point, I almost thought I wasn't going to win, especially once we got to this queen ending. But I just kept playing moves, and eventually I was able to get the right setup so that I could convert.
Always nice to be up a pawn on the up plus pawn side, then the down pawn side. Americans doing quite well so far. Wesley got his lucky game against Magnus, but drew the last game. All 3 of you tied for first, along with Aronian. How does it feel at this point of the tournament?
It's good to have won a game with White. I started with 2 whites, so to not convert would have been disappointing because obviously I'm going to have more blacks than whites left. But it's a good start. I think, hopefully I'll just keep playing better from here on in.
Well, thanks so much, and we hope the same to you, of course. Hikaru Nakamura, after a victory, the Americans are being treated quite well in Paris. Let's see if it will continue in round 3, which will be starting exactly on the half hour. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice.
So stick with us. We're going to be right back in 15 minutes for round 3 of the Paris Rapids, and expect more excitement.
Very good.
Mr. Matheny, what's your favorite part about this sport?
I think the strategy.
How much do you hate to lose?
I don't like it at all.
What about being second guessed?
I don't like that either.
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't have moved that rook. Checkmate. Sorry.
Whether you've played chess for years or never before, come experience all the sport has to offer at the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis.
You could fly to Venice or Paris or even Copenhagen. You could fly all over the world. But why? When you could just come to St. Louis. Your trip begins at exploreStLouis.com.
Hello, and play has just begun in round 3 of the Paris Grand Chess Tour, our rapid edition. So let's take a look at some of our leaders here. We've got Wesley So against MVL. That looks like it's shaping up to be another Grunfeld. We saw Maxime play the Grunfeld earlier in this event, and Wesley choosing a more solid line, not going for the crazy exchange lines.
Yeah, I noticed that this has become quite popular at the elite level. We saw it at the U.S. Championships. We also saw it in Vaikanze. That just a second after the move castles rook c1, there was that game between Loke van Wely and the world champion Magnus Carlsen that went like this. Recall that game from Vaikanze. And
Instead,
also
it looks like Maxime has chosen to play rook c1, bishop e6, and Wesley played a quick c5, which is kind of interesting because that's not a move you see too often. c5 releasing all the tension, but makes a lot more sense when your opponent played bishop e6 with the idea of takes on c4. Also, now c5 looks less awkward.
Right. Yes, and I was just going to say that against bishop e6, Vorozhin Akobian in the U.S. Championship essayed the move b2, b3. That didn't work out so very well for him. I think it was against Jeffrey Zhang. So c5 instead, c5 instead, just like you say, clamping down. And the fact that the bishop on e6 is there isn't the best square for the bishop. It's more natural that black is going to want to get in the move e7, e5 to equalize.
Exactly. That's one of the reasons why you see c5 more often against a move like bishop e6. e5 is blocked, and also the bishop now looks like a big pawn, whereas it was putting pressure on c4 before.
Right. It'll be moving shortly. Shall we take a look at our round 3 pairings?
Yes, let's take a look. So Topalov, Kramnik, well, that's a big battle. And they do shake hands now.
A lot of
That's
history
right.
between these two gladiators.
Anish Giri playing Hikaru Nakamura, who is tied for the lead. Another American tied for the lead. Every American tied for the lead, man.
Right.
Fressinet versus Fabiano Caruana. Magnus Carlsen, a world champion, getting back into form in this tournament against Levon Aronian, who's also been playing great. Well, not also, but he's been playing really great in these first 2 games. First one, not that exciting, but beautiful last game. So this is a really big game to watch. And Wesley against MVL, which we were just looking at.
Exactly. Now, just imagine that Magnus had not lost on time, he'd be at 2-0.
Right, but you're not supposed to think like that. If you're Magnus, you're not thinking like that. You're getting into the zone, just as they always say, taking each game on its own rather than thinking about the past.
Well, this matchup between Anish Giri and Hikaru Nakamura, the players play very quickly. D4, it's funny, I was playing against Gregory Kaidanov in the U.S. Championships. Instead of playing the move bishop b2, I actually started with the move e2, e3. So I wanted to discourage Gregory from playing the move d4. But bishop b2, and Hikaru went d4. And now we have a reverse Benoni, if you will, with white having an extra tempo in a Benoni. Rook e1, knight e8, knight e5. I rather like white's position, I must say. My first impression is I prefer white. Let me just update the board. I would have thought that d2, d3 is such an automatic move that it had already been played. But after the move d3, it's very harmonious. This bishop on g2 is simply excellent. There is a queenside majority, as well as black's center is a kind of a sitting target. Black has to always be watchful that a move like f2, f4 doesn't cause some kinds of tactical accidents. But this seems to be a pause for Anish Giri as he's thinking about a move other than d3. I can imagine he's actually contemplating a move like check and maybe queen f3. Otherwise, the move d2, d3 is such an automatic.
Right, yes, and we do have a couple comments coming in at our hashtag Grand Chess Tour. Also at Grand Chess Tour, the official Twitter account of the Grand Chess Tour. Grandmaster Christian Chirilla, definitely a friend
shout
of the
out.
St. Louis Chess Club.
Absolutely. Hi, Christian.
He
We
says-
miss you.
Yes, we do. Carlsen gets angry after his first round loss, makes Vashier look like a lost kid in the second round. I'm glad I'm up early. Yes, we are glad too, Christian, those of you. Actually, isn't he in Cali? So he's up really early.
Really?
Or he's up late from last night partying.
I guess.
One or the other. Knowing Trilla, I have my bets. We've also got actually a comment from a French chess player, Laura Fernandez, whose entire tweet is in French, but then at the end it says Team Maxime, which I guess is because of the rhyme. So Team Maxime, that is the hashtag for those of you who love Maxime, whether you're French or American. And one other grandmaster actually tweeting in, we love to hear from you guys. Lars Hansen says that world champion Magnus Carlsen is really bouncing back with a crushing win versus MVL. And how is our world champion doing today against Arona?
In round 3, Levon essayed the Berlin. D2, D3 is just completely taking over the ending that after castles, knight takes e4. D3, bishop c5, c3. And Levon, who really likes these positions where he plays d5, has played his kind of game, and I think black is absolutely fine. Shall we go to France and see what they've got, what's going on in Gay Paris?
Let's take the Concorde.
I wish I would have gotten over that jet lag if I'm in the Concorde, taking the Concorde. Unfortunately, we can't take that anymore. At any rate, we are here. Paris has just been such a spectacular city. We talked about the flooding in Paris, and then we showed up, and all the waters just parted, and we got all sunshine.
Well, of course, we're here. I mean, that's how Paris works.
Well, you know, it's really hard work, a lot of heavy lifting here in Paris, so you guys don't want to come, trust me. That is Jen and Yas. At any rate, let's get to some games. So far, what have you seen as terms of people in form? Where do you see this going? You know, it's early yet to guess, but we always like to put people on the spot. Who do you like right now as far as they're playing?
It's funny because after only 2 rounds, it's difficult to say who's best at the tournament, who's playing the best, just based on how many points they have. Because if you see the tournament, Wesley So is leading right now, tied with Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano, and Levon Aronian. But I think out of all the players in this tournament, Laurent Fressinet and Wesley So are currently the ones that are playing the worst, actually. Even though Wesley's leading, as he mentioned, he got crushed by Magnus Carlsen in the first game, and then he was able to, well, actually more or less Magnus Carlsen just lost on time. And in the second game against Kramnik, he felt very shaky. I thought that his opening play was not up to par. I thought that he got into a lot of trouble. Kramnik had a lot of chances. Players that I see on point, Aronian cruising through the event. Excellent first game, just easily drawing against Anish Giri.
Absolutely, that
no
was
problem.
Smooth.
And in the second game, just annihilating Fressinet. And I'm saying that Wesley So and Fressinet are, I think, the worst players in the tournament so far after only 2 rounds, because I don't think Topal's even playing the tournament. I mean, he's just 0 out of 2. Unbelievable. I don't want it to be a repeat of the candidates.
When I interviewed him yesterday, he just said it bluntly. I play badly in Rapid and Blitz. He says, I'm not even here for the money. It's like, he thinks he's bad at Rapid, he thinks he's bad at Blitz, he's not here for the money, he just thinks that he has to support these kinds of events and play in them, and I'm sure all the other players are appreciative, like, thanks for the gift.
I don't know about that. I know Topalov, and I know that he wants to come for a win, and I think that if he's going to try to win a game, it's going to be this one.
Well, let's take a look.
He's
right now
playing.
he's got the white pieces in a crazy position against Vladimir Kramnik, so let's pull that up. And this is the position on the board, and already pretty wild.
It's already pretty wild. You can see that there's a very different configuration in the center than we're used to in the Spanish, and here there's a lot of calculation that needs to be done. Now let's remember that Topalov and Kramnik have a lot of bad history between each other. They do not shake hands before they start a game. It's the only, you can actually claim that your opponent has to shake your hand according to FIDE rules, but they don't enforce it with each other.
Because of Toilet Gate back in their match.
The World Championship match, that's right. So we have this position currently on the board. Vladimir Kramnik will probably take this pawn on d6 with his queen. And then the question always becomes, is this pawn on e4 a weakness, or is it something that's just a thorn in White's side? And it really depends on the next couple of moves what the answer to that will be and who is better right now. I think that Black has enough resources to keep the pawn on e4 alive without sacrificing too much. Black already has some pressure on this diagonal, which might be in the long term a little bit of a problem for Topalov. So I think that Kramnik is getting already the better of the opening play. Now let's see what he can do with it.
Well, absolutely. Kramnik, a very solid player. He doesn't blunder easily. Topalov just not playing well so far. So our expectation probably leans towards Kramnik, but there's still a lot of game to play, and Topalov is no slouch. He can definitely take a bite out of anyone in this field. We'll see how it goes as round 3 continues. Guys?
Although a little update on the drama between Kramnik and Topalov. There's actually a photograph of them from Norway, Chaz, and Silvio Danilov, the manager of Veslin, pointed out that they're not friends yet. Friends, not quite yet, but they're showing respect to the organizers by analyzing together and actually even sharing a smile.
Oh, well, that's progress, because they were really frozen relations. That World Championship match in Alista was very combative, let us say.
Well, there are some things that are hard to come back from, right?
Exactly. Well, let's just take a quick look at that game between Veselin Topalov and Vladimir Kramnik, because it was this very interesting moment where at first sight it looks like nothing really special is going on. And after this move, knight f1, this is where Vladimir was able to lash out with the move d5, captures, e4, and it looks for this exact moment that Veselin is in real trouble. If this knight on f3 were to move, for example, to g5, well, then after recaptures, Black simply has an awesome, maybe overwhelming position already because of the threat of h6.
Right. Another example, you don't have to play the Marshal to get a thrilling attack for Black.
Exactly. So, but by throwing in this move d6, this was a key move for White, because otherwise his strategy would be a bust. d6, queen takes d6. Now I'm expecting knight g5, and as Maurice and Alejandro were saying, the question is this pawn on e4 a strength or a liability? White simply wants to capture this pawn. If you play the move bishop f5, defending the pawn, knight g3, the question you have to ask yourself, are you threatening to play knight takes f5? And the answer may be no. There might be a queen h2 check that drives you out of the bunker. So a sharp position going on in that game for sure. And then I wanted to turn to the game of Magnus Carlsen, just a second, against Levon Aronian. That was the Hikaru game. Here we go. This was it. So I thought with this move, bishop f5, Levon was doing very well. He's developed all of his pieces. White still, rook on a1, bishop on c1, well behind in development for White. I thought that Black would be very pleased. Queen c2, defending the weakness, the weak pawn on d3. Rook d8, knight e4, very important, blocking the threat to the d. Yes, exactly. Captures, bishop g4, bishop e2, a5, a3, and this is the position they've reached. I would be very pleased with Black's position at this moment. I don't see any reason why the world champion has demonstrated an advantage for White. Maybe I'm wrong. I'll have to turn matters over to colleague Eric Hansen. Eric, what's happening in round 3?
In round 3, well, I agree with you about the Carlsen game. But at the same time, Magnus has had some bad results against Levon, and one of the reasons why is because the positions become very imbalanced. Levon plays the Spanish, but he plays it a lot more aggressively than a lot of top players. He plays d5, and that throws Carlsen off. There is a stylistic clash there that sometimes poses big problems. In this position, it's quite symmetrical. I agree that I don't think there's much for White, but that might be okay for Magnus. At least I don't see anything going wrong for him here. But yeah, this is balanced. In some other games, so far this round has been pretty steady. One interesting game to look for in the future will be Wesley So against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So far, all the pieces remain on the board. A couple pawns have been traded off, and black often tries to play e5 at the right opportunity, kind of like a Chebenenko structure. And then things will become quite sharp, I imagine, when the tension comes into position. So right now, still pretty solid, but I do expect things to heat up there as both sides complete development. Besides that, I think, Kramnik, Topalov is still pretty balanced. So far, nothing really standing out to me, but at the same time, nothing fizzling out to a draw either.
All right. Well, thank you, Eric. I'm still looking at this strange Grunfeld that has been played between Wesley and Maxine. We made mention of the fact that once the black's bishop appeared on the e6 square, then the move c4, c5, just grabbing space, is a lot more tempting. As the game progressed, interesting move, bishop g5. I'm not quite sure what motivated Wesley to do that, but as the game progressed, what I found intriguing was that now the bishop went back, it went to e6, it went back to c8, and then just when I thought it was going to pop out to the a6 diagonal, it popped out to g4.
Right now, if we play f3, you better go back to c8.
Yeah, well, I'd probably. So if we go back to f3, c8, or is f5 taboo?
Well, I think I can take on it. I can just take on a6, right?
Oh, I beg your pardon.
With the bishop, yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't afraid of rook takes a6, rook takes a6, queen
because
a5.
of queen a5, yeah. But if
yes,
I take with the bishop, it seems like there are no tactics there.
Okay, so you have to go back to c8 to defend the pony. All
That's right. And so
well,
now what happens if...
knight e2.
Looks pretty pleasant for white.
Doesn't it? What was bishop g4? Eric, can you explain that one to us?
Is it because I'm better at explaining the VAD moves? No, I'm not sure. I mean, after f3, it looks pretty pleasant for white. One thing you mentioned is why did Wesley play bishop g5? Is I think that contains e5 in the meantime. If you play bishop f4 instead of bishop g5 without that pin, black would have played knight h5 probably and gone for e5. But here, I don't know. I don't know. I can't explain it.
Maybe there's something with knight b4.
Knight b4 here.
Yeah.
There could be. Maxime is a very tactical player, so I don't think he's one to sit back and play bishop c8 and kind of suffer. So knight b4 does look like that type of aggressive move that a Grunfeld player is relying on, playing for tempi. But now, I mean, this is a piece, right? Because even after here, queen check, I think there's knight b1. Oh, no, sorry, that's... I'm hallucinating there.
I think you were thinking queen a3.
I was thinking queen a3,
yeah.
That is...
or you were thinking knight d3, queen a1.
Yeah, that's the last move you'll see from me. Queen a3. I mean, I don't know. This isn't anything. So I pretty much wait and see what Maxime comes up with. But Wesley with a lot of pressure on that a file.
Yeah, indeed. So maybe a miscalculation there by Maxime. We will see after, but f3 wasn't played. Bishop e2 was played instead.
What are we missing after f3? So
let's go down the line again. f3, knight b4, rook takes a8, queen takes a8, takes on g4, queen a3. So both players certainly had this in mind. Now, two moves, king d2 or queen d2. You've got to protect the family, right? So what are we going to do? Queen d2.
Yeah, probably queen d2.
Okay, could it be that he was afraid of something? Queen d1 check, you would have to play knight d1, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, now you're hitting my...
And now we're just going to like start trying to pile, maybe we could take on d3 and play rook a8, just go for some kind of slower burn.
Right, take, rook a8. Boy, but this does look like a piece, doesn't it? This is, the knight is just going to come to c3.
I see one variation that looks a little promising.
Please, Eric, we'll go to your board and we'll see how it works.
Knight b4, rook a8, queen a8. And you just take the piece back with fg4.
Right.
I'm going to play queen a1. Queen a1's the Canadian variety, but knight g4.
Knight takes g4.
Knight g4 and e5 next move. So
okay, so that gives a lot of
makes a bit more.
counterplay.
That looks I can understand why Wesley saw that with a few spent a few seconds looking at that and said, I don't want any part of this. Although white does emerge a piece up.
After bishop f2.
But hey, knight b4 was played anyway because bishop g4, rook a1, knight c2.
Yeah. So this was one variation that might have scared Wesley.
But update from the actual game, bishop b2, knight b4 played anyway because let's take a look at those tactics. Now with bishop g4 we have well, knight b4 was played despite the fact he didn't play b3. Now bishop g4 we have rook takes a1 and there's a knight fork hanging on c2.
Exactly.
So again, I guess we should check the zwishes of or
Rook
in between
takes.
moves they call it. Rook takes a8, queen takes a8. And we could have inserted bishop takes e2? I don't think so.
No, because then I would have taken the queen.
Yeah, now bishop g4, knight takes g4, queen g4 runs into queen a1 check. Is that it?
Finally works, queen a1. Yeah.
then what happens after knight d1?
Knight d1.
It's not the end of the variation.
Knight. Gosh, I wanted to play knight d3 check.
It looks attractive, doesn't it? Because if we play king e2, then you can snap.
Well, f2 isn't
hanging.
hanging.
F2 isn't hanging.
I was hoping to play that too, but yeah.
Yeah, so you're learning from me, hanging queens. It's contagious.
But maybe some kind of knight c1 check there. But Maurice and Alejandro, what do you think of all these lines? This is getting exciting.
Absolutely, the round starts to build step by step by step. You see we're in the middle of the tournament now, the middle of the day anyway, at round 3. Always critical to be doing well right in the middle of it. And this position here, Vasily and Topalov, the games you guys are watching is definitely interesting. But this one, even more fire on board as Topalov and Kramnik used to be blood enemies. Still, as Alejandro mentioned, they did not shake hands. But this position is sharp. I mean, you already see a basic checkmating idea when the queen's on this long diagonal. We all knew that from being kids. Of course, that's not going to happen here. But it looks as though black with this move h5, burying this knight on the h2 square, does have some initiative.
Momentum is a huge thing in chess, not only during the tournament, which we can see Kramnik has been having some good games, Topalov definitely not. But it's also part of the game of chess itself. Here, black is having the initiative. He wants to keep putting the pressure. He plays h5. He tries to restrict white's movements. He tries to create real threats. What does white do? He tries to stop it. He needs the initiative to evaporate. That's why he's trying to trade off the e4 pawn, give himself some breaking room in order for his pieces to breathe. Now, Kramnik is in a critical position. Kramnik has had excellent time management in this tournament. Right now, he's ahead of Topalov by a considerable amount. I think it's 5 or 6 minutes. And he has several choices in this position. We can see that a very logical, easy way of playing chess would be to just take the pawn on f3, and about equality, nothing happens. But instead of that, let's go back to the position before this.
And trades like that usually lose the tension of it.
That's not something you want to play.
Keep the position building.
But if you play bishop f5, this things where things just go crazy because what's white to do here? Try to find a move for white. It's not so easy. Suddenly taking on f3 makes a lot of sense in many positions where the pawn might be threatening to come to f2 and the bishop might trade itself for its counterpart on c2. There's a lot of now newly found discoveries with the pawn on e4. But if you take on e4, easy. Again, bishop takes e4 and very good.
Of course, black's position is great. The rook, the knight, everything is hidden on the e4 square. No way in the world you want to play this position if you're white.
So bishop f5, what he really has to calculate is g4.
Now that's an insane move.
That move is crazy.
Not that Topalov won't look at it, but that's a wild move. Your king already looks like it's under fire, exposing your king. Also, there's captures everywhere, but certainly a critical moment here because, of course, after takes and takes, now this position of this bishop is precarious, and he might be able to push and even win the pawn on e4.
Well, you have to calculate so many things. Here, I could sacrifice a piece. I could take on f3. I could move the bishop back. I can sacrifice a piece on g4. So much to calculate now.
In a rapid game as well. I mean, you could take this into an over-the-board game and try to figure out all the nuances. A rapid game certainly is a different kind of animal, and you have to do it, as Nakamura said, or was it Aronian who said, in the beginning you are calculating, but later in the end game you don't calculate so much. You count on intuition. position like this, you better calculate because you'll just die.
It's a critical position. That's why Kramnik is taking his sweet time thinking about it. We'll see what decision he comes up with
Absolutely.
Very soon.
Love these kinds of positions, especially in rapid is what we like, and we'll see exactly what he does as the players continue in what has been so far a very exciting competition.
Thank you, Maurice. Boy, that is a double-edged position, and I would, if I were in Vladimir's shoes, I would probably very reluctantly favor just capturing on f3 because I felt that those lines with bishop f5 and g4 as well as bishop f5 and bishop g5 as well could easily turn into white's favor as the pawn on e4 really does come under pressure. And he did make a move just while I was suggesting, did he, while I was speaking, he did play bishop f5. Whoa. Ooh, that is a double-edged one. Eric, does the chess engines agree that black can essay this double-edged move?
They do, Yasser.
Yeah.
Let me just get to that position. As they were mentioning, Alejandro and Maurice, g4, and after hg4, black just moves the bishop back. And there's no fancy sacrifices here, but white has made some serious damage to the structure. So for example, after bishop e6, let's say you take the pawn, everything is protected, g4 is protected, e4 is protected, but you make the cool move, queen d7, and it's very, very inconvenient for white to develop here. A sample variation, g5, knight g4, and well, let's say some position like this.
Mm-hmm.
The engines are saying that black has more than enough compensation. I don't think I'd play either side well here. It's hard for me to figure out what's going on. But yes, black can give up the pawn, open up the lines, and as long as keeping the queens on the board, keeping those bishops active, black should be fine. Now, I don't know. What do you think about that? Because you like taking pawns. Are you happy with white's position?
Yeah, I'm a bit of a pawn grubber. Not a bit, a career pawn grabber. And I would be tempted by that move g4 and that whole line that you were saying with the bishop coming back to e6 and taking the pawn on e4. Queen d7. Boy, why isn't this just excellent for white? Okay, a little bit inconvenient.
Some moves like just natural moves, let's say knight g4, bishop g4, queen to d3, move the queen out of the way, rook 88. And I guess there's just no nice ways to use this pawn center. But I would be with you there. I like white's position. There's some tactics I'm clearly missing.
Yeah,
wow.
maybe the knight coming to h4 and f3 is
that
more
makes
dangerous.
sense. Knight h4 looks very, very
right.
good.
Wow, my first thought was give me white, but well, I'll have to temper that. Let's go over to Paris.
And another important game in the competition for the American players, Hikaru Nakamura, who's obviously four-time U.S. champ for one thing, and also simply one of the best rapid players and blitz players in the world. He's doing well so far. He's facing off against Anish Giri. And this position certainly looked like an advantage for white. He's got a 3-2 majority, but can he make anything of it? This move b6 saying, forget your majority. I'm not even scared of you getting a passed pawn. A really interesting variation right here after knight d2 takes. And now white has established a pawn on the c5 square. But Alejandro, it looks as though black has calculated that this pawn is going nowhere fast.
It's a problem because suddenly c-pawn is a huge nuisance. You have it, it's powerful, it's really advanced, but at the same time, how do you defend it? You always have to have somebody defending the pawn. And the other problem for white's position is that he needs two ideas in the position. You can't just push the pawn. It's going to get blockaded very, very soon by a rook on c7 or c6. So what else do you do? And the only other plan that white has is to push an early f4 in order to break up the center, to expose weaknesses on the e5 square and on the d4 pawn in the case that the pawns get traded on f4. But the way that Hikaru reacted to an eventual f4 break, I think was absolutely perfect.
And as you're talking about this, just how can an amateur understand, as this pawn did get blockaded versus this point, how can an amateur even appreciate the fact that you're not supposed to give away pass pawns, and yet Hikaru almost forced his opponent to get a pass pawn. How do you evaluate such kind of thing in a position when you're looking at the board? I know most players under 2200 can say, no way in the world, I just want to give him the pass pawn.
There's something about counterintuitive moves, because the intuition at first is you don't want to go into an endgame where my opponent has a pass pawn, especially one that was protected at the beginning on c5. But the more you analyze, the more you practice chess, the more positions you have. Hikaru, he has an incredible amount of experience. And I'm sure that he's seen this kind of positions. He knows that Giri plays the structures pretty often. He knows in which scenarios this pawn on the C file is a big problem, and in which cases he can be like, you need to tie your pieces down to this pawn. I don't have to worry about it.
That's what's so intriguing, as a matter of fact. The idea that you can have a strength like a pawn, what looks like a strong pawn, but the problem being that you may have to protect that strength, and then you don't have anything else to do. And that is a challenge here, and that turned out to be the case, in fact, in the game. After the move f4, knight dropping back to f7, and now knight to b3, this knight now headed over to the side of the board to defend the pawn, and you look at the knight, and the knight cannot move, and the game has actually ended in a draw. The knight cannot move on the a5 square. Now g5, just forcing the whole action completely.
I thought g5 was a great move. It's very awkward for white to resolve the tension in the center in this precise moment. You don't want to give the knight the good e5 square when your knight is all the way back on a5. I thought Hikaru chose g5 at a perfect moment. I really liked his reaction.
And after these trades here, we notice very quickly the knight is going to end up on the e5 square, and then this pawn's going to go. Everything's going to get traded off. And so yet another draw. Solid for Hikaru. Hikaru's got to be happy, doing all right with the black pieces so far. Giri, not so much, as he's frittered away another white.
Yeah, I think that Giri's an ambitious player. He's always trying to look for the solid edges. At this moment, he wasn't able to find very much. I'm sure that we'll hear from him very soon on how exactly he expected to get a real advantage here against Hikaru, and how he's going to try to solve this problem of not winning with white.
Well, now with the draw, Nakamura currently in clear first place. We'll see how the other games transpire and who might join him. Guys, back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Maurice. Just looking at one of our tournament leaders, Fabiano as black, playing Fressinet. He's got himself in a rook ending where he's going to drop a pawn. I'm not sure he made the right decision here, because he got, this looks like, how do you say, a bad bishop versus a good knight, but after the move bishop d4, it's actually a very good bishop indeed, as that knight on d7 is dominated, and it eyeballs the pawn on b6. After rook c8, rook c6, and it's clear that white has got control of the c-file, and white has an advantage. So Fabiano had to bail out into this ending, and he's going to go a pawn down. But I think he's actually got a pretty simple draw in this position after the move rook b2, rook takes, and h5. This pawn, eventually, even as it goes all the way up the board, the white king is going to have a very, very difficult time getting over to the queen side with this f2 pawn weakness. So I think Fabiano made the right decision going into this ending. Even despite being a pawn down, he should be able to draw.
And we have Maurice Ashley with the first interview of the round with Anish.
We're with Grandmaster Anish Giri after a draw with the white pieces. Anish, it looked like you might have had something small, but it seemed as though he defended incredibly well.
Yeah, I think he made some inaccuracies to end up in this endgame in the first place. The endgame, I have Benoni structure, reverse colors. All these kind of endgames are better for me, for white in this case. So yeah, the thing is that it gets very concrete very soon, and then I had to calculate some long variations, and I missed few things, and even at the end I thought I'm having a clear advantage until he went g5, and then I realized that well, he took, and then yeah, it all just leads to exchanges.
When this move g5, was that one of the moves you missed?
Yeah, I must say I was thinking about f4, e takes f4, and then I have h4, which is a very nice move. And then I have to go back to f7, and I could have done it without the move c6. I could have done it with it as well, and I maybe should have done it actually without. After all, so the games here, the time control is so quick. That's between an advantage and a draw. There were like a minute and a half, but I was better somewhere in this minute that where I screwed up.
How do you make a transition then? Would you train for this time control? Do you sometimes just sort of walk in figuring, well, it's just faster than I normally play? What do you do specifically to get yourself just in the right form to be able to play this kind of chess?
Ideally speaking, you should probably play some training games with this time control. But in the modern day of people, playing all the time, traveling all the time, it's difficult to give yourself such a luxury.
You actually just came from a tournament
exactly.
in Shamkir. Playing a classical time control where you have to play a lot of slow games, not much time to rest in between and train for this event.
Yeah, so I don't think that many other players have specifically trained for the time control. Maybe Magnus did, but playing training game with 25 minutes plus 10 is really much too long and too boring. Because you used to play for high stakes, and then when you play just a training game, it feels a bit ridiculous. But yeah, it's not a problem. I mean, the thing is that sometimes you have a nice position and then, in a split of a second it's gone. Like I had now and Fabiana had with me a round ago.
Indeed. Well, hopefully you can consider those first 3 games your training games and you've rounded yourself into form. And best of luck in the rest of your games. Grandmaster Anish Giri still at 50%, having not lost a game, but having not won either. We'll see how he goes as the tournament continues.
Thank you, Maurice and Anish. And now we've got some excitement happening in Topalov Kramnik.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's move to that game.
Eric, do the honors. This is getting very, very sharp. White's upon ahead.
That's right. So Topalov did not play g4. He played a pretty safe variation, and actually that's probably the right choice, but he didn't follow it up. In this position here, Kramnik had just played knight e4 to knight f6, attacking the queen and the rook as well. So black, so Topalov inserted rook e8 check, rook e8, and now where do you put the queen? And this was where he had to play accurately. Played queen f3, that's what happened in the game. But the problem is the rook invaded with rook e1, and you can't really dislodge that rook. The accurate sequence here would have been to play queen f5, anticipating rook e1, and after rook e1, just being calm, noticing that I can just play knight f3, and the rook can't go to d1 because queen c2 kicks it off. So then, black is preferable here, preferred here, but the pawn structure is symmetrical. So if white holds it, I mean, it should be like, it's a temporary advantage development. As long as white can get this bishop out, get that rook, it's not too bad. But with a rook on e1, you can't really accomplish that. But after knight f3, the rook has to go back, and white can play bishop d2, rook e1, trade off, and the endgame should be fairly balanced. But instead, queen f3 was played, and now after rook e1, which Kramnik played right away, there's no good way to get rid of it because there's this threat, queen takes h2.
Pretty threat. Queen takes h2, not mate, but pretty devastating.
Yes.
And
king f2 was played, Eric?
Probably the best defense, right?
Right, getting out of that pin.
And now knight h4.
And that's the current position. And how are the engines assessing this?
Well, they're saying it's dead lost.
Really?
Without any hope. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Well, we're going to take a close look at that in just a minute because that is a thriller. But let's go to Nakamura with Maurice in Paris.
Just very quickly, as we have Hikaru Nakamura, who has started off the tournament in not a bad state, now still actually a clear first, clear first at the moment. We'll just extol your virtues, at least for a split second. What did you think about the game today? I mean, in this particular round, the round 3.
It would be nice.
There's 3 games.
The only game, but yeah. Well, I think the opening was pretty. Well, it wasn't standard, but I had looked at this before, and I don't think Anish played the most challenging continuation. But that being said, in a rapid game, I mean, it's very tricky because if you use too much time, you think too much, then you can put yourself in a bad situation. Whereas in classical, it's much more important to use a lot of time to try and figure it out and try to pressure opponent or get an advantage. So Anish didn't find the most promising continuation, but it still was a little bit tricky after queens came off. But it wasn't that hard. I mean, I think after I found the move g5, it's everything should just be drawing.
He made this point that's an interesting one. I'd like to know what you think about it. That the difference sometimes between getting a bigger advantage and just petering out to a draw might be 90 seconds, like a minute and a half, because you don't have much time to really delve into the secrets. what's your experience being such a good rapid player? How do you manage that to try to keep your edge when you know a small mistake and suddenly it's gone?
I mean, I don't know if it's time. I think it's actually nerves more than anything. But yeah, obviously it's very tricky. It's like my first round game is a good example. My game against Kramnik, where I mean, I think at the end, if I have an extra minute, I almost certainly go Queen H8, and I probably win the game. And likewise, if he has a little bit more time, he probably finds a better continuation, and then it's very difficult for me. So time is very important at the critical moments. But I think a lot of it is on nerves and intuition. There are points where you have to find the right moves where you just can't think. You kind of just have to move.
And final point, do you train for rapid chess, or do you just say it's going to be quicker and I'm going to show up?
Nothing in particular. I mean, I think the only difference perhaps is that certain openings that you normally wouldn't play in classical chess, you can play them in rapid. You kind of can prepare and play a little bit more off the beaten path and non-theory. So yeah, you do that. But in terms of just general training, not really. I mean, I play blitz, but I wouldn't call that training, at least not for players who are this strong.
Yeah, your legendary 8-hour bullet sessions. Still doing that? I think I saw you this.
Not so much lately.
Not so much. Well, thank you so much, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Hikaru Nakamura currently by himself in the lead. Certainly that won't last too long after this round, but we'll see. We'll take it for now as the American continues to do well in Paris.
Love to see you guys do well. I would like to see how the tactics turn out in this Topalov Kramnik game, because you know everybody loves blood at home. How are we going to get that king? Queen e6 was played, and now I'm thinking that this move hints at playing, or maybe yells at playing, knight to e4 check, with the idea that when you play king takes e1, we can often play. We might have some kind of tactics with knight c5, and then if queen e3, we have knight g2.
Right.
So but there's also queen e2.
But the real problem for Veselin is, what do you play right now? I mean, this exact position.
Well, I would like to try to play b3 and bishop b2, but
b3.
Yeah, just to try to trade off the rook, but I'm sure it's too slow.
Exactly.
I mean,
I'm
looking at knight e4. There's also maybe even bishop h2 and then rook h1.
Right.
Threatening checkmate. Yeah.
Yes, checkmate on e1.
On e1, and also threatening your knights. And now you're compelled to play knight f1.
And then something like knight e4 check, and it's over.
Well, yeah, because now we get the discoveries, like the same discoveries we were just talking about. If you play king e2.
King to the e file, and g2 is hanging. Eric,
so
how's it going here?
I have an update from another game.
Okay.
In the fairly symmetrical game between Carlsen and Aronian, it's still balanced right now, but it's a critical position. Queen b5, a very nice move, has just been played. The queen was on c5, offering a queen trade. Magnus had none of it, played queen b5. And what white wants to do is unravel with knight e3, maybe bishop c4, and black's king is a bit weaker. Right now, if Aronian does not play precisely, Carlsen has an opportunity to push. Queen a1 is most likely is an accurate move here, anticipating that if queen b7, leaving the pawn en prise, queen c3, queen c7, knight d4. And black is winning now. But the point is, if we go back, after queen a1, Carlsen will probably be forced to repeat and play queen c5, and I think Aronian is quite happy with the draw. But if he doesn't play queen a1, knight e3, bishop c4, and white is getting the pieces out. There's not many moves you can play here. Your queen isn't so happy on a7, but queen a1 forces, there's no other piece that can defend the c3 pawn. So a pretty forcing variation there. Otherwise, I mean, you just have to play queen b8. The suggestion of queen b8, queen a8, I don't think a lot of us would be very happy maneuvering our queen on the back rank while white plays knight e3, knight d5, and gains space. So queen a1, we've got to keep our eye out for that, because otherwise Magnus is getting into a position that he likes to play. Small edge, he's got time, he's comfortable, no risk, and we've seen what he did in round 1 against Wesley from that sort of structure. He's very capable here, but queen a1 tactically solves the position, I believe.
Thank you, Eric. And
we
look
got
at
fireworks.
this.
Veselin's game with Kramnik. Let's take a look. Knight g4 has occurred, right?
Yes, knight g4 occurred. And usually when these two players meet, Vladimir is the one grinding, and Veselin is the one who's playing some great attacking chess. The players have switched roles. It's Vladimir on the attack.
That's right.
And he's really
ripping it open with knight
ripping it.
G2.
Knight takes G2.
Right, so coming in with the rookie 2 check, is that the idea there?
And what is, well, there's G4 is hanging
G4
as
is
well.
hanging, yeah.
So what has happened after knight takes G2? Let me just
After
update.
knight takes G2, yeah.
I'll update the
that's
board.
what I have right.
King takes G2, Queen takes G4 check, King F2, and I'm expecting Queen H4 check. Is there another, some nice, no, I don't think I get away with Bishop G3 yet. So Queen H4 check, you probably have to go back to G2. And now, where's the cruncheroo?
The cruncheroo?
Yeah, this looks...
Can we remaneuver our rook to G4?
So you like
rook
this...
E4, like a reverse rover.
Or, yeah, I like rook E4. Anything to get the rook to the G file, right?
Oh, you were thinking rook E6 also?
Yeah, but, well, rook E4 has a lot to be said for it as well. So let's just see rook E4 for a second.
And we do have that position on the board where the king's on G2 and it's Kramnik's move, yeah.
After Queen H4 check. So so what's the opposite of a rover? A runder? A runder?
It's not as common.
It's not up and over, it's back.
Yeah.
A bover. Back and over. A bover. So rook comes back either to E6 or E4. And how is white going to deal with these issues of just checking? Let's just put rook E6 on the board for a second. There's something, sometimes you don't want your rook
right, okay.
Under attack.
So let's make some kind of desperate defense. Well, first of all, what is your direct threat? Like, suppose we just played bishop E3.
Right. Let's just have a quick look and see.
Although that could be really bad because I also block off all of my contact with the G3s, the third rank.
Exactly. Okay, so let's see. So I go check. You got to come up, right?
Yep, king F3.
Okay. Now,
what is the most accurate way to
handle you?
To seal the deal here.
Right.
Because the thing is, a lot of checks I can kind of scurry back to E2.
Well, let's see how you scurry. If you go to E1. Oh boy, just a second. Hold on. Can you go to E1?
I was thinking D1, but
well, D1 I thought I had check.
Yeah, and then
if C1, I could probably just go like rook here, start snapping pieces.
That's true. Rook E2 is a good move. Yeah, so it's like you're down a piece here, but
the rook is not working.
You have pawns, and it just looked like the white king is totally ensnared. But somehow you expect there to be something even stronger here. Like
I do.
Just like a completely like you resign.
But it's kind of a situation where you're paralyzed too. So a move like Queen F3. Well, I don't know, just keeping all of the trumps in the position, and at a certain moment you're going to be threatening to play bishop G3 check.
So Kramnik also trying to figure out what the most accurate way is here, sensing a critical moment, because he is thinking, and he hasn't played either rook E4 or rook E6 yet.
Okay,
so maybe he'll find another idea. Yeah, they're back in the position after king G2, and Kramnik's trying to figure out how to put him away in this position.
Mm-hmm.
Is he going to choose the same kind of rook maneuver, or is he going to find something else? I mean, it doesn't really seem like there's a lot of other ideas, does it?
Well, he could play bishop F4, basically forcing this. It's funny, he had this two minor pieces against rook with Hikaru, but I don't see any reason. I don't see any reason to let white off the hook. Eric, clear the cobwebs here a bit. It sure looks great for Vladimir.
Well, this position is good, but I had another position I want to show because we got a lot of games going on.
Sure.
And in the game between Fresnay and Caruana, I wanted to ask your opinion on this because it looks like Fresnay is on his way to winning here. I mean, doesn't this look like a good endgame? I want to push my pawn to B6, bring my king over to B7, and the thing is, yes, I might lose one pawn as white, but I don't see how black's king gets active. And usually you need your king to also be active to push that whatever passed pawn, let's say the H3 pawn drops. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on here because it looks very promising to me. I'm going to play F3, king D4, king C5 and come in. What do you think of this this endgame here?
Is it black to move or white to move?
White to move.
White
so
to move.
one thing, like for example, just f3.
Right.
Because if you don't play f6, I have all the time in the world.
Exactly. So check.
Okay. King d4.
And
sorry. I'm supposed to.
If I take the pawn?
I'm not going to give up the pawn yet. I want to get to c4, then give up the pawn. So
okay.
rook b4, king d3.
All right, let's go for it. The line you want. Check. King d3. Okay. Yeah. Check. And take.
e6.
Uh-huh. And if I...
But now you don't... Black didn't even win a passed pawn here. So let's say rook f1.
Mm-hmm.
Anywhere. Rook a8 to play b7.
And that's easy.
There's no passed pawn, so it doesn't even...
It's not close.
To me, it's looking like a pretty straightforward win here, and that would be a huge setback for Fabiano to lose to Fresnay here.
When was that?
Instead, they went for a different variation. Whoa, what happened here?
And we do have a result in, apparently. It looks like Kramnik has wrapped up his game against Veselin, and he simply played rook takes c1 and queen g5 in that position we were looking at.
And just picked up the rook.
Easy peasy. And Vladimir Kramnik is with Maurice to talk about this lovely victory.
Sweet.
We are with Big Vlad as he has just annihilated Topalov in their last game. Did you expect this round to be so easy? I mean, this one, you played some fine moves, but to win quickly with the black pieces, 31 moves, is usually a surprise.
You know, such things happen sometimes. Position was very complicated, very sharp, and then when you miss something like Topalov did, I think he just missed queen f3, rook e1, and then after bishop f4 I have rook takes f1 check, and then it seems to me that my attack is just going very easily, and maybe he could have defended better, but it was already quite difficult. That's what I thought, unless I'm missing something. So yeah, it was one serious mistake. Otherwise, the position was very unclear, very unbalanced.
Absolutely double edge. How you feel you're playing in the tournament so far? You got 2 draws in the first game, and now a nice win with black.
Yeah, no, I mean, well, I think 2 out of 3 is a logical result, because of course I was completely winning in the previous game. I should have won it, but okay, this one maybe it was a bit, a bit of a present, to win this game. So all in all, for the moment I'm standing well. I'm playing quite all right. I'm just a bit uncomfortable with my, play at the second half of the game. Somehow I get, maybe I'm a bit rusty still. So, I mean, I spoiled 2 good positions, especially the previous ones. But all in all, so far everything is going well.
Knowing that you were coming into playing Rapid and Blitz, did you do any training games specifically for this time control?
No, the first 3 were my first training games.
It seems that that's a popular answer. Well, good job. We look forward to seeing the last 2 games of the day. Vladimir Kramnik definitely showing why people have picked him to be one of the main threats to win this competition. Guys, back to you.
Thank you so much. One of my horses, Vladimir, showing that he is really a great player, not only just in classical chess, but also in rapids. And of course, in his match with Veselin, he did win the match with a rapid playoff. Eric, what's happening in the game with the world champion?
Exactly as expected. Aronian did not find queen a1. Instead, played queen b8, which, as I said, I might play queen b8 too, but I wouldn't be very happy. And Magnus has played knight e3, bishop c4, king h2, and black is suffering here. I mean, soon to play queen c5, maybe b5, maybe queen d5 and queen f7, but white is taking over. Despite the symmetrical structure, white's pieces are all better. This knight on c6 does not do a lot. It can't go to d4, it can't go to a5. It can go to a7, which doesn't, well, I can't even do that because it's pinned, but yeah, white is building up a very nice lead here, and every move, Magnus is increasing his advantage. So I keep my eye out on this one, but Magnus, this is the type of position that he should be very happy to have against Aronian. The worst is over, and now it's only white who can have fun. Now, in this other game, we have Fresnay Caruana that I was just looking at. Fresnay allowed the h-pawn to be taken, which makes a dramatic difference, because now black can probably get, if I'm gonna, let's make sure this is updated. Black's king gets into the game, and that's what I was saying, that's how you usually draw this. So let's say f6, EF6, king f6. If the king were to go to c6, the king should be able to come in to f4 to g4 and help push that h-pawn and hold the position. So Fressinet, I don't think, is winning against Caruana anymore. Fortunately for Fabiano, because I think he was he was probably lost there. Magnus with great pressure here. And then Vachier-Lagrave is pushing against Wesley, which often happens in when you play these structures as white with d4, c5. At the same time, d4 is a weakness if that space advantage dissipates. And that's what happened in this game. I mean, with some tactical play, black equalized, and then the d4 pawn was the easiest target. So Wesley So is going to have to suffer down a pawn in this queen endgame here. And this looks pretty tough. What do you think, Yasser? It depends if there's going to be, if you can, black needs to defend f7 while pushing that c-pawn. Because there are perpetual opportunities. You have to hold the f7 pawn. You have to coordinate your queen and do both. But the MVL is going to really push this position. He needs to rebound after that last game. So we could definitely see 2 decisive results out of the last 3 games, and all very recent events.
I like that bet. 2 out of 3. It could be 3 out of 3.
Could be. I think it's a stone cold win, that queen ending, that extra pawn. There are always those little perpy hope for checks, but such a safe king, great queen, passed pawn, should be a technical win. And let's send it over to Paris. Maurice.
Well, a potentially horrible result there for Wesley So. His good luck might have finally run out, and it looks as though Fabiano Caruana may be going down as well. But it was a paradoxical moment in the game when he could have possibly played a move that would have given him the draw, a move that both of us looked at and said, wait a second, and the computer gave, but after you see it, you go, oh, that's deep. That's deep. I may not have played it. And it was this point in the game right here, the move f6 is what he did, trying to make it just a simple break, but it turned out to be a bad move. And it's the move f5 of all things that the Indians really liked in this position, giving the opportunity even to get this past e-pawn. But the main line, Alejandro, just really fascinating to see how quickly white gets black, that is, gets counterplay.
Well, the idea of f6 and f5 are similar. Black's trying to bring the king in back into the game. If you see the structure currently, the king is completely hemmed in by the pawn on e5 and the pawn on g4. So you have to get rid of one of them at least. The problem is that it looks so illogical to allow f5 and the simple move pawn takes f5, pawn takes f5. And it seems like, well, I got rid of a g4 pawn that didn't really matter. And on the other hand, I'm giving you another passed pawn. From a human point of view, this doesn't make any sense. The computers say that because now I have g4, f4, g3 in many endgames, suddenly black has real counterplay.
Really fast play.
Very, very fast play.
It doesn't look fast. It looks like a queen might show up on the board, and your pawns will still not make it yet.
Computers don't care about how it looks. The computers calculate it out. They say this is just fine for black. But the problem is that once he plays f6,
tempo down.
A tempo down.
We go back to here, he played f6, that just a full tempo.
And Fressinet plays king c6. The problem here is that you cannot really take on e5, because the whole point of the move f6 was to bring in the king. But again, because the pawn is on e5, suddenly the king, again, cannot come into the game. The pawn on g4 does a good job of keeping him out of f5 and h5. Therefore, in any endgame where I have to sacrifice this rook, I'm just losing. The king is just too far away.
Slow.
It's definitely too slow. The computers insist that after king c6, still the move f5 was going to be played, as not necessarily drawing, but at least good chances to draw. But from a human perspective, if you didn't play f5 the last move, no way you're playing f5 this move.
And you do that when you play over-the-board chess.
Yes.
Over-the-board chess, you stop classical chess, you'll stop and you'll say, okay, wait, that didn't work. Let me think about it again, and you might erase your thoughts. But playing on intuition in 25 minutes, not a lot of time on the clock. You just go with your first thing, and generally to turn your direction around is very, very hard.
Aronian said it. You're using your intuition at the end. I mean, it's very difficult to calculate with the amount of time they have. Very complicated position considering both sides have passed pawns, but I think it's Fabiano that's coming on the wrong side of the calculations this time.
And it looks as though that has indeed happened. If we can just update the board, you see in this position here, in this position, we have gone further along in the game, and he's trying desperately to use his rook. As you can see, his rook as giving away his rook so that he can maybe get a queen. The problem is that here, this is simply not going to happen. At least it looks like it's not going to happen in the wrong way. There is a variation.
There's a beautiful idea here for Fressinet. He still needs to find it. He doesn't have a lot of time. Here, Caruana is using his rook to keep away White's rook from the action. The idea is, of course, that if I take on a3, I can promote my pawn on h1. However, after the very precise move rook c1, suddenly again, I'm threatening to simply put the king on c7 and promote on the next move. I can't allow this as black because the rook is now covering c1, the c file. So if I try to play rook c3, then after rook takes c3.
Now be careful queening here because we know our board will freeze. But just imagine there's a queen here. The king can then move over to c8, and then after a check, the king is able to go up, and then the pawn simply is not possible to stop the queen because his king is blocking his own queen.
Well, I believe that's correct, yeah. And there's actually a very subtle point as well, that if I promote and I put my king on c8 and I attack your rook, I promote.
Then you have the rook.
Oh, rook c7
you also
check.
have rook c7
check. I was thinking promotion, taking on c3, queen c7.
It's a long line, folks, but the point is that this rook, instead of being on this side, when you attack this rook, it's able to be on this side and play this check to get out of danger, and then this pawn will go through. Sorry for the technical glitch that we've experienced. If we push this pawn and try to promote, the board just simply freezes. So we have to leave it there. But the point is that this endgame now, Fressinet in the position still, trying to figure it out. And he has played the move rook to c1. Unfortunately for Caruana fans, the move is indeed on the board, and this is desperate times for Caruana. And it looks as though he's going to lose to the lowest rated player in the competition.
It's a clear win here for Fressinet. He played a very solid game, actually, just outplaying Caruana from start to end. So kudos to him.
Absolutely. The American player going down here, as is Wesley So. Not a good round for the American players. Still, there's a lot of tournament left to play.
Didn't that used to be unlucky for Magnus?
Round 3 was unlucky for him?
Now it's unlucky for the U.S. too.
The U.S. So just to show the variation that Maurice...
Yeah, that was a pretty one.
Yeah, it was. The point was that after rook c1, rook c3, because otherwise the king was moving to c8, and with the rook on c1, White could then promote his pawn. Rook takes c3. Queen, let's hope I don't have the problem that they have in Paris. After queen, king c8, and what they were saying is if you attack the rook goes to c7 with a check, followed by queen, and that wins. And if you check on h8, then after the simple move king c7, there's no more checks.
Check.
And it's queen for White and game over.
And you want to compare that to what would happen if we just did the other way?
With the rook on a1?
Exactly.
Yes. Yeah. So if you had taken here and then made a queen, yes, and if you move your king in this variation, then I have queen to c1 attacking the rook, and there's no rook c7 check.
Right. Same thing if you had played king e8, right?
Same thing.
If you had played king a8 instead.
Or king a8 here, yeah. And
the Wesley So game is over. Same. So if king a8.
Also queen. Well, actually, you have no threat. You're not threatening to queen the pawn anymore because you're in the pin. So
right. So that's actually part of the nuance as well. Because I thought after queen c1, rook a7 that.
Oh, I see what.
That wasn't totally clear. Yeah.
Oh, because you want to make a queen with a check, but I can pin the pawn.
You can again pin the pawn with queen c6. So it's actually that long diagonal that makes it the white one, the a pawn, still is a draw.
Yes.
Right, and that you see that in so many endgames. But let's go over to the Wesley So game because.
Exactly.
He did go down, as you predicted. That extra pawn in the queen endgame was too much, and just the combination of tactics with the pawn pushing forward and the threat to trade queens, overwhelming. Meanwhile, let's go over to Ronyan's game because he only has 14 seconds left. He does seem like he's defending against the worst of it against Magnus last time I checked, but His time, not so great.
Very, very pleasant.
Bad.
Very pleasant position for the world champion.
Yes.
Yeah, almost no moves actually for Levon.
And then what do you think White's going to try to do to increase the advantage? Play
Well,
for F4?
That's one way.
Play for F4, but in the meantime, Aronian's down on time. Again, I would think I would just wait for Black to implode, at least wait a few moves. If White can win the C6 pawn, it's for sure game over. Now, how does that happen? Well, I have to find a good move for Black here.
Yeah, that's the hard part.
And here we have a close-up on Aronian with only just a few seconds left on the clock, and it looks like Magnus heeded your advice. You played King G2, just chilling.
King G2, he's going to play Queen D7, maybe then Knight B7 to D8.
He's actually just continuing to move his king around.
So what happened after King Knight D6?
He's enjoying torturing Levon. Yeah, he's Knight D6.
They're both shuffling their kings around, so you see
let me update my board.
Yeah, just update your board, and you can also see.
Well, Magnus is bringing his king over to the queen side. He's like, okay, Black is cannot make any moves on the king side and has to keep the pieces there. Now he's just going to shuffle the king in G2 all the way to C4 to C5.
Right.
And then White has the option of going into endgames because the king is well placed.
All right, and we have an interview with Maurice.
Well, the French fans were happy for this round at least. After your last round, really a wipeout. How did you get your mind right to play this game?
Well, you have to forget all about last game, which was really embarrassing. But here I played an interesting piece sacrifice. I'm not sure it's sound, but at least it looked dangerous enough so that Wesley didn't take it. Then it was more or less equal. Maybe it was slightly better, but then he got into queen endgame upon done. I just had to be careful, basically, that the pawn endgames I was calculating were either drawn or winning, but I think I did a fine job with it.
Quick point, because we want to get back to that game that is going on right now live. What is it like? You're Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, #1 French player, playing in Paris, your home. What is it like to be playing in front of your own fans?
It's delightful, simply. I mean, I have no other words for it. I mean, of course, it's also maybe a little extra bit of pressure, but I'm still focused on my tournament. I'm hoping to play interesting games, and so far it seems to be the case.
Well, congratulations on a delightful result at the expense of Wesley So. Back to you guys following this game, this very exciting finish to round 3.
I'm going to stop saying delightful now. I love that word choice. Maxime, Team Maxime. Let's go back to the
Fabby
game.
looks like he's losing. He did the best he could, but it does look like he's just about on the verge of resigning.
Looks like it's going to be 3 out of 3 decisive games out of because Magnus is completely winning against Aronian without. Well, I shouldn't say that because. His position is so pleasant that hopefully he doesn't run out of time there. But I mean, I have to here that B pawn. There's no way for Black to stop it, and the knight on E8 is fantastic, and can always go back to D6 and control Black's pawns.
That's a phrase you never want to hear. The knight on E8 is fantastic.
Yeah.
You want that to be about your
own knight.
Black knight.
But no.
Yeah.
No, here it does look
I mean, it's
very, very bad for one of our tournaments.
There are many ways for White to take this point home, so we'll see what Magnus decides. I guess, how much time does he have? Do you guys have a...
I have a minute for Magnus and a little less than 1 minute for Levon.
Yeah, I think my setup as White in this position would be Knight D6, Queen D7, move my king out of the way, maybe to A6 or A5, and push that B pawn. I think with the knight, queen, and pawn, the king should be sheltered from checks. And I don't see how the knight from G8 intercepts those plans. So knight D6, queen D7, and then just try to push that B pawn. I don't think there's a checkmate for White or something, but that B pawn should be enough.
And we've got a move by Magnus in this position, Queen D7.
Queen D7.
Queen D7.
Yeah, Queen D7 makes sense.
Checkmates.
Yeah.
Checkmates.
2 checkmates.
And I think.
Queen
we
takes
see Queen takes G6. I saw Levon play that on the camera.
Is forced. And now I think Magnus is just moving his king to C5. Or, no, hold on. I don't want to allow a check, so maybe king
A5.
A6.
It looks like A5.
A5 was Magnus's choice. Yes, and basically, as Eric said, I mean, it's all about the B pawn.
And then we got a queen g3, and the B pawn has started rolling.
Right.
Queen g3, b5, pretty quickly by Magnus.
And again, Black's basically frozen because he's got to keep g7 under constant watch.
And eventually we can just play that move anyway once we're ready to queen.
And we have a queen c3 check.
Queen c3 check, yes.
And
King a6 quickly, queen, and some more checks coming in here by Levon. Queen a3, king b7. Queen back to g3 because of course the mate threat is back
Very
on tap.
annoying. Yeah, so it's even better to
b6.
Yeah.
b6.
And Magnus has just gained moves, as Eric was pointing out.
Exactly.
These checks have just made the situation even easier. And
yeah, and it looks like Fabiano
very, very
run
nice
out of
game.
checks. So both the games may be finishing around the same time. Fabiano about to run out of checks in his game.
Impressive play by Magnus. A typical grind that Magnus is so well known for. He really didn't have anything in this game. And he just outplayed
Queen b5. Queen b5. That was that one moment where Aronian had to find a very concrete variation. And then from then on, it's torture.
we got a couple more moves there. Queen g6, king a7 have been played.
Sorry, I was just checking in on the game of Fabi, and let's see what happened. After queen g3, b6, queen f5.
G6, king a7, f5, queen back to g3, and now Magnus on move again, and now he's pushing the other pawn. It's a twofer.
It's a twofer. Well,
and queen g7 check just is going to end the game.
Absolutely, because the b pawn is going way, way, way too fast.
Yes.
So.
And 12 seconds left for Levon, and I believe this is the move where he's either going to lose on time. Nope, queen a3 check. That was wrong. King b8.
Or resign.
And here we go. One move wrong. He has resigned. And Magnus Carlsen, oh my God, he could have had 3 points, but he's got 2 points.
Wow.
After that horrible round 1 loss, coming back like the world champ. Like a world champ.
His play has been terrific.
Yeah,
he's really
played
played great chess. Losing on time in a 1 position is the only reason that he's just not dominating the field. Remarkable.
I mean, in the last game was a good example. I think Aronian in a long game would have had time to find queen a1. In his game against Wesley So, Wesley probably could have found better resources. But in Rapid, Magnus having the ability to play these symmetrical positions so well is a big asset, because it's very hard for his opponents to keep up and defend with the same amount of time on the clock. It just takes them a bit longer, they get into pressure, and then the mistakes start coming, and they don't have, they can't burn time as they could in the classical game. So we're seeing the versatility of Magnus, just not playing too theoretical, and really, really, these are positions considered quite equal by theoretical standards. Just going into them and winning is very impressive so far, and it is what he's known for. But still, it's still impressive to see.
How he manages to do it so consistently too, Eric, that's the thing I find so remarkable.
And no risk at all so far. So far, no shaky positions. So if he can keep that up, he's looking like I understand why the players all unanimously said that he was the clear favorite.
Now we've actually got the Fabiano game still going on.
Right.
Yeah.
So after king d6, king f6, rook b8 was all played.
Fighting out here for any chances with these pawns.
Exactly. And rook check, king g6, and I suspect we're about to see king to e5. This is not the important pawn. This guy is the important pawn. Get your king back.
But Fresnay did take that pawn, in fact.
He did?
Yes, he did.
I'm shocked. I would have.
He did, and then after g3, he played rook g8 check, king h5.
And then king f5.
And then king f5, indeed.
That's
and now resignation by Fabiano. So,
very simple as well.
Yes, nice win by the French wild card.
Absolutely, but it's shocking that it's absolutely shocking to me that Fabi lost this position. I thought the position was dead drawn. If you go back to this position, the key mistake that Fabi made was he played the move d4, opening up the e3 square. He should have just
rook b2, and said to White, how do you get your king in? How do you ever get your king in? It's amazing to me
that he played the d4. But we will go to Paris, I believe. I think I just heard.
I think we're not quite yet, but I did want to point out that it was pretty sweet how Magnus Carlsen stuck around and waited for Fressinet to do the job. You could see that they're friends.
Yes.
Not a lot of like close friends at the elite level, but of course Fressinet has seconded Magnus before, so that was pretty sweet, I thought.
Oh yeah, it was very impressive. Very impressive.
Yes, and we are getting set up for a couple interviews as we let this round 3 sink in. All right?
Yeah.
So
well,
we were so excited about the Americans, but not a good day.
So
not a good day, not a good round.
So we have 2 people at +1. Well, okay. Magnus is now a tournament leader with Hikaru. Is
That sounds right. Yeah, I think we are going to get an update on the board pretty soon now. So.
All right.
But yeah, it does look like a lot of the leaders have lost, right? So Levon lost, Wesley lost, and Caruana lost. So all those guys who were on 1.5,
right,
are now still on 1.5, exactly.
Yeah.
And Nakamura and Magnus, yeah,
are both at +1.
So well, right now, Topalov and Wesley So both need to step up their game. Wesley, if he hadn't got that first round win, would be 0 for 3, and or I don't know if he has half a point. And Topalov not showing good chess at all. Those 2, everyone else kind of beating on each other. Nobody in clear, with 3 out of 3. But those 2 guys struggling so far and needing a strong finish.
Oh, right, of course, in Kramnik. You can't forget that game ended so early in the round. It's like, it was beautiful, though. And we're ready in Paris with some interviews.
Well, the French fans are cheering right now as their Parisian homeboy has won his game. We know this is a difficult tournament for you. You're supposed to be in the last position in the tournament, but Laurent, you won a fine game today. Tell us about this end game.
Well, I don't know. I thought it was a draw when I entered this broken game.
Let me bring that up for you, please. This one.
At the beginning, I thought I had this 5 against this even 6 against 5, and I thought it was a draw. But then when he played this d4, I thought he should just stay with his rook on b file and just defend passively, which is not so easy, of course. And I thought it was a draw, but I was not sure. And of course, I'm on the very good side of a draw, so I was very happy, of course, to have this endgame just pawn up and absolutely no X to lose, and maybe it's winning.
MVL won, and he chose the word delightful to win in front of the fans. What's your word for winning in front of all of Paris today?
Well, I don't know. I'm just. After I was very nervous after that game, so it was, but of course, there's 2 more games, and we'll see. I won 1 game, that's fantastic, of course, but there's more games to go, and okay. My game against Levon was really bad, and I was afraid that it could go wrong, and now I beat Fabiano, which is, number 2 or 3 in the world, so this is really great, and look forward to the rest of the tournament.
C'est fantastique. We'll take that word absolutely. Making his fans very happy, as you can hear, beating the U.S. champion Fabiano Caruana. Guys, back to you.
Bravo, Laurent. And he absolutely pegged it. He felt that if Fabi didn't go for that d3, d4, he thought it was going to be a draw. Eric, your views on this incredible round? We had some nice, amazing, decisive results.
Yeah, the games did go a bit further this game, and players started to distance themselves in the technical parts. But I'm pretty happy with my pick so far, Nakamura and Magnus. I had that as 1-2, and both players in contention so far. So I'm happy with how I predicted it, and I'm looking forward to seeing the next few rounds. But so far, nothing out of the ordinary for me. As I said, like Topalov is just right now giving away free points, and it's going to be a really long day for him unless he does something dramatic soon.
And let's see the standings after 3 rounds. We got the standings after 3 rounds. Well, first the results, actually. And we had 4 decisive results, the bloodiest round so far, and the only draw being Nakamura versus Giri. And big wins by our world champion and the Frenchman.
Right. And my 3 picks, Vladimir Kramnik, Hikaru Nakamura, Magnus Carlsen.
Quit bragging. And we are going to take our break, and we're going to be back with more from the Grand Chess Tour, first leg in Paris, in just a few minutes.
All right.
See you soon.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Grand Chess Tour in Paris. We are in the fourth round of the rapid stage, and very tight tournament, with the exception of Veselin Topalov, who is in the
really
basement.
playing badly too.
Yeah, and he predicted it.
Yeah, and I don't like
his own
that.
demise.
Right. If you come in with such a low level of confidence, it's no surprise. But he's also played poorly. It's like he's not offering real resistance in his game so far. So where do we stand after 3 rounds of play?
Well, let's take a look. This is actually just the results of rapid 3.
And you see Vladimir Kramnik with 4 points, with Hikaru also with 4 points, and there you have Veselin Topalov with 0 points, and Magnus Carlsen with 4 points. So we have a 3-way tie for first and a big tie for 4th through 9th. Everybody at 3, with the exception of Veselin Topalov.
Right, it really is crazy tight here. Now, remember that these scores are even tighter than they might appear because there are 2 points at stake in each game.
Mm-hmm.
That's because the blitz games are worth just 1 point. So that's how nobody has an actual perfect 4 out of 4 score.
No.
In this round, we're going to see Kramnik versus MBL, Aronyan versus So, Caruana versus Carlsen, a biggie, and Nakamura versus Fressinet. Finally, we'll see if Topalov can get out of the basement. Well, not get out of the basement, but
Get off the schneid.
exactly. Get on the scoreboard against Anish.
Exactly. And we do have a few technical problems in getting up the games at the moment, so we do apologize that we're not doing analysis at this moment, but as soon as we get our games.
Well, we've got an overhead view shot here of the big game between Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen, and it looks like this game is another kind of anti-Berlin.
Exactly.
Something that Magnus played himself. And we've got actually some updates on the board from our team in Paris.
Yes, we always have your back in St. Louis. Come on, we're in Paris right now. Easy to get the feed. We're much closer than you guys are, thousands of miles away. But of course, we still love you and miss you guys in the studio. Not so much that we don't want to come back to Paris, though. Let's get that straight. At any rate, this position in the tournament we have, Alejandro, it's really interesting to see how the players go back and forth, the surges that go in the games in round after round. First, it's the Americans rising. All of a sudden, the Americans fall back, except for Nakamura. And anything could really happen as Magnus Carlsen has shown his strength as well. I mean, the guy could have been on 3-0 right now. Many would say he should have been on 3-0 right now.
It's a very tense tournament. If you see, round 2 was a disaster for France. I mean, both of their players lose. And then immediately next round, they come back with wins. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with black. I mean, it's such an exciting event because consistently we have this switch of leaders. We have this switch of people who are doing well and doing badly. And I think that's just such a great thing that you don't have like 1 round a day. We have 5 rounds a day. People can come back from a terrible defeat. And we are going to try to see how people try to either cement their position up on the leaderboard or try to really break away. We see that Magnus Carlsen, 2 wins in a row. He's going for that hat trick.
And this is the long day, right? This is 5 rounds today. Tomorrow will only be 4 rounds. So you get that going back and forth. It's a long tournament they have to play. And so they are, this today is something that they have to hope that they do all their points, because you can't lose on the first day.
No.
Because there's just too many points at stake, especially with 2 points for a win. Each game counts basically double.
It's for so much. And we're going to see different approaches to how they're going to try to really get in those points.
So let's take this one right here. We have
Let me
in
just
front of
refresh
us.
the board. And yeah, this is actually a pretty weird idea, because something I love about Kramnik is that he can play anything. He's such an important theoretician. I already mentioned it earlier in the broadcast. I mean, at the edge of every opening line, Vladimir Kramnik has had a say in it. And yet sometimes he plays something completely offbeat. Here he's playing a stone wall formation with colors reversed, something that's not considered to be the most crucial idea again in the D4 systems, but he feels confident that he can outplay Maxime Vachier, a known theoretician, from perhaps something that he might not feel so comfortable in.
And what's funny is Kravnik was in Paris playing against Kasparov in 1995 when Vachier-Lagrave was maybe turning 1. Maybe a 1-year-old at that time. So here they are in this position, very solid position. Kramnik so far looking quite impressive. I mean, he looks like someone who could. What's odd is when I took a poll with the players yesterday, interviewing them, it was who you think is going to top 3, not yourself. And the names came up: Magnus, of course; Hikaru, of course, and many people were giving the outside chance to either Kramnik or Vachier-Lagrave. And as we sit right now, who's leading the tournament? Magnus, Hikaru, and Kramnik, with Vachier-Lagrave right there, right behind them.
I think it just shows the strength of different players. Kramnik is a consistently good player. It's very hard for him to have just a bad tournament. He just doesn't have them. He's always consistently up there in every single event. Maxime is rising so quickly. He just destroyed the top 12 that started about a week ago, finished only a couple of days ago. That is the highest league of chess in France, and his team won thanks to a brilliant performance, catapulting him to 4th best in the world, just behind Vladimir Kramnik, who's number 2, and Fabiano Caruana, who's number 3. I think Maxime has even further room for improvement, but he's shown that not only does he have the potential to be up there, he is trying to win this tournament now.
The calm, cool Frenchman. Well, let's take a look at another position. Pull up something else on the board as we go around. This position looks, this one, Magnus playing against Caruana. Magnus just crushed MVL in a line similar to this one. Looks like Caruana has gone in a different route.
I think Caruana knows very well Magnus's repertoire. We can see that Magnus actually with black refuses to play at Berlin. He's had really bad experiences against Caruana in this systems, and he decides to go for more a classical approach. He used this against MVL, and even though it worked very well against the Frenchman, Caruana, obviously having seen that game, has some ideas already prepared.
Clearly, and so they're still in the opening there in this Ruy Lopez classical position. Let's go down a little bit to check out yet another board as we see here. This one, Hikaru Nakamura against Laurent Fressinet, who won his last game, beating the U.S. champion in that game. So another American he'll have to play against. Let's see if Nakamura can get revenge. And we see the move E4 has already been played in this position, creating the isolated pawn on D4, but looking for more space is white.
It's a very important decision point here for Fressinet. After the break E4, it's very uncomfortable for black to allow the pawn push to E5. If that happens, white just has a lot of space. It's uncomfortable for black to move his pieces around. But at the same time, if I do take on E4, and white recaptures with the knight, suddenly we start to see that the queen feels uncomfortable, the knight on D7 and E7 haven't fully coordinated yet, the rook on E1 is going to put some pressure on this knight. It just feels like the advantage of development, that slight time advantage might be a factor. Also, black would love to put this pawn back on B7 so that C6 feels secure for the rest of the game, but that's not going to happen. Therefore, white could claim a little bit of an edge here already from the opening.
One of the things for Fressinet, being the lowest rated player in the competition, everybody's going to come after him. Yeah, you won your last game, so what? We still think that you're the weakest player, so expect Nakamura to come after him in this game. And let's just jump down now to this game with Wesley So, who lost his last game to Fressinet's countryman. And as we look at this position here, this one is looking like some kind of small edge white wants, but it doesn't look like it's going anywhere for white in this position.
This is ultra solid. This is come from an A6 type of Slav, or some people call it a Chebanenko Slav. And honestly, white has very little in this position. He has some pressure against A5. The bishop on C8 isn't great for now. But white has had to trade the queens. His structure down the B file is not very good. I expect this to be approximately equal as it is right now.
Interesting, all the fireworks from last round. We're seeing some pretty tepid positions, at least at the moment, in most of the games. And finally, let's do the game with Giri playing black against Vasilij Topalov, who incredibly 0 points out of the 3 rounds. I mean, even Giri doesn't want to draw against this guy in this game because he's clearly the tail ender in the event. This one also pretty solid starting out.
Topalov, we've already said, is a very streaky player. We've seen it in so many tournaments where if he loses 1, he might lose 3. If he wins 1, he might win 3. It's something about his psychology, is the momentum that he gets in tournaments, on how he handles his losses, how he handles his wins. He really needs to find the fire to at least end the day with some points. Right now he's playing against Anish Giri, a very solid type of position, but just looking at it right now, even though black has the pair of bishops momentarily, probably the dark square bishops will be traded off. I just like white a little bit more. He has more space. It's easier to find a plan. It's a very solid position for Giri, but I would rather be white.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see whether or not Topalov can make some kind of hay out of this position, given that he has 0 points. Giri, I'm sure, looking for a win so he can potentially join the leaders. So far, very solid openings, nothing super sharp. The players are feeling the tension coming into the 4th round. They know that this is the penultimate round of the day, and they want to keep as much energy as possible and not have any disastrous results going into the round tomorrow. Back to you guys in St. Louis.
Well, we have
Thank you, Maurice and Alejandro.
We've got big development in the Caruana-Carlsen battle as the number of games seem to getting to Fabi as he's missed a little tactic.
And a very,
finesse.
very, very simple one. He got a pawn snipped, and Eric is going to show us what he overlooked.
That's right, loose pieces drop off.
Let's hope Fabiano's not on tilt from the last round. I think this was just a brain slip here. Fabiano, in this position as white, has a few pleasant options, maybe rook e1 or rook to d1, either or. Instead, he plays knight e2, a very common idea in the Spanish. You want to reroute that to g3, free up the c-pawn as well. f5 is a nice square. But there's a specific tactic which we've all fallen for at one point or another. When you develop the bishop, pinning a knight like this, there's this discovered attack, and after bishop e7, knight c5. And let me just...
Yes, that's the problem. That's what he missed. He missed that knight c5.
Knight c5, the board is... They're playing... This board is on auto.
Oh, so these moves have actually been played because...
So Fabiano's playing very quickly after the blunder, which often we do when we are a bit embarrassed by that. After knight c5, the in-between move, the queen will recapture the bishop on the next move because white has to move the queen off of f3.
That's right.
The knight protects the bishop. That's why this whole thing works. I think Fabiano glanced at it, didn't realize that knight c5 was available. So Magnus is going to be up a pawn. He's playing an opponent who must be frustrated with himself for these last 2 games. And now Fabiano's playing very quickly, as we see here, but we're going to have a technical endgame, pretty much, or at least Magnus is up a pawn. Everything else is equal. So it's pretty much him trying to convert here, and Fabiano's going to have to be very mentally strong to hold Magnus, while Magnus has been pretty much the best form out of everyone here. So we'll see what happens, but so far very bad news for Fabiano fans. This would be a pretty devastating loss with white, without a fight, if things continue the way they're going.
And this is the kind of tactic that you can see, those of you watching at home. I mean, this is the kind of thing that even the top players in the world miss. So don't feel so bad next time you miss a tactic like that. But
yeah, blunder a pawn.
I mean, the signs are all there.
Yes.
Right? The bishop on g5 is kind of loose.
Right.
There's an active bishop on b7.
b7, potential x-ray against the queen on f3.
So what that is paranoid. You gotta put an alert in your brain. I need to be extra paranoid in this position and double check things like knight takes e4.
Right.
Because the first thing you might look at is knight takes e4 and knight d2. That doesn't work because the queen takes b7.
Right.
But looking at everything. Now, Yasser, do you think that white can claim a fraction of a compensation here, or do you think it's just a pawn for nothing?
It's just a pawn for nothing, unfortunately. And we've been saying Magnus is in great form, and he's playing the best chess. And if Fabiano can cause him any difficulty, he could take that at least. But this was a real horrific blunder, unfortunately for him. Let's go over to the game of another one of our tournament leaders, Vladimir Kramnik. That was that Stonewall, Dutch, that Maurice had mentioned. After this knight d7, I guess this is the Kali system, isn't it, by the way, where you're playing this bishop d3 stuff, e3 and bishop d3. Anyway, Vladimir followed it up with f4, cementing his knight on e5. And essentially, you can't chase this knight away with the move f6, because this is all very standard attacking idea with queen h5, and you want to play bishop takes h7, and it's a mating pattern. So after f4, f5 was played, g4, trying to open up this bishop on d3 to eyeball that h7 pawn again. Knight f6 takes on F5, take on F5. So the reason that white is very happy in these types of positions, because whenever you capture this knight on E5, it means there's a passed pawn in the position. At the same time, white has opened up this G file for an attack. Knight F3, Knight E4, Queen E2, Rook, King over, and Rook G1. So the players are getting their pieces, developing their pieces, but again, it's nicer for white. This open G file is the most key thing in the position. Knight takes E5, okay, knight takes E5. I suppose that's okay, and Vladimir doing well against MVL in this penultimate round of today's play. Let's continue our march around the horn here, and this was the game between Hikaru Nakamura, also one of our tournament leaders, after the move E4. Oh, pardon me, it was actually after the move E4. Rook E8 was played, Rook C1, and only after Rook C1 did they reach this isolated queen pawn positions. And this is where we stand in this game. I like white's activity, but I think that this is pretty balanced. I would prefer to play white, but it's not that there's a great deal of advantage here in this game for Hikaru. And then let's continue. Now this is between Levon Aronian and Wesley So, both players having setbacks in the previous round. Oh, this was this, I always liked this. I thought this was like really modern chess when they would play moves like rook on A8 to A7, protecting this pawn on B7. But I discovered that our predecessors were pretty clever people, and there's a couple of games where I've seen this rook A7.
I mean, aesthetically it looks absolutely terrible, but I think that's part of the appeal.
Exactly. Really ugly moves can sometimes
kind of
have
like,
an
you know,
appealing.
cupcakes and cookies. It's always the ones that look like kind of the ugliest that tend to be the tastiest, don't you think?
Really?
If it like looks all perfect.
I like,
usually not that good.
I like good-looking food.
There are some other analogies that we can make about similar topics, but let's get back to the game.
Okay, so after the C5, gaining space, Wesley broke up that with the move B6, and they've reached a position that is pretty... I'm going to say balanced. I don't see this as
You don't
being...
see this as an edge at all for white? The
Not
previous
really,
position,
no.
I did like white, Nakamura, but this one...
I'm just thinking after rook c8, you've got this weakness, one weakness, but it's pretty...
weak too, right?
Exactly. There's going to be a weak pawn on b3, and it's pretty easy that black can defend this weakness with the move rook c8 and rook a6. Nothing going on here. And Eric, take us to the Topolov game.
Thanks, Yasser. Some good news for fans of Topolov. He's at 0-3 right now. He's got white against Anish Giri, very solid player, but he has a very good position. Topolov with white here has a no risk, and I would evaluate this as much better. He's got that great knight on e4. Black's got a knight on d4, but the thing is, it's white to move. Oh, sorry, it's black to move, but black has to deal with d6. A natural move here, such as queen c7, and a player like Topolov I would expect to be able to find c3. If knight b3, rook d6, this is a very favorable trade for white. Dynamically, that knight on e4 centralized compared to this knight. Even though there's double isolated pawns, white can just play rook fd1. The knight on e4 holds everything together and play aggressively on the d file, whereas this knight is a bit out of play, can't get back to d4, or c5 has to go back to a5. Coming back a couple moves, there's also rook takes. Now this is the harder part to see in rapid, and I'm not sure he's going to find this. He plays rook d3, now the knight does have to move. As long as you see rook d3, the knight will have to move, and then we get to the same sort of variation here. Let's say knight e6 and rook d6, and again, like this is a very active position, imbalanced, position that favors a player like Topolov and is objectively quite good. But he has to find c3, then I expect he'll have great chances to get on the scoreboard.
Absolutely.
That knight on e4, very, very well placed. So
And meanwhile, what do we got going on with Magnus Carlsen? Let's take another look at that game between Carlsen and Caruana. Because last time we looked, it was just a pawn for nothing.
Exactly. When we left it, nice move by Magnus, rook on f8 to e8, just securing the e file for his major pieces. And also just eyeballing this e4 square. Queen e4 is about to show up in the position. c4 by Fabi. Queen e4, as advertised. Rook d1, and this is the current position. Now, I'm almost thinking that there's no. I was about to say, can't I exploit the fact that this knight is in a pin
with something like knight e6?
Knight e6 and c5, but I'm in time to play a move like queen c3. Nonetheless, knight e6, maybe even something to be said for rook b8 here, yeah, to actually force b4. But okay, knight e6. I suppose I have to somehow protect my queen. Maybe this move. There is a check at the end here, so I can go knight takes d4, rook takes d4, check, and this should be a winning rook ending for black. The extra.
So we'll see some Magnus technique.
Yes.
So it's same evaluation as before, really. Just
and it would be really, really tough for Fabiano to back-to-back games lose a pawn down rook ending. That's harsh.
Another queen trade on tap in the game between Kramnik and MBL.
Okay, I'll bring that one up on my screen.
And that was our colleague.
When we left it, it was just this position, and bishop h4, eyeballing potential checks on either f2 or g3, rook g2, protecting the f2 square. Queen came to e8, bishop d2, finally completing the development. Queen h5, just in time before white could, if white manages rook doubling up on the g file, then that would be a big hit against the g7 pawn. And we saw a queen trade and bishop e1. Of course, this dark square bishop is the bad bishop behind these four pawns all on dark square, so it's in white's favor.
You had to play bishop e1 too, because I think bishop f2 is actually, no, I guess it wasn't a threat because you always have bishop takes e4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
right
strategically, bishop e1 is ideal.
Yeah.
And the bishop did not want to allow itself to be traded, so bishop f6 and Vladimir Kramnik to play.
Very instructive decisions here about trading. I mean, honestly, I think a lot of players wouldn't have thought that the maneuver queen e8, queen h5 would be beneficial for black, because it looked like black might be attacking the king, and that's usually the first thing you look at.
Right. But
am I attacking? Are you attacking? Should I trade queens?
But that half-open G file was what possessed MBL to go for a queen trade. Get those queens off the board, because there was a danger that white could build up a pretty ferocious attack.
Right, turn the tables.
Exactly. And okay, I still prefer white's position. It's nothing too overwhelming.
Well, it's just so super close, right? So you have to figure out how white's going to break the position open a little bit and try to make use of his bishops.
Exactly. And turning now to the game of Hikaru Nakamura against Laurent Fressinet. Again, not too many moves have been played in this isolated queen pawn position. I have a preference for white.
Yeah, me too, because we're used to having the isolated d pawn, but the pawn on c6 looks particularly weak, because if it ever falls, b5 is hanging right there beside it.
Yeah, so a big move played by Fressinet, queen d5. I think that's offering to go into an endgame down a pawn.
Queen d5?
Queen d5, and knight c3.
Just a simple fork. Forksky, right?
Well, I mean, for sure Laurent saw this.
You're thinking that there's like knight f6, knight b5, rook b8?
Well, you trade off a pair of rooks as
right.
white, and then there's back rank issues. So I think you're going to be down a pawn.
Knight over, knight takes, rook B8. Well, why would he have voluntarily gone into this pawn down? Because
But talk about
he's just trying to save the
If
game.
you go back a few moves,
Sure.
right before he played queen d5, I was struggling to find reasonable moves for black here.
Okay, let's just toss out one. Say queen g6.
So queen g6 is the most reasonable. After queen
Right.
g6, let's
Yes.
see.
So I keep the pawn on c6 protected by the queen.
d5 is probably the move that
D5.
I'm worried about.
Ooh, d5.
So the question is, do you want the queens on the board for this position or not? I would also play queen g6, but besides queen g6, the other options were pretty scary. But maybe, you know, this.
Mm-hmm. You're saying that black would have had problems even if he hadn't played queen d5.
I think there's problems right here. I think
exactly.
We're losing I think black is losing a pawn.
Mhm.
So it was an isolated pawn position that was pretty favorable for Hikaru. And yeah, you have to try to go. Well, one thing we're noticing is players are probably going to go for endgames down a pawn rather than suffer. We've seen that a couple times. They're trying to find the best version of that, but
this looks very nice for white as well.
This looks very nice, yeah. So
Yeah.
Fresnay is hoping to have some active play there, but it really looks like a clear pawn. So that's not the only good news for American fans, because
And
or actually-
Hikaru did go for the
Yeah.
queen trade followed by knight c3 by the
And
way.
it was interesting in that variation that you were looking at with rook e1,
Oh, I'm
rook
sorry.
e1, just to point out the back rank
Sure,
tricks
just
that
like
are kind of inherent in the position, and lots of variations actually, is just that.
You mean the queen g6
No, the
variation?
queen d5.
Okay,
The
sorry.
line with queen d5, which we see on the board right now,
Mm.
is that if you do struggle to try to retain the balance with the rook e1, knight f6, as you were
Yes.
looking at before.
Yes.
Now, after knight b5,
Yes.
rook b8, if we just move our knight to c3 or something like that.
Well, we do have e8 protected for
Well,
that.
we can
Well, that's why I'm saying after knight c3, rook b2,
I
we
see.
can play knight d5.
Ah,
So
you wanted to trade off that one pawn for the to try to double up the king side.
yeah, there's this after rook e1, we can go for this up a pawn, or we can play, I think, put the knight back on c3. Does rook e5 make any sense here?
yeah, I mean, it looks like there's a lot of.
There's a lot of ways to win a pawn.
And rook e5
It's probably not, yeah.
certainly does. That's a very, very powerful
But
move
here,
as
maybe
well, Eric.
b4, I underestimate. No, b4, knight d5. Nah,
Yeah.
that's looking. It looks very good for white in all lines.
Very, very good for Hikaru. He's looking like he has the best chances of getting +2.
So vengeance for the Team USA, actually, right?
Well,
That's what we might be seeing
Except Fabiano's pawn blunder against Magnus. That was not very impressive. Going to the game between Wesley So and Levon Aronian. Wesley did just defend his c6 pawn, and after rook c2 takes, no, this looks very fine. Actually, this might be Wesley's best game that he's played so far, by the way, in the sense that he's defending very nicely, and I love this knight coming to the e6 square. I think he's outplaying Levon at this exact moment.
He defended pretty decently against Magnus for a while, just like towards the end,
Yes.
kind of class. But for a while, like Magnus was really putting under pressure, and he was finding good ideas.
Indeed. But again, a very fortunate win on time in that game. So going to the game of Veselin Topalov, and again, Veselin is one of those players that when he has the initiative, that is where he's really at his most dangerous best. And here we can see just that variation that Eric had pointed out. He did find that whole c3 sequence, and he's got that beautiful knight on e4 versus this horrendous, awful-looking offside beast on a5. And it really looks to me like Veselin has his favored attacking position. He's doing very, very well in this round 4 game.
Yes, indeed. good for Veselin. It's kind of sad to see anybody start with such a terrible score,
Absolutely,
isn't it?
absolutely.
Especially for
No.
Chapala, because then we
Right.
don't get to see the on-fire guy that we really like to see.
Of course, of course.
Those are some really fantastic games, and we miss them when he's not on form.
Exactly. And here it looks like he's doing very, very well indeed. And, well, he has his best chances in this game. Of all the games so far. There's just one little trick that Black might find something to say with Queen F5, attacking this rook. So something just to be said.
F3.
Rook G, F3,
He
also
played
very
F3.
nice. Just to refortify, protect everything. And by the way, what the heck is Anish going to do? He can't bring his knight back to d8 because that would just permit rook d6 and
or knight d6
or knight d6
Yeah.
Pardon me,
So-
knight d6 forking. So it looks like Anish just has very, very limited movement of his pieces here, a dominating position in fact by Veselin.
Yeah, this looks like it's going to be a fun one for us to see how it actually finishes off.
Exactly. You don't want to inspire Veselin by allowing him to attack you. Okay, this is the Wesley So game. Let's go back to world champion Magnus Carlsen.
Who's up a pawn.
Who was up a pawn early when Fabi blundered the tactic knight takes e4.
He just played a key move here.
Queen takes, pawn takes, rook e5, rook e4, b4. Oh, very nice move. Just securing this knight on this perfect outpost. Nice move.
Yeah.
That's right, and even like the move knight d4 is not very helpful because trying to get into c6 because we also have the option of just making massive trades. Although I'm not really sure if that's a good idea.
Right.
If we really want to make those trades with rook d4, but it's always an option.
Yes, exactly. But it's not even clear that the knight on c6 will really
just
be
visual.
so good. Yeah, it does look good. Take a picture, but what does it do?
That's the kind of knight that's better in like a middle game where there's usually something kind of in the way.
Exactly.
And we've got some news from Paris.
Well, the three leaders seem to be cementing their place now. You know, you talk about the favorites of the event, and we mentioned those three names. Magnus Carlsen, simply the best player in the world, bar none. Hikaru Nakamura, a tremendous rapid and blitz player. And Vladimir Kramnik. Everybody always respects him because they know how difficult it is to defeat Big Vlad. Well, Magnus is up a pawn in his game. We see that Hikaru is up a pawn in his game as well, trying to stay pace with Magnus. And now it is Vlad's turn to see what he can do, as Kramnik seems to, as though he has outplayed MVL in this position, and White has crashed in with a pawn, a rook on the 7th rank.
I was surprised by a lot of the decisions that Maxime took in recent moves. It's funny because they used to both live in Paris, and it was kind of a running joke that Maxime was only the second strongest Parisian player. And here it seems like Kramnik has him against the ropes. If we go back to just a couple of moves, Kramnik just plays the move bishop g3 after already, I think, a series of strange moves by Maxime. But already after bishop g3, I thought, okay, things are not looking so sharp for black. You defend the pawn on b6, but you're saddled with a couple of weaknesses on c4, on e4, and the rook on h3. It doesn't look too happy about being on h3. And then, boom, he plays h5. Kramnik is not a guy you bluff. Either Maxime calculated something or he missed something, because after the very obvious move, rook takes b7, things start to look very shaky. Okay, you allow not only the loss of a pawn, but the rook came into the 7th rank. Now suddenly White has a lot of activity. You gotta prove something to me.
Yeah, and I mean, after all, let's see if we can get this going. The move h4 looks like why you would do it, and he has actually done it. And now bishop back, and he's traded very quickly in this position, and he's in an opposite color bishop ending. Maybe he assessed this position to be just fine for him.
Here's the thing. In normal opposite color bishop endgames, you have a lot of potential to either attack the enemy king or force the rooks off in such a way that, okay, opposite color endgames, bishop endgames are very known to lead to drawish tendency, especially with such a blockade as black has in this position. Look at this bishop on f2, not very happy. The problem here is that no such thing will ever happen as long as this rook on h3 is trapped. And it's completely trapped. If for some reason Kramnik is able to just trade off one pair of rooks this rook on h3 suddenly looks very, very bad. If I, for example, play the move rook g1 here, I am suddenly attacking on g7. Of course, I have to calculate a few things. I have to calculate what happens if the rook comes down and I sacrifice my pawn on g7, what happens in some other couple of moves. But if I do the more, normal under more circumstances...
And by the way, rook g1 was played.
Of course, yeah, that seems very normal. Then if I, for example, trade, I mean, this rook on h3 is dead.
It will never get in the game. When you look at it, it's just impossible.
It will never get in the game. So therefore, can't my rook just maneuver to the queen side and take all the pawns?
I'm actually surprised the engine's not giving this like a rook up, because that's how we would think about a position like this one. This rook is simply, there's no way. Let's say, for example, a move like rook to d1, or let's just play rook to b1 just to illustrate this. And now if this move, and now how does that rook show up? He's going to move like g5.
He has to get some kind of desperate move very, very soon. So I really like Vladimir Kramnik's chances of converting not only a pawn advantage, but it's this rook suddenly trapped in enemy territory that I think is going to give him the edge necessary to win.
Going back here, I think that MVL recognizes this positional concept down an outside piece, an offside piece. How do you get it back into the game? If you're not going to be able to use your pieces, then they don't really count. It's as though they're not even on the chessboard. So Kramnik's starting to show his conceptual superiority as well in this game, as MVL seems to have gone wrong. So we will see if he was able to actually make it concrete and win the game. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice and Alejandro. Nice play. And I completely agree that some of the decisions that MVL made, allowing this rook takes b7, he miscalculated. He missed something, because this move rook g1 just coming down the g file is just so powerful. Looks like Vladimir definitely in the driver's seat in that game. And also Magnus, he just played that exact line that we were just discussing. Basically, the knight coming to c6 is a bluff.
Another PNP situation, right?
What's a PNP?
Pawn and position.
Pawn and position, yes.
You have compensation for the extra pawn, as
extra pawn
Roman
compensation.
likes to say.
Absolutely. Shout out to Roman Gingiashvili for that one. Very nice play by Magnus. He's looking like he's cruising to
the tie for the lead as well.
Yeah.
If you count,
I'm saying
4 points, like under our scoring system, where it's 2 points for each win, right?
Right. Yeah. No, but I'm just saying, is this his third or fourth win in a row? Should he win this game?
Third, yeah.
Third win in a row.
So it'll be start off with a loss and then 3-0.
Boy, don't get this guy mad.
Yeah,
I mean,
right. Mangry.
Oh my goodness. Let's just take a quick look at Hikaru. He's trying to take down the lowest rated player. But I'm going to take a break and turn it over to Eric, because he has something to share.
Yes, in the game Kramnik MVL, which has been heating up, a big moment just happened. Well, he took on g7. So now rook f3. Sorry, I had on my board rook d5. It disappeared. But in this position over here, rook b8 is one of the few moves that black has available. You have to be very careful if somebody's tempted, oh, well, maybe I'm going to checkmate white first. The problem is after rook h7, I'm going to check on h8 and also follow up with rook b8 check. And when I win this bishop, this is protected. So for example, rook f1 check, bishop blocks check, and all the mate threats are stopped. So MVL on the verge of losing here if he does not play precisely with those rooks on the 7th. Yeah, that's pretty much it over here. I have not seen anything in the other games that has caught the engine's eye, let's say.
All right, and away we go to Paris.
A big development in the game as Alejandro comes back. This one, Alejandro, I know you went into the playing hall because things are starting to heat up, and take a look at the clock. You'll report on that in a second. But we have a big moment here in the game between Aronian and Wesley So. And the engines were giving this move, Wesley So is considering the move rook takes on d4, sacrificing in exchange. It looks like if he takes it after knight takes d4, hitting the rook, hitting the e2 square, black is going to be winning. But a rook takes d4, paradoxically, the engine just says, well, we'll just avoid that trade, and suddenly the rook is trapped along this line, and if it plays a move like rook to d3, then king to e2 can happen, and again the rook is trapped, so the rook is sort of entered into the position only to find out that it can't get out. It looks like a spectacular sacrifice, but if we may pull up that board, let's see if we can get that position back on the board, if you don't mind, and it looks as though that would be pretty scary actually for him if he did it, and he has actually done it. The move is on the board. Rook takes d4. We expected this to be a dramatic turn of events, so the move is on the board. You cannot take this rook back. He is currently ahead by 1 pawn, but maybe this is a trick by Levon. King f1. Still, the engines give black the superior position here. What did you discover about the time situation or what's happening in the playing hall?
Time is about even in most of the games. I think that the battles are very close, but the only one that has a significant time advantage is MVL, 17 minutes against Kramnik's 9. Besides that, they're all about even. I love this sacrifice by Wesley. So he's one of those players that he, of course, sees that bishop takes d4 is not possible. He has to calculate the alternatives by Aronian. King f1 is very logical because the rook is trapped. But at the same time, there's more to that than just the rook is trapped. You don't stop analyzing there. You realize you take a very important pawn out of White's position. You trade the rook for a bishop eventually because at some point, White will have to take the rook. That allows a beautiful knight coming to d4. The remainder of the pieces just don't look very good, and the more open the position is, the more black can exploit the awkward placement, especially of these two knights. So suddenly, it makes a lot of sense to fall into the trap.
Absolutely. Chess is all about coordination of your pieces, not just about which pieces you have. Well, this position is absolutely fascinating, but the other position that we thought was just completely winning, it turns out it's not so easy. Let's go to that game with Kramnik and MVL. It looks as though MVL has just walked into death in this position right here, and the engines really like black, really like white winning this position. However, and you see here the two rooks on the 7th rank, that's usually mating ideas. However, it looks as though there might be some issue with this king. A pawn might get to h3, a rook might get to f1, and if this bishop shows up, then it's going to be checkmate. But it's not so easy for both sides. As a matter of fact, the engines are giving this ridiculous looking move, rook to b8, daring him to trade off rooks because this king is in a mating net. How unusual is that in this position? Even if you take this pawn, it's the chase. That's just simply ridiculous concept. But the more you look at it, the more you realize it's very concrete and maybe okay for black.
It's a fantastic resource that MVL has come up with in a position that I thought was just losing for the black side, but he's suddenly found a way to make this rook useful. And this bishop on g1, which was originally on e1 doing just fine, suddenly finds itself completely trapped. The king on h1 is going to suffer because of that. Imagine that I can play at some point the pawn on h3, put the rook on f1. I'm going to be threatening bishop g4, bishop f3 checkmate, and there's very little that you can do about it once all of this happens. Therefore, this position, it's getting kind of crazy. But we have a result now in the game between Anish Giri and Veselin Topalov.
And we'll jump to that right now as we see Veselin Topalov has appeared, and it looks as though, yes, indeed, Veselin did score a win, and we will get that interview for you shortly. Guys?
Thank you very much.
That's right. Yay, Veselin.
Yay,
You
Veselin.
got your first win in the tournament. And yeah, as you see in this final position, he is not only up a pawn, but what a pawn it is.
Exactly. Knight on e4.
Protected pawn on b6, the knight on e4. It's just picturesque.
Absolutely.
And meanwhile, black's pieces couldn't be in worse position. The rook in front of the path pawn. Of course, we always want it behind the path pawn.
Right.
And just pure ugliness.
Yes, and you don't see Anish Giri getting crushed like this. And Veselin, when he puts together a great game, which he suddenly did, he looked like he was in some kind of tilt, spin cycle, whatever you will, he comes up with a great master plan.
Well, the two faces of Topalov, right? Well, we got to see his good side. Do you have a good side, Yasser?
I do.
Which one? Left or right?
When I win. Whenever I win, you see my good side.
No, I'm talking about like the Kim Kardashian, like good side, like one that you like to get photographed from. You know, when the paparazzi gets after you.
Your angles, Yasser.
Who's Kim Kardashian?
And we do have a Maurice with Veselin Topalov. I don't think he's going to ask what his good side is, though.
We are with Grandmaster Veselin Topalov after his first victory of the event, a very dominating one against someone who's difficult to beat, Anish Giri. First of all, Veselin, I have to say, you lost 3 games in a row. You must have had some crazy thoughts after losing these games.
Well, recently I'm kind of getting used to it, but you know, what happened today now in my game now against Anish is that I believe he somehow probably thought he would have a very easy win, but well, if White plays normally, then at least I shouldn't lose, and I think he was pressing too hard and playing too ambitious, and finally he made some mistake, and then I think to open the position and then to allow my knight here, and then I think it was already very difficult for him then.
It often happens that one player is playing out of form and the other players think that they have to beat that player and then may not play so well.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, but at some point it could change, you know, and even people that lose all their games they might have a good game, maybe. Well, I've seen it all. But again, anyway, this win doesn't change much for me. I'm really playing badly.
Okay, well, you say that, but this knight ended up on e4, and when we look at this on move 23, the knight didn't move again for the entire game. It stood on e4 all the way through. You definitely control the energy in this position.
Oh, definitely. I mean, with the knight here, of course, you could see very clearly the difference between the knight in the center and the knight here, you know, which is very defensive, and black had also 3 pawn weaknesses, and I think Anish, he made also another mistake. He should have just stayed, but of course his position was always worse. But again, he had a bad game now, but in general, of course, this is not his normal level.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations for you winning a game. We were all rooting for you to get off the schneid, and good luck in the rest of the games.
Thank you.
Grandmaster Topalov winning a game today.
Thank you, Maurice. And again, bravo, Veselin.
Maybe 2 games. There is one more left.
There is one more left. And we're looking at the game between Fabiano Caruana and Magnus Carlsen. Hope for match had Fabiano won the candidates. Fabi, blundering upon early, is doing his best to hold on. With this last move, rook e5, essentially rook e5 really does force this knight to move, because rook takes d5 is on White's agenda. But what do you think that Magnus has specifically in mind? Okay, the knight goes to c6. He's not sacrificing the exchange on d5 for 2 pawns. He's likely to move his rook back to e8. Would you?
Yeah, or f5.
Or f5, perhaps, you think?
Or those are the options, right? e4, f5, or e8, right? Some light square.
Exactly. Well, f5 has a lot to be said for it, I must admit, because now you're eyeballing rook f3, and if you can get in rook f3, you'll certainly be looking to capture this pawn on a3.
Well, not to mention the pressure that it might put on, like I could play rook b3. Rook b3 is actually a threat because it's attacking a3 and g3.
Right.
You played king g2 to stop my pesky threat.
Well, no, I think you want to continue with the same idea, because you do have, at least in this case, I'm not even sure you're not unhappy if I take this rook, because that's a... I see. Okay, so well, let's just look at the line. Takes. Here, I've got very good drawing chances. In fact, I think this is a very close to a draw.
Yeah, so we don't want to go for this line, I don't think.
So,
I agree with you, though. Like it looks really good for black, but king g2 at least defending against that direct
for the moment,
threat.
yes, exactly, just defending the direct threat. Yeah.
And now knight d4. The thing is, knight d4 only becomes possible when I play rook b3. Right now, knight d4 simply met by rook d5 because you don't have any good discoveries. Knight e6 check met by pawn takes e6, conveniently protecting the rook on d5.
Exactly. So let's just go back to this position for a moment. I'm wondering if Magnus, in case of knight c6, I'm just putting this, might just drop back with his rook and say, okay, if you drop back with your knight, then I can get over on the b file and try to penetrate either to b2 or b1. And
we do have some moves, yes, and I gotta tell you, I see a rook that's almost worse than the one that
what did he do after
was just playing against. After rook f5, we saw the move knight b4, rook f3. So rook
he did-
f5 was played with this threat of rook b3.
Okay.
And then instead of your king g2, knight b4, also stopping rook to b3.
Uh-oh. But
But-
now rook f3.
Now rook f3 was played, and now white felt compelled to defend the pawn with a not pretty
Rook a2. Oh,
rook to
this,
a2.
this is almost painful
This
to
rook-
the eye. This
Which
is-
rook would you pick if you had to? This rook or the rook on b7 in the last game?
Ooh, that rook on b7 was really, really bad. So I'll
You
have
picked
to say,
this,
yeah.
okay.
But this is this is really bad too.
And rook b3 here.
Rook b3 just posting up.
Yeah,
That's
so-
just ideal. The difference of active pieces. This is a master
And
class
knight-
by world champion Magnus Carlsen.
I mean, knight e4 is also potentially on tap, and
Yeah.
now and then you're just going to have a lot of trouble protecting all of your pawns. d5, a3, we're threatening knight c3.
And when it rains, it pours, because Thabby is getting close to a minute on his clock, and Magnus 9 minutes. So plenty of time for Magnus. And
But let's watch the carnage. You have played rook e7, and now Magnus quickly playing. Wait, we
sorry,
you missed a
I'm not
move
up
somewhere.
to date.
Yeah, let's get up to date.
Let me just. Oops, I gotta. Okay, so we'll go back. After rook a2, rook b3 was played, rook e1, rook b8, rook e7, rook c8. So
So
just a
definitely-
temporary active rook for the moment. Black is about to play king f8 or king f6 and just boot that rook out.
And just very, very quick moves by Magnus for some reason, even though he has lots of time.
What happened after rook c8?
Let's take a look. It looks like king f8 and rook e8. That maneuver was played
Okay,
to try to
then I
trade
just-
off your active rook for mine.
I just have to update the
Yeah,
board,
just
so
update the
that's
board,
yeah. I
exactly.
flash back and forth to it. Okay, so after rook e7, rook c8, king e2, king f8, and
Now, due to the king being on e2, we're able to force the trade of rooks with not allowing rook takes c7. So we're left with the active rook versus the
ugly rook.
yeah, the sleepwalker. Really,
Yeah,
right?
ooh, very, very
What is
bad.
that soporific?
This is hopeless. I mean, again, extra pawn and better pieces. If you were to take the pawn off from c7, I suspect the position is close to winning.
Knight e4, knight c3, knight b1.
Exactly.
Take it off. Easy peasy. And we've got an update from Paris. What's up, guys?
Well, a pretty strange development actually happened in this game between Kramnik and MVL. This position looked totally busted and was, in fact, totally busted. And in this position here, it looks as though Kramnik, with the rooks on the 7th rank, dominating the game. We saw this crazy idea, computer-esque idea with rook to b8, looked like it was doing okay, maybe some counterplay. But Alejandro, this was a winning position. According to the engines, the move after the move h3, rook to h7 would have been a dominant move here. Then suddenly his rooks are threatening mating ideas, and this bishop won't be sufficiently blockading the pawns. That did not happen. Instead, we get this strange position. It's almost hard to believe
Well,
that this happened.
I just want to look at the position after h3, and if somebody told me that in a few moves this king on f8 is going to end up on d5,
exactly what I was going to point out.
I would never believe you. Somehow this control of the 7th rank seems to be decisive. It is
rooks.
2 rooks on it, and it's consistently a mating threat for black. So you want to keep this mating threat alive, keeping black passive. This is such an important part of the position. The fact that this king somehow escaped is incredible.
And you know, the way Kramnik has been playing, he was not happy with the fact that he felt like he didn't really play precisely in games where he might have been able to win, get maybe more points. So he was trying to justify it. I remember in the interview, you know, maybe I won a game kind of luckily when I should have drawn, and then I didn't win the game that I should have won. So that's his attitude. This one, he's going to be smacking himself 6 ways from Sunday, because he really had this king on lockdown with so much potential in the position.
It's clear that black has some counterplay, and as I entered the room, I saw that Kramnik was in some time pressure already back when we looked at this game. But letting the king go just seems so unnatural.
Yeah, let's go forward ahead at this move. rook d7, very nice move, not moving the bishop away. And after check, king f7, and now this is where we see it happen, bishop f5, this check, king up to e6. Amazing how he just simply forced the king up the board, and now rook to g5, bishop back to e6, creating a blockade, and now rook f7, dealing with all these light square problems, and now the move rook to b8. He literally can't look to trade rooks because his king himself is buried, and his bishop as well. He's down a piece, it turns out, is Kramnik in some ways. So this is definitely a terrible position for him. Meantime, we do have a result in the game between Caruana and world champion Magnus Carlsen. We expected this result, however, as Caruana has lost yet again.
After the blunder, it was clear to me that Magnus was going for the hat trick, and he has accomplished it. An absolutely dominant performance from Magnus Carlsen in this tournament, even considering the fact that he lost the game on time.
Isn't that incredible? That first game, he should have won that game, and now he's just like the runaway Magnus train. We'll get him in an interview in a moment. Just incredible how the world champion is showing why he is the #1 player on the planet. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice and Alejandro. Very, very bad performance in this game by Fabi. It was no problem for Magnus, who has great technique in equal positions. Here he just activated his king. The difference between the two rooks as well as the two knights, big advantages in White's favor, and suddenly a new active piece is appearing in the position, an active black king, and that was too much. After king e5 with the double attack against knight and pawn, another pawn was getting captured, and after the simple move f7, f6, Fabi had enough. Not a good game whatsoever. This was really a bad one.
Yeah, we don't like to see this from Fabi because when he does start losing games, like we saw in the Ultimate Moves, or rather the Ultimate Blitz challenge.
Ultimate Blitz, yes.
It really can get kind of ugly.
Exactly.
So hopefully he'll be able to, rebound in that final round today and then play really well tomorrow.
By the way, I just want to point out the obvious. I hope it's obvious to everybody in our audience as well. 5 rapid games is much harder than a single classical game because I mean, you have these ups and downs, and each game in rapid you have to calculate so very, very deeply. You're going to get exhausted, and sometimes a bad blunder like we just saw after knight takes e4 takes all the air out of you. I mean, it's just like and bad game but hat trick indeed for Magnus Carlsen.
But yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is much more grueling than most events that they might have in their schedule, to play so many games against all the elite players in one day.
Thank you, grueling. That was the right word, and I'm seeing it with Vladimir in this game. He just let his opponent escape.
And that's why we see mistakes more than usual. And we do have Maurice with our world champion.
And we are with Magnus Carlsen after yet another win. He's running away right now, at least 3 wins in a row, a nice hat trick. Magnus, you lost this first game in a kind of ridiculous way, but you won this game today in a sort of ridiculous way for Caruana at least. He allowed this beginner's tactic, knight takes e4. What happened when you saw this move was on the board?
Well, I was surprised for sure. Obviously, one of the points of my previous move, queen d7, is to threaten knight e4, but I mean, I never, of course, expected him to fall for that.
Pretty generous gift, kind of evens out the first round, if you will. How are you feeling after winning 3 games? Seems like you're sort of just smoothly going ahead.
I don't think it even evens out the first round. I mean, in the first round, I had a completely winning position and I lost on time. This time, I was gifted, pawns in an equal position, so that's sort of half a point. But I feel good about the way that I play, and now the points are ticking in, and life is quite all right.
Life is quite all right. Let me ask you a question I ask other players. Do you ever train for Rapid? You treat Rapid as a separate type of preparation? You're gonna play in a Rapid event, you do anything to get ready for it?
Well, I tried to play one Blitz tournament for training, and that went horribly. But No, I did quite a bit of rapid training before the World Rapid and Blitz Championship, but now I didn't do any specific rapid training.
At least the first 4 games have been your training. It looks like it's going quite well for you.
Yeah.
Congratulations on your game, and
Thank you.
continue luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
Magnus Carlsen showing why he is called Magnus, now starting to look like he's ready to dominate the event. Guys?
Are we going to come to you then?
And we've got Eric with an update in MBL and Kramnik.
Yeah, things are starting to get out of hand for Kramnik. The position to me looks very, very dangerous. Not many of us would go into this, but he has one of the best, conversion skills. However, in this position, after Rook D6, MVL went for Bishop F5, but I'm really wondering, why not maybe here, Bishop F7, now I want to play Bishop H5 and Bishop F3 and checkmate. And it's you can't play Rook H6 because of Rook G8. And if you play Rook G5, I'll play Rook H8 and do the same thing. Now it's very sharp. Computers preferred it, but it does make sense that you do recognize F3 is like a checkmate square. There is no, right here. If Bishop F7, Rook C6, this doesn't lead to anything because King B5 and there's no Rook B6 check. So this move could have put Kramnik under some serious pressure. As it stands, I'm still not convinced it's such a pleasant position anyways until more pieces are traded off. It's very hard to push this position as white without having a king or bishop in the game at all. So Bishop F5, the game is still going on. Engines still favor white, but as the time gets lower, I'm favoring black more and more as long as there's nothing decisive. Kramnik could easily find himself over pushing and falling into the numerous traps that are ahead.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you, Erica. It's one of those positions where
I don't think it's winning, though.
It's really, really turned. What was a completely won position with the obvious Rook H7 some time ago has turned into a mess. And the passivity of this white king, as well as his bishop on G1, is really giving black an opportunity to save what had been a lost position.
If only it was Bughouse. Bishop F3, G2 mate.
Exactly.
And we've got Alejandro over in Paris.
The question I just asked you a second ago, they said...
Well, guys, certainly a crazy position here that we're seeing here. The opposite color bishop just creating such a mess here. The king on H1 permanently unsafe. And it's funny that this game has attracted an incredible amount of attention, and it's also interesting to see how different players treat the in-between rounds differently. Over in the hallway just to my left, there is a crowd gathering again around Veselin Topalov, a winner from this round, who is currently analyzing the variations in front of the smart board that's showing this game. Veselin not taking any time to just take a breather and just focus on his own games. He is fascinated by this position. I asked him what his thoughts were. He was just like, I don't understand what's going on. That's just how complicated this position has become. A very bad sign for Kramnik, who now has to be psychologically prepared to maybe concede a draw, because if he over pushes, it's very easy to see how MVL can have a simple trick that might just win him the game. And back to the studio.
That's right, and speaking of which, it looks like we were expecting that bishop to get onto the diagonal to wreak havoc against the king, but instead it looks like MVL's using the bishop just to pick up A4 and then maybe come around in the back end on D1. And that's exactly what we see. We see bishop to D7 on the board. So let's pick that game up, the Kramnik, Maxime Vachier-Legrave. We see bishop D7 and then a quick F5. But the problem with bishop, first of all, we can take on F5 or A4 now, right? Or we have to look at both of them, right? I mean,
I would take off the F5 pawn myself.
Take off, so that kind of puzzling, and he did just take off the pawn on F5.
Exactly, and tell me what you got.
Well, you mean why white played F5?
Exactly.
I think he played it because he was worried about bishop A4. I mean, rook G5 has happened. Now,
Rook G5 has happened?
And Aronian has resigned. His position looked pretty desperate, so nice victory there for Wesley So, kind of rebounding from a tough game. And so how do you want to get our bishop into the swing of things now? I mean, can't we take on
Well, let's take the pawn.
You want to
Let's
just
be greedy.
let's start by just taking the pawn, sure.
So the idea is
You
if
know,
you go
rook F6.
rook f6, rook f1, black just picked up 2 pawns. Thank you very much.
Right, yeah.
I mean, the game is definitely
But
getting out of hand.
Instead of bishop e6.
And you can see Vladimir getting very, very nervous as
So
he's
bishop
realized.
e6, rook g6 instead. Well, why bishop e6? Is he trying to just come around again to f7 and to the h5 square? So he didn't play rook e5. Instead, he played bishop e6. And now after rook g6, I was thinking he was going to try to play bishop f7.
Mm-hmm.
But instead, he played bishop to d7. Re-attacking that pawn on a4. We just saw that a few moves ago. And quick rook a6 by Kramnik.
Well, this bishop could actually do some damage.
Oh, yeah.
Coming rook a6.
Rook a6,
Yeah.
rook takes c3.
Ooh.
Rook takes c3 and e6 are on the board.
I think Vladimir is definitely botching this position, this game. I don't like White's play. Eric?
And now where's the bishop going? c8?
c8. Bishop c8 is the cold-blooded move. And after, well, you only have 1 square, rook a5 check, king b4. I mean, we're just simply seeing a position where black is playing with an extra bishop.
And winning.
And winning. No, black is going to win this game. And wow. The momentum.
We saw that bishop c8, rook c6. Instead, trying to hold on to some counterplay, but then bishop takes.
What happened? What happened?
We've got a few more moves in. Bishop c8, I think it was rook a5, king b4, and then.
Just playing down a bishop. There's just over.
Yeah, I think in.
I think
you need to get an update. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to get.
But we can see the position up above it.
It's definitely.
It looks totally devastating, and Nakamura has won, so a big day. I mean, a big round for the Americans as Nakamura and So both rebounded, though, of course, Caruana did lose his game.
Okay.
And so bishop d, so right now we're in the position, and it just looks like black is up a pawn, and
basically
the bishop on g1 is not participating.
Yeah, that's an understatement. Up a pawn, and that bishop on g1 is horrifying, as well as the king on h1. So a completely winning position now for MVL.
And Kramnik just playing on increment. And we do have Wesley So on his victory.
Well, a simply incredible win for the American player Wesley So, coming back after a tough game. Wesley, how's it feeling now? You've played 4 games so far, coming to this point in the tournament.
Yeah, well, first of all, nice words. Thank you for your kind words. Well, I'm glad to be able to bounce back and win with black, which is it's never easy to win with black, even in a rapid game. But fortunately, I didn't have any problems in the opening.
And we're hearing the applause off in the distance right now, as it seems as though Vladimir Kramnik has lost his game to the Frenchman MVL, and they're very proud of their players here in Paris.
Yeah.
For sure.
Well,
but continue.
Yeah, they definitely have the home court advantage, and we're the visitors. Yeah, so Maxim is tied with me, 10 points right now. One more game to finish the day, and all pretty much exciting games so far.
You feeling comfortable? You feel like you're in the tournament now? You know, it's a long day. It's 5 rounds today versus 4 rounds tomorrow. What's your comfort level like?
Well, I'm feeling more and more confident as the tournament goes on. Getting more experience on how to play these top level players and what my best approach should be. So yeah, I'm getting more and more used to it and more comfortable. But we'll see. Yeah, it's hard to predict. I hope to get a good opening in the next game, and fight hard.
Well, 1 game to go. Last game. Best of luck. Play well.
And thank you.
Grandmaster Wesley So after a fine victory with the black pieces against Levon Aronia.
So the bloodiest round so far. 5 decisive results. 5 games. That is, of course, what we like to see here at the Grand Chess Tour.
For sure, but this has got to be one of the ugliest losses I've ever seen Vladimir Kramnik suffer. That was just, he took a completely winning position and made a horrifying number of just sequentially bad moves. Wow.
Sequentially bad.
Sequentially bad moves. What else can I say?
Bad.
Eric, your take on this round 4. Incredible.
Yeah, I thought that was a pretty big round. Topalov and Wesley, the two players who I said needed a win, they both won, and they both won in style. Clean games. One guy we didn't pay a lot of attention to, Naka, won a very easy, straightforward game. He's actually, I mean, his name has to be probably second after Magnus in terms of being, you know, consistent. So right now, actually, we are joined, Maurice and Nakamura in Paris.
Hikaru Nakamura, after a smooth victory today, Hikaru, it looked pretty easy for you. You just stole a pawn and took care of business.
Well, you keep saying today. I mean, it'll be today.
Yeah, I keep saying today.
Game, yeah.
4th round, that's right.
Yeah.
I'm used to those classical games.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I think the position was pretty balanced coming out of the opening, but Laurent, he went wrong with this b5 move, which, I mean, it probably doesn't cost him the game, but after he goes b5, technically it's quite difficult. And yeah, I was pretty pleased with my play from there on. I thought I played the most precise way, I think, so it's a pretty good result.
Tied for first with Magnus at the moment. It's always a good thing after 4 rounds. Feeling comfortable about the day? Are you feeling like you're playing your normal self?
Well, I mean, we'll see after the next round, because obviously I play Magnus, so it's going to be, it'll definitely be interesting, but yeah, so far I've played pretty well. I mean, I guess I'm not happy with the first game, but you know, in retrospect, that game really could have gone either way. So far, it's gone about as well as it can, but still one more game, and I think it's going to be the most interesting.
And we will be looking forward to it. Good luck in that game.
Thank you.
Hikaru Nakamura, one of the pre-tournament favorites on everybody's list, showing why that is the case. But we will look forward to his big game against world champion Magnus Carlsen.
Thank you, Maurice, and bravo, Hikaru.
That's right, and we have another fully bloody round in the final. I think it is going to be, I agree with Naka, it's going to be the most interesting round. They've been pacing themselves just a little bit, but bringing it all for the final round today in the Paris leg of the Grand Chess Tour.
Exactly.
So we'll be right back with more. Well, we have one. We actually have an interview with the hero. Remember all that applause?
Yes.
Yeah,
With
all that
MVL.
applause for MVL.
Right.
That was really cool to hear. Yeah.
No, definitely.
And I mean, I know you're a huge Kramnik fan. But it was cool to hear how much local love there is for Team Maxime.
Right.
And we are looking at the results, which also have the standings here. Magnus and Naka tied for the lead, but within well striking distance, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Wesley So. Kramnik also still on an even score. And we've got Maurice with the hero of Paris this round, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Well, the hubbub you're hearing, the noise, everyone excited in the playing hall, and the cheers as Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, looking like he was in a grave position, ended up pulling it off. Maxime, what were you thinking when you were playing this game? It seemed quite difficult for you at one point.
Yeah, I went a little bit too optimistic at one point and blundered because I thought I would get an attack. Turns out I have an attack, but he also has, and he's 2 pawns up, so that was not very clever, and somehow I kept the game going. I managed to find somehow the only moves not to lose immediately. And well, there were some tricks because his king on h1 is completely buried, so I can also threaten mates with my light squared bishops.
That was quite incredible. His king stayed on h1 this whole time. This tiny pawn on h3 really restricted him.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, at some point he was like in time, he was trying to figure out a win, and he just blundered.
Absolutely amazing comeback. You used the word delightful to be playing in front of the audience. Now you're getting all these cheers, almost gold coins being thrown. What is your new word for this particular round?
Well, I mean, I would have even enjoyed it even more if I had played a really great game, you know. I mean, it was really exciting, but objectively speaking, it was not that good. So, you know, that makes me keep my head clear, even though, well, of course, I appreciate all of that.
Staying absolutely grounded in reality. Well, you got a lot of fans standing around us right now. We'll let you go and rest before your final game. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, just simply an incredible comeback, pleasing the Parisian fans here with his play. Guys, back to you.
That's right, and we've got a big matchup next round. It looks like it's going to be a Carlsen Nakamura, so get excited. We'll be right back with more from the Grand Chess Tour. And we're back at the Grand Chess Tour, the Paris stop, the first rapid in the Tour's existence. And we see this big game. Magnus Carlsen just shook hands with our own Hikaru Nakamura, and it's going to be exciting to see that game. What opening do you predict, Yasser?
Ooh,
Another
that's a
Roy?
good question. Yeah, well, it seems to be, Magnus seems to be ready to play them, so e4, yeah. And the standings.
That's right. Here's where we stand with just one round left in day one of the Rapid. Magnus and Nakamura tied for the lead. Not a huge surprise, but the way they got there, much more surprising. Meanwhile, Wesley So and MVL just behind, and they have a chance to make up ground today. Vladimir Kramnik in the middle of the pack after losing a very disappointing game last round. And plenty of players who can still be satisfied with their play to date with a win in the last round, but they still have chances to win the rapid portion of this Grand Chess Tour.
Exactly. Very, very big final round of the first day. And our pairings in the 5th round.
Yes, our 5th round pairings in the Rapids. Well, we've got Kramnik versus MVL, a big game. And what? No, that's wrong. That's from last round. Yeah, these are just the results.
These are the results.
Those are the results, and the pairings for now are Anish versus Vladimir Kramnik, Fressinet versus Topalov, and Carlsen versus Nakamura. Huge.
That's the big game.
And another big game for us American fans. Like to see what's going to happen with Wesley So versus Fabiano Caruana. And MVL, can he keep the momentum going against Levon Aronian?
Well, I tell you, when you get a gift like what MBL just received from Vladimir Kramnik, I've never seen such a turnaround in one of Vladimir Kramnik's games. That's incredible.
And let's see how that game is starting. Is it? It looks like it was not an e4 opening. You're wrong, Yasser. How can it be?
A Nimzo. And who could have guessed after d4, Hikaru could play a Leningrad Dutch. He could play King's Indian. But okay, he chose.
He hasn't committed to the Nimzo yet. It could be like a Bogo or a Queen's Indian, right?
Exactly.
Well, so we'll see, because Carlsen now actually in the tank in a rapid game, thinking for a mid and a move 3 is kind of like being in the tank, right?
True that. For me, the most testing has to be knight c3. After knight f3, you can go back into Queen's Gambit declined, where White's lost a little bit of flexibility, having committed his knight to f3. But knight to c3, to my mind, has always been the biggest test of the Nimzo India.
Question: if you know that your opponent is devoted to playing either bishop b4 jack or Nimzo, then you would play knight f3, right?
Right.
Because those lines are very pleasant for White.
Indeed. And let's see
knight
what
c3 was played. That's why it's good if you have a repertoire that kind of combines like the Nimzo with either the Queen's Gambit declined or the Benoni, because it's really annoying to play the Bogo.
And after Castle. So now a big moment here, because after Castles, there is a line where bishop g5 starts to be a little bit more attractive than the inclusion when you include knight f3 in Castles. Versus bishop g5 on move 4, I want to say. So if we just go back here, bishop g5 at one time was played and was quite popular, but it fell off in fashion. But now bishop g5 makes more sense in this exact position after castling.
Because some of those lines with h6 and g5 aren't so great when you're actually castled.
Precisely. Absolutely right.
And the whole idea is like when you play h6, g5 without being castled, knight e4, black sometimes gets some really quick counterplay against the dark squares.
Yes.
It can be kind of annoying.
Yes.
But you know, it's funny because I think that these, like, for those of you who are like forming your repertoire and like, you know, trying to become a stronger player, I feel like e4, it's much more about memorizing, and then d4, it feels like a lot of where people trip up is transpositions. They get tricked into an opening that they don't know. Like they wanted to play one opening and suddenly a different move order, and they're playing a different opening.
Right. Yes. Yes.
And you pointed out like a couple of those here.
Yes, and that's very common actually in queen pawn openings. I remember Gregory Kaidanov tricking me very nicely and forcing me to play the white side of a Vienna, which I didn't want to play. But okay, this game is going slowly. Let's see what is happening on some of our other boards.
Yeah, very slow for a rapid game indeed. We've got we've had plenty of Roy Lopez's, but not too many Berlin strict, instead of a lot of anti-Berlins. And here's yet another example of that with Maxime playing 4d3.
And again, the players have transposed, have repeated, I meant to say, but the game between Levon Aronian and Magnus Carlsen. So previously that game had gone queen d6, knight d2, bishop f5, and I thought Levon was doing just very, very well in this position. He did end up losing a game, but that was not due to the opening. Instead, after bishop c4, Levon played queen d7. That looks like a very strange retreat. Knight back, queen f5, queen e2, and I think I'm up to date. Have they made more moves? I'm just going to flash back to, and by the way, bishop g5 was played by our world champion Magnus Carlsen.
So this should be a fun one because it's a bit one of the more aggressive approaches here for white.
Exactly. And after queen e2, Levon is thinking after that. So let's continue our look around the horn. Okay, this is much, much more quiet.
Ooh, the American battle.
Between Wesley So and Fabiana Caruana. Let's see how the players reach this position. Again, the Berlin with bishop c5 and c3. This line of play has become extremely fashionable as well. Knight e7, a move popularized first by Vladimir Kramnik, and then really taken up by Fabiano. And the idea is basically, as we see on the board, transferring this knight to the g6 square where it's more flexible than on the c6 square. c6, d4, and all very standard stuff up to this moment. We've seen that when the players do get into these positions, the break d6, d5, as played by Vladimir Kramnik against Veselin Topalov, is a very good way of equalizing the
And
position.
so actually just took on e5 and played knight to f1. Very typical move, knight f1, also in this particular position, discouraging knight f4.
Yeah, like it's not a big deal. From white's, but I'm kind of curious. I'm not sure.
You're not too impressed by this treatment. It looks kind of fine for black, right?
Yeah. It doesn't give me that kind of snap, crackle, pop
You're
kind
not
of feeling.
impressed. You have to have a not impressed face.
Yeah. I
Like
gotta
you're not
do-
disgusted, but you're not impressed either.
Right.
Knight f1, h6 has been played.
And it sure looks to me, well, funnily enough, have I got this right? If white plays knight g3, it's an absolutely symmetrical position with black on move.
Whoa, that's pretty sick. That's not good.
I mean,
That's bad. How did that happen?
Exactly.
How? It's because of d3 and d4, right? Or no, d3. It's because of d3 and takes on e4. Is that why? Because you played.
Knight c6 to e7 to g6, but I think it's the d3, d4
It's
loss
because
of tempo.
Yeah, right. So basically, we played the same moves, but you just played d6. I played d3 and d4, and then took on e5. So that's why. So in order to avoid that, we should not play knight g3 because that's just kind of embarrassing.
It is a bit embarrassing.
But if Wesley's the kind of guy. If it's the best move, he'll play it anyway.
Exactly.
He doesn't seem like he's super emo about those things.
Well, but at the board, you kind of have his ego, right? You don't want to.
I said emo, not emo.
I know, but
Emo,
you do have
emotional.
Exactly, but you do have this ego that you don't want to be worse with white after 13 moves, right? You're slightly worse with it.
It's weird. Ego and emo are they different? Really, Eric? What do you think?
Eric.
Ego and emo.
Emotion.
Yeah, I think they're different. Based on the game so far, this might be one of the games to watch. Fresnay against Topalov, pretty solid line chosen by white, and the Queen's Gambit declined. But black has played c5, and a lot of these potential positions where white takes and plays against the hanging pawns are quite sharp. So it depends what happens here. In this game, MVL Aronian, I looked it up a bit. Queen d7. Very rare move. I guess he changed it up from earlier today. It's only been played once by a couple Dutch players, Nijboer against Jan Smeets. So it isn't a novelty, but it's a very, very rare move. And I guess this is what he got from it, which seems pretty solid to me. It turned out okay. Black's got the queens off, and not significant amount of pressure I think can be generated by white without. I mean, black doesn't have any weaknesses. So I think that opening experiment turned out okay. Not a big, let's say novelty. So far not a lot of movement in most of the games. We see, Kramnik's game, Caruana's game, Ronian's game, all of them are pretty solid starts so far. And I think the game to watch, fortunately for us, might be Carlsen against Nakamura, because it looks like that game's taking a while to develop. They're maybe playing some mind games with each other. So far, slow start to the round, but I'd keep my eye out for Topolov's game and Nakamura's game.
Thank you, Eric. So after this move, bishop g5, Hikaru actually thought for a few minutes before playing the move c7, c5, e3, takes, d5. I'm trying to, for a moment, think of how does this compare with certain Caro-Kann positions.
You think it might transpose into some kind of pan-off?
Yes, a Botvinnik pan-off, but I'm not 100% sure about that.
That's why white plays probably rook c1, hoping that if you take on c4, we can just swoop to c4 in one move. But that's only going to last so long. Eventually, we really are going to have to move the bishop on f1.
Exactly.
So it probably that actually did happen though. Rook c1 has been played.
Rook c1 was played. The other move that I thought, well, there's something to be said for it, is to define right away this capture. If it captures, say, bishop e2, you want to try to prove that this bishop on b4 is less potent than the bishop on g5, and that black may end up playing bishop e7 one day. That wasn't played. Rook c7, rook c1 was played, and has Hikaru answered rook c1?
Yeah, he's bishop e7. Yeah, it is kind of surprising, as Eric mentioned. I mean, in this just 8 moves into the game,
Slow
both of them
play.
have spent several minutes, so some mutual surprises, it appears, in this game.
Exactly.
And Alejandro and Maurice with some thoughts on the openings in round 5 as well.
It's kind of fascinating, the game inside of the game. You watch these kind of games take place and you see the moves themselves, and you might even see the clock times, but you don't kind of saw the body language, the players, especially Nakamura, who's famous for showing his emotions in the game. Only Magnus is always Joe Cool. He might just sit there. He could be going nuts in his brain, but he will absolutely stay cool. And I saw this on a few points. I decided to walk into the playing hall to see exactly how this opening would transpire. And right here when e6 happened, Alejandro, already Magnus stopped for a moment. It took him about a minute as he was thinking, this guy doesn't normally play e6. What is he planning? And then he played the move knight to c3. Bishop b4 came down instantly. Knight f3. A little hesitation on the part of Nakamura. And then after castles, bishop g5. And now a deep think. About 3 minutes in this position, trying to figure things out. But also the way his body showed it, the face. Nakamura looking, his brow furrowing as he looked away. And this took him some time before he finally played c5. When he did play c5, instantly Magnus responded with the move e3 and walked away from the board. Just walked away like, yeah, I see that you're uncomfortable and I think I might have to go get a snack or a restroom or whatever. And he left. Surprisingly, after the move c takes d4, when he played this move, Nakamura there was no Magnus to be found. He was away from the board for quite some time. So this is the point right here that things sort of evened out again. But the game inside the game is always interesting to see as you're playing, the body language between the players as though they're communicating with each other all the time.
They're all different in that hall. You have the incredibly expressive Nakamura. You have some people that you can never tell if they're better or worse just by body language. Ronian's also very expressive if you can finally catch his tells. It's a certain way that he focuses. He puts his hands on his head. If he has this, he's very focused. Sometimes you can see him very relaxed. He doesn't try to hide it too much.
Sometimes he breathes in and looks up, and you kind of get that kind of expressiveness from him.
Absolutely. But it's so interesting the fact that in such a key game, they've played only a few moves. Remember, this is rapid chess. They have to step it up. They have to play quickly. I mean, they have no choice. But they think that it's more important to really make sure that they get the kinds of positions they want. This opening moves might be crucial. If Carlsen wins, he goes for 4 in a row and takes clear lead. But Nakamura isn't going to be going down without a fight. He knows that he too can take the lead with a win. A crucial game here, and we can see it just from the body language and the amount of time they take with each move.
Yeah, the pace is really quite critical to see. And of course, we all know that Nakamura has lost so many games to Magnus. This would be a huge win for him if he could pull it off, but I'm thinking that he would be satisfied with a draw in this game.
I think just going into the second day of the Rapid with the lead in the tournament, having drawn Magnus Carlsen in the last round of the day, I think he will be more than happy with that. But of course, if he feels even an inch of space, he will take it.
And as will Magnus, who doesn't even need an inch of space, maybe a centimeter or a millimeter to continue to want to press you along. He has won 3 games after playing just absolutely boss chess all day. We will see how this game proceeds. A huge game at the very last round of day 1 of the Grand Chess Tour here in Paris. Guys?
That's right. It's a chess history, not just Grand Chess Tour, that, you know, we deserve a lot of kudos as Hikaru fans for not harping on the fact that he's gone 0-4 whatever.
0-10.
Yeah, normally we spend like 20 minutes talking about that. Poor guy.
Right.
But yeah, I
but
like...
this is a different discipline, rapid chess and
true.
blitz.
That's true, and I really like Hikaru's mental game. I think it's really improving, and that's one of the reasons you see him like even higher in the world rankings on average than he used to be.
Right.
So I don't think it gets to him quite as much as it used to.
Right. But having said all of that, this really strikes me as a very strange way of
Bishop
playing.
E7.
Well, you've played bishop b4, white makes a development move, and then you play your bishop back to e7. And, okay, I don't think I can necessarily exploit in some kind of forcing way what has taken place, but I do like this move c5.
Changing the character of the game.
Totally. There's no more isolated queen pawn type of situations that could occur. And if you play b6, and if we go down this road for just a moment, b6, b4, if you go a5, there might be an issue that you'll have to face after an immediate knight a4. The line that I have in mind is that if you do something like this, I want to sacrifice this pawn on b4 for a second with c6. This is the third move, with the third tempo with your bishop. You went bishop b4, bishop e7, bishop back to b4. So I have a pawn down, but I've established this really powerful pawn on c6. It will cost black a piece. So after the move c5, b6 is okay, but I don't think you want to follow it up with a5. One thing that you really don't want with black, this could be a really bad line of play strategically, is if you play knight c6, bishop b5, bishop d7, let me take that knight and plant my knight on e5, playing good knight versus bad bishop. This is a really big strategic edge for white.
And let's see if Magnus goes in this direction. Meanwhile, the players are set to face off in blitz on the weekend.
Right.
And so we got their thoughts on what they think about blitz. Yay or nay?
Yay.
This is the second year of the Grand Chess Tour, and now they're kicking it off with Rapid and Blitz. What are your thoughts on this new format for the Grand Chess Tour?
I think Rapid and Blitz will add more fun. It's more diversified.
I think it's good to mix it up a bit. From my point of view, it's interesting to play Rapid and Blitz because I don't get a chance to do it so often.
Personally, my Blitz is terrible and Rapid is also. Of course, for my results, probably is not good, but of course, I don't think it's a bad idea. It's far more attractive for spectators to watch.
It's very hard to follow a chess game for 7 hours every single day, so I think it makes for more interesting chess because you see more mistakes, there are going to be more decisive results, and in that context, I think it's going to be good for the fans, and I think hopefully it'll bring more attention to chess.
I enjoy all types of chess, and yeah, I mean, I'm fully happy to play Rapid.
I don't think that Rapid and Blitz tournaments should replace classical ones, at least not for now, but Yeah, I think all the best players, including me, enjoy playing Rapid and Blitz, so we would like to see more of them.
Adding those formats is also kind of a challenge. It gives a broader picture who's really good. If you're good, you gotta be good in any kind of game.
In a classical chess event, you can more or less, expect something in advance because, it's something different. But in Rapid or Blitz, it's quite difficult to know how you're going to do.
Generally, chess players, they take Rapid and Blitz still a little bit less serious in the sense that they are more relaxed.
If any of the players thought it was going to be easy to play Rapid and Blitz for many days, that's pretty wrong, since the schedule is tough and it's not going to be easy. Every day is going to be hard.
The fact that an event like that still has a huge status, all the top players are playing, and the prize fund is very serious, gives a chance for Rapid and Blitz to be taken to a new level.
Nice thoughts.
Yes, this is the schedule that we have lined up for you guys. We've got today, which is almost over. This is the last round of Rapid. Tomorrow we do it again, 4 rounds. And then on Saturday and Sunday, we've got 9 rounds of Blitz each day and a potential playoff at the end of Blitz Day 2. So very exciting lineup, and just a few days later, we're going to have a few-day break, and then we're going to do the all exact same thing in Brussels. So,
boy, we're going to have a hard time with the Blitz, because thinking about the ultimate Blitz, where we only had 2 games to focus on, and how we were going back and forth and so much excitement with 2 games, with 5 Blitz games, boy, the producers are going to be
that was a
working really hard on this
that was a faster time control, though, wasn't it?
I thought it was 5 minutes with 10-second delay.
No. It was with a short delay, a 2-second delay, I believe.
2-second?
It was a weird time control. It was like something that they didn't usually use, but
well, and nobody had ever played it before. The
definitely
delay
not
is
10 seconds. Not 10 seconds.
Not 10. We'll find out. It's easy. We'll find out.
I have some good news.
Yes.
I'm not catching a lot of movement in the games, but one of them I do, and it's because Anish Giri went pawn hunting. So I thought you'd appreciate that. I think White is up in the game, maybe not a full pawn, but I don't. Kramnik sacrificing a pawn to solve the opening problems. But queen g5 here does have a good bishop, active queen, active rook, but there's no way to actually, get that pawn back in a nice way. After d6, which is what Anish played quite accurately, you don't have another move to pile up on this d6 pawn besides moving the queen closer. So for example, something like queen f6, I'll play queen d5, and if you ever give that bishop up, b7 falls in the end. So one way or another, though, it looks like White is still going to be up a pawn in most of the variations, and with that, some decent winning chances. So that's the biggest evaluation of the round so far. The other ones are still all in the realm of close to equal.
Thank you. Like that pawn hunting by Anish. Let me just go back to the game between the co-leaders. After this surprise retreat, bishop b4 to e7, Magnus did not go for the c5 advance, trying to clamp down on the queen side. Instead, he said, okay, he put himself in black shoes and said, what move will black play? I'll play a move a3, which can be useful in many lines against an isolated queen pawn. So he went a6, b6, and took a completely different approach now. Now he captured on f6, captured on d5, and put his bishop on b5. And he basically gave up his dark square bishop voluntarily in order to leave black with a pawn that he can target. After bishop b5, a6, back, b5 bishop back to b3, check, the knight had to drop back, and it's black to play. But there's something a little bit artificial about White's play, I must say. And I would think that after bishop g4, Hikaru will be satisfied with the outcome of this very strange opening.
It is strange indeed, yeah, very principled. So after bishop g4, you're just trying to take f3, and that is what Nakamura has played.
Yes.
Trying to take an f3 to shatter my structure.
And there's only one.
So if I have to play queen d3 or something, or
Maybe
knight.
rook c3 or queen d3 to protect the knight, because the knight would like to make the leap to the e5 square, but it's not defended well enough.
Rook c3 or queen d3. Engines are preferring black after the natural queen d7, planning to play just knight c6 next move. So let's say you castle as white, and now knight c6.
Yeah, it doesn't.
And just starting to continue building pressure and natural moves. I mean,
Yeah.
black is the one first, putting pressure on the d4 pawn before white can generate anything against the d5 pawn.
Agreed.
Instead, Magnus just played castles, just allowing bishop takes f3. So big
Whoa.
concession.
Whoa. Whoa. I would not have guessed that.
You guys seem appalled.
Totally.
Because you tell your
Totally.
students, right? Don't allow bishop takes f3, fracturing your pawns, especially when your king's over there, right?
Exactly. I'm sure Hikaru inhaled some breath after that move. Wow. That's not a usual.
No, he did take a full minute before he played bishop takes f3, though.
Has it? Yes, he has indeed.
He has played bishop f3, gf3, and now it looks like he's played rook to a7. So
Rook to a7.
a maneuver that we've seen in another position, also trying to double rooks.
Wow.
Yeah, so-
Well, let's go to Paris and find out what Alejandro and Maurice think about this turn of events.
Well, I got to tell you that I'm just flabbergasted, confused. Alejandro seems to be quite calm about things. He thinks, oh, this is just kind of natural play. But to my eyes, Alejandro, the way Magnus is playing is somewhat strange. Black seems to like he's going to be perfectly okay. You might get this pawn on d5. But black, look at the pawn structure, the isolated d pawn. Why shouldn't black have real counterplay here and be able to play this, maybe not for the win, but certainly without deficit?
No, I agree that this position is very good for Nakamura. It's clear that the structure on the king side is unnatural, but what I was trying to say is that I didn't think there was an alternative. As a human, I didn't think that the alternative the computer gave, knight e5, was even something I would consider. I mean,
going back here to this moment after bishop g4
exactly
to play knight e5 in this position.
Because the way I see it is just an extra pawn for black in this position, and the computer seems to say something strange, like there's some compensation.
So let's just let at least the audience see what you were talking about, because right here, black would win a pawn, be up a pawn for the moment, and there may be some kind of play against the d5 pawn. There definitely is some play against d5 pawn, especially after a move like f3. But still, it's black who's up the pawn.
It's black who's up a pawn, and there's the difference between a concrete advantage and a temporary advantage. Here, even though the pawn structure on the king side is destroyed forever, it's not a material advantage yet. It's not something that black can say, okay, I can sit back and convert it in the long run. Yes, it's weak, but I mean, you still have to prove it. You're not going to win the game just because the king side is shattered. You're going to be able to defend it as white in the long run. You have to do something now as black. So Carlsen, I think, in a more human version, is trying to make Hikaru prove that advantage as soon as possible, because otherwise, I mean, Carlsen's pieces are not all that bad.
Yes, indeed. The move knight to c3 has been played. The d5 pawn now under heavy fire. But the engines don't care. The engines said this position is good for black. After the move rook to d6, you can stuff your d pawn if you want to. A knight threatens to come to c6. This pawn on d4 is not very easy to defend. I'm thinking that this position is full compensation for black in this position here. Maybe
I'm sure that black is better in this position. It's just that dynamically, Hikaru's going to have to be precise. Whereas in the other line, I thought that you're up a pawn, you don't have to be as precise. You're already up material.
Absolutely. Interesting position to be sure. Magnus very quickly just going straight for it, not even questioning the strategic niceties here, as though he just knows this is where you're going to go, and he's instinctively playing against his opponent, who he has such a big score against. But Hikaru seems to be doing quite well. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice and Alejandro. Nice that we both, everybody recoiled because it's so unusual to allow the doubling of your kingside pawn. But as Alejandro was saying, maybe there just wasn't much of a choice.
Well, yeah, our moves, Queen D3 and Rook C3, were not looking particularly impressive.
No, engines didn't like our moves either.
And it does look like we have a couple more moves on the board that somehow the pawn on D5 has disappeared. So Rook A7 also with the idea of just defending the pawn on D5.
Exactly.
So Rook A7 and now Rook C5, Rook D7. Knight C3, Rook D6, and we've got a bunch of trades I think that are happening in the board if you update your board.
Rook D6 has happened.
Rook D6 and then Rook takes D5.
Okay, Rook takes D5. So I'm assuming something like, well, Rook takes D5, Bishop takes D5, Queen B6, right?
I don't think that's how it went though. I think Magnus ended up taking on D6 himself. So I think maybe Black played Knight C6 here.
Knight
yeah.
C6.
It seems like that's what happened based on the camera, and we'll also get an update. Yeah, indeed. And then Knight C6, Rook takes D6, Queen takes D6. Everybody who got Queen takes D6 right in your best move contest.
Well done.
Give yourself a real pat in the back.
2 thumbs up. Well, the nice part about this particular position is I think White has very good chances of achieving equality because I actually thought that Hikaru did better.
And Rook E1 was played, so Magnus going for further trades, trying to equalize the position.
So again, Knight C6 was the move, yes.
Yep,
Rook
and
takes
then Rook takes D6, Queen takes D6, Rook E1, all of this is on the board.
Right.
And now, yeah, I mean, Rook takes E1, Queen E1, and giving White the file looks dangerous because we don't have time to snap the pawn on D4. So we'll have to see how Magnus deals with this. But the reason this game is so important is besides their epic rivalry, well, rivalry in Nakamura's point of view, not so much in Carlsen's point of view, they're also leading this rapid tournament.
Exactly.
And Nakamura, such a legendary blitz player. Whoever gets more points in this competition is going to be, between these two, is going to be a massive front runner going into the blitz.
Exactly. Exactly. No, they definitely want to pad their score as best they can. And after Rook E1, what was the move that was played? It looks like Hikaru answered pretty quickly. Do you?
It looks like he's traded and played Queen D8.
Traded on E1.
And then just played Queen D8 to guard the back rank.
I thought he might have played King
Used
F8
his
instead.
king to do the same thing, indeed.
Just boldly pointing out the obvious. You can't snap the pawn on D4 because it's not...
It's Bishop F7,
It's
right?
the Bishop F7 that will get you in this position. So that would be a winner for White, and that's why we saw Hikaru defending the back rank with the move Queen D8.
The other thing that deserves to be pointed out is that in theory we'd prefer just to make a Luft type move in this position, like G6 or something, but Queen E8 also snagging.
Same reason.
Snagging the F7 pawn is the problem.
Same reasons, yes.
So that's why we were kind of deciding between King F8 and Queen D8.
Right. Now, because of the double pawns, I mean, normally speaking, Black is trying to keep as many pieces on the board. The fact that Magnus has been able to trade off all the rooks, as well as a minor piece, those double pawns are looking less and less weak. I mean, you can't, if you don't attack them, they're going to be fine. So let's see, just what did the compensation just totally disappear after D5, Knight D4, Bishop D1?
I think there's still a long-term structural compensation. You just play G6, maybe King G7 as Black. Play on the dark squares. Maybe eventually you want to put a piece on D6, maybe a piece on F4. But as long as the queens stay on the board and that knight on D4, I think Black has full compensation. And well, the engines agree that Black's still, slightly preferable. As a Grunfeld player myself, I see that hole on F4. I see that knight on D4, and I still like Nakamura's chances. And now I don't believe there's absolutely no risk for Black because of the recent trades. And yeah, G6, King G7, Knight F5 maybe at some point. But I think it's Black who can rearrange here and pretty much have all the time in the world. I don't see how, with that King on G7, Black can be in any trouble at all. I don't see what sort of setup would pose any stress.
We seems like we saw a slightly different variation show up on the board, that after Knight D4, instead of Bishop to D1, Magnus has played queen to d1.
Queen to d1 instead of bishop d1.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, that's a great insight into this particular position, Eric. Thank you for sharing that, because I absolutely agree that there'll always be compensation for black. I hadn't considered that he would actually be better, though. So that's
yeah. So for
remarkable.
example, after queen d1, g6, queen b6. Well, I think you're running. I think it's very unpleasant. I really don't like this position. And now I actually do check the engine, and it's giving a real advantage for black after queen d1, after a move like either g6 or queen b6, which gives me the idea that it is kind of a positional advantage for there to be multiple moves that aren't necessarily concrete. Okay, b4 is a threat in this position, but you know, black's going to play on the dark squares, going to put those pieces, key squares, f4, d6, e5, and as long as black maintains that, well, that knight's never getting off of d4. I really do prefer black, and I think Nakamura has good chances in this game. I think if I were to give a percentage, I'd say maybe 70% draw, 30% win for Naka, but absolutely no chances for Magnus and a bit of suffering.
There's always a chance in a rapid.
Like
always a chance.
Always a chance, but if there's a position I take, this is one of the most convenient ones.
0%. I'm betting you.
No, there's more
all
than 0%.
But Magnus.
Wow.
In this game, I'll take that bet this
suffering.
game. That Naka will be fine in the route.
I see a good bet. When there's a good bet, I take it.
You're the poker player.
They
You
call,
gotta tell
they call
me.
that a free roll, actually.
A free roll.
When you can only win and you can't lose.
Let's go back to Paris and see what they think. Maurice.
Absolutely. I would take that bet about 0%, but you know what? I do side with Eric in this position. It certainly looks as though Nakamura has easily at least equalized the position. He's certainly better. There's no real losing chances here if he plays well and doesn't let his clock tick down. Alejandro, of course, we know it's Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces, but if we took Magnus out of that position and gave somebody else, maybe strong grandmaster, you feel like, you know what? White is kind of playing with fire a little bit.
He's suffering, and especially the last move that he just played, this move queen d1, to me is just very strange, because I always ask myself, you know, after I play one move, what's my next move? What's my idea? What if my opponent passes, what do I do? And let's say that for some reason Hikaru passes, and he has several good passing moves. He can play g6, creating a loft. He can play queen b6, just in strengthening his control in the center. And then what is Magnus's next move? His bishop on b3 is a little bit stuck. His kingside pawn structure is, of course, very weak. I just don't like the idea of tying the queen down to defending two different spots. Obviously, Magnus Carlsen, a very strong player. He likes to be on the initiative. These are players that really like the initiative, and it's clear that even though Hikaru is down a pawn right now, it's black that's looking for all these active chances. So in a rapid game, this is even more important.
This is important, especially the fact that for Nakamura, he's going to want to make quick moves. He might feel that he has Magnus right in a good position, a good situation. How often do you get the world champion defending a position that's maybe worse? That might cause him to start tanking a little bit on the clock as he looks for precise moves. And right now, it's probably not ultra precise, like you said, it's just improving moves. And he did, in fact, play the move g6, and quickly the move king to g2, guarding the pawn, is now on the board. Still, the dark square strength, like you said, how to improve the position. Often, it's difficult. You might sometimes even have a worse position, but as long as you can make improving moves, and the other person just has a good position, all dressed up and nowhere to go, it's good for you. In this case, he's not even worse.
I would say objectively this position should be a draw most of the time. You do have the opposite color bishops. There is no clear improvement plan for black. You should be able to defend most of your weaknesses on the king side. It's just that it's unpleasant. And in rapid play, especially with the fact that they both have about 11 minutes left, it becomes more and more unpleasant to find moves in a position where it's hard to move anything without dropping something. Whereas for black, he can pretty much do anything at any point, and his position is just going to remain the same.
So I will side with Eric, except Eric, I'm going to say 5%, maybe 4% winning chance for Magnus Carlsen. We are talking about the best player in the world after all. I give Naka that 30% that you were talking about, and then the rest likely draw would probably be the best bet for this position. But clearly, Nakamura fans are very excited, a big moment. His being the last round of the day, Nakamura would love to pull off a win, especially with the black pieces. Back to you guys in the studio.
Nakamura too, but I do think we underestimate the the chaos that can sometimes occur in rapid. So I think I'd still take the 5% bet.
Yeah,
but I wouldn't put all my money on it. Unlike the zero.
I'm just happy. I'm just happy that the long distance relationship between me and Maurice is going strong. He agrees with me.
You guys never get around.
Exactly.
Never get along when you're around one another.
It will never work. It just never works.
But
he's not your type.
But one thing about Magnus is Magnus is not. He's had some troubles in the past defending unpleasant positions, not losing positions, but worse endgames. He's really good at converting, but he still leaves something that's, like, he still can improve on how he defends really bad positions. A lot of people would consider maybe his opponent Sergei Karyakin as somebody who's exceptionally good at that. But Magnus has still had games where when he's not comfortable, he's made mistakes. So this position, I really think if you can prolong it and torture, like, Nakamura's got great chances.
And we do have a couple moves coming in here. So
okay, I'll come back to that game in just a moment. I wanted to share what I think is a kind of a cool educational moment here. Just in the game between Fressinet and Topalov, a very good knight on c5, bishop a little bit passive, and I thought that after this move f5, there's a moment here where white can take on h5, take, and then play this move f4. The idea is to keep this bishop under wraps as much as possible. Bishop's not going anywhere with this pawn here. So after takes, king up, king takes. This is a very curious position. I don't know exactly how I would evaluate it. My gut says it should be better for white.
Yeah, because the king's not participating, and you're looking to grab a pawn, right?
Exactly, and just boldly pointing out the obvious, that the light squared bishop is not having a good time of it right now, even though, well, black's a pawn up. But let's go to the tournament leaders games.
Yes, Carlsen's tried to get some counterplay by playing the move a4.
All right, let's just go back a few moves. We left it,
or rather trade some pawns to get closer to a position that's harder for black to create targets on both sides of the board.
So g6 by Hikaru, everybody was happy about that. King g2, a good temporizing move and covering, after all, his weakness on f3. And now this voluntary step back with the knight. I rather like the knight on d4, but Hikaru had an idea of opening up his bishop and maybe just keeping a nice blockade with his knight on d6, which indeed is what happened. But this, I think, Hikaru, I don't think that this is the way he's going to get 30%.
Yeah, you haven't liked his last few moves so much.
No, not really. I like the knight on d4. Let's ask Maurice and Alejandro if they like the knight on d4 or d6.
Well, we like the knight on d4, except it's even better on f5. And that transit point, I don't think that Nakamura realized it, but the engines do point out this moment. It's clear Nakamura knows that if he puts a knight on d6, it's solid. He has no worries. But the knight on d4 was basically doing that as well, and it looks like he missed a tactical chance here.
Well, I think that Carlsen did something very smart. With this move that he just played, a4, he's kind of begging for black to calculate the problems after knight h4 check. The king comes back, and then somehow the queen kind of tries to enter on white squares. The problem is if we go just a little bit down that variation, knight h4, king f1, queen d7, with the idea of putting the queen on h3, we might be able to easily see how you can calculate up to this far. But suddenly you understand as the black player that you've put all your pieces from the king side. The d pawn is kind of running. Your queen side is a little bit weak. So you have to be very precise here. And Carlsen is doing this. He's forcing Nakamura to decide into a solid choice, which he did.
Making calculations, very specific calculations.
Very specific calculations with a high degree of risk. Notice that the pawn is going to become a monster if it goes unchecked. And it turns out that the computers think that after knight f5, there was still a lot of initiative here for black. It's possible that it was nothing special, because after the almost incredible to me move d6, knight d4 check, king d1, the bishop is hanging here on b3. There is this idea of knight e4, just
Incredible
incredible
tactics at the end of
ideas.
it.
Knight e4, attacking the bishop on f6, as well as the knight on b3. And it just feels like all of this was a little bit too artificial. Probably Magnus relying a little bit on his intuition that somehow he would be able to get out of danger.
Incredible intuition.
Incredible intuition. And it's true that Hikaru could have gone for this, probably still kept an edge. He decides to play it more solidly. But I think the more solidly he plays, the less danger Magnus is going to be in.
And we have this position. If you could refresh the board, the queen now sitting, the dark square domination is clear, but is it enough? It's still good positionally, playing like a human, certainly is Hikaru. It's still good for black. It's not like black's going to lose this position. Dark square domination is too tough. But is it enough for him to win? We'll see whether or not he has enough to win this game. Certainly playing positional style chess against Magnus, and Magnus not wanting to get behind on the clock. We'll see how it transpires in the next few moves.
Well, Magnus had better do something about knight takes e4 and queen takes h2 here, so I imagine he's going to play the move h3. And indeed, he actually has played that move, and now...
I actually put it on my
Oh,
board,
you put it on
anticipating that it was
forced.
automatic. Yeah, forced.
Box, as you say.
Box. But guess what? It's still in black's favor after the move queen f4. There is ideas of queen h2 check, as well as queen c1, as well as simply bishop takes b2. So Hikaru, big favorite to win his pawn back and have a great blockade and a better structure.
Outside pass pawn.
And an outside pass pawn as well.
That's right on the H file, huh? So Magnus will have to be looking for counterplay either.
I think queens off is really like, it's going to be opposite bishops because knight takes d6 is probably going to be played. It's a favorable trade-off for white. And then it's a matter of, if the queens are on the board, I think it's really annoying because white's king is in the center. But if white, I don't know how, but somehow figuring out when to play d6 at an opportune time or something. But
yeah, why can't we play bishop d7 or something?
Well, you can play bishop d.
Bishop d7 I like a lot, by the way, because I don't want to lose this h3 pawn, right?
It doesn't look fun.
Okay.
Wait, no, but I throw in queen h2 check and queen takes h3, right?
Oh, right. Yeah. In between moves.
I'm referring to
so
the
you're
end
playing
game.
queen h2 check here first.
Queen h2 check, king f1.
Queen h3 check.
King e2, bishop d6, and then queen a6. I've been looking at this endgame, and after queen a6, queen h2 is a nice precise move for black, and I'm really just going to play h5, h4, h3, at some point bring my queen back. But that queen and bishop on that diagonal control all of white's passed pawns on the b and the d. So it's still a no-risk favorable endgame for black, despite being down a pawn.
Right, it makes our b4, b5 push a lot slower. And it looks like, has this game actually ended? It looks like the game has ended in a draw.
Whoa.
But I think it's because Hikaru took with the bishop. I think maybe there's something he didn't like after queen h2 check, and after the bishop, he thought that after bishop b7 that there just wasn't that much there.
Oh my!
But
no,
those lines that we
slip.
were looking at with queen h2 and the nice little in-between moves before recapturing, that looked sweet.
Yeah, that definitely in black's favor. No losing chances whatsoever. So a draw was agreed in exactly what moment then?
After bishop takes d6, I think.
Oh, he played
maybe
bishop
no,
takes
I could be wrong.
d6?
Yeah, I think he just played bishop d6 right away. He didn't go for the lines with queen h2 first.
Okay, and then came bishop d7? Or...
And then,
he went queen takes a6.
Queen takes a6.
Queen takes a6, queen g5 check, and that type of repetition.
I
mean, maybe I misevaluated it,
so
but
he still could have gone for that line with queen h2.
And he should have, because there's absolutely no question whatsoever that...
I thought...
no, it's definitely in black's favor. With queen... I mean, that h-pawn could be... h7 pawn could be formidable, whereas... White's B pawn and D pawn are very nicely kept under lock and key.
So very surprising, and we'll probably hear from the players and figure out why they finished so quickly. And our wish is a command apparently, because we've got Nakamura with Maurice Ashley right now in Paris.
Why he didn't continue the game?
Hikaru Nakamura tied for first place after a draw, pretty direct draw, pretty simple it seems for Black against Magnus Carlsen. Hikaru, you had fans, and certainly we had our commentary team who thought that Black was the one who was playing for something here. Quite surprised that you decided that to play so solidly and let the draw come so directly. Were you feeling like you had enough of an advantage, or it was time to stop the game?
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm very slightly better. I mean, I think the opening was definitely one of my favor. I mean, I had no problems. Perhaps I was a little bit better, but I mean, at some point, I mean, if worse comes to worse, I mean, Magnus can always play some sort of D6 move and just simplify everything. So, yeah, I mean, maybe I could have done something more, maybe, but I mean, I don't think I would have won the game.
Did you go into the game feeling like, you know, if it settles down, draw is a good result, given that you have the black pieces and also tie for first? It would concretize the score?
I mean, a draw with Black against Magnus is going to be a good result. I mean, unless you're in a must-win situation, then it's not a good result. But otherwise, yeah, it's going to be a pretty good result. You can't really ask for more. So, yeah, it's been a pretty good first day, and I think I'm positioned pretty well for tomorrow.
Well said. We'll look forward to seeing you play tomorrow. Get your rest for today.
Great. Thank you.
And I can say today now.
Right, yeah.
Guys, Hikaru Nakamura tied for first place in day one of the Parisian leg of the Grand Chess Tour.
You know,
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Hikaru. It's interesting that Hikaru really thought that his advantage wasn't enough to press.
Pursue.
And I think he'll go back and realize that, oh, that was an error in judgment. But nonetheless, a very impressive day by Hikaru. Undefeated. Always very, very nice. Few victories, tied for first. He's well positioned.
Yeah, and he doesn't seem too tired either. So he has that going for him. A really crazy day of chess for a lot of players.
Unlike ourselves, right?
First day, you know, it's funny when he said first day, it sounded like Thursday too. And so I wasn't sure like what he was saying. I was like, it's great for it to be like for it to be both things to be correct. For you to say one word, and no matter which way you interpret it, it's right.
That's good.
I love that.
All right.
So let's take a look at some of the other games.
I'll turn it over to Eric and see what he's got on his plate.
Well, I think you can generalize this round as pretty much the endgame round. All 5 games are headed for endgames. We've got 2 games. Geary is maintaining has maintained his extra pawn against Kramnik, but Black is holding in this position. This is technically a draw and not even a really hard one. Kramnik shouldn't have a lot of trouble holding. It's very hard with this structure for White to push the pawn, and well, the rook is not ideally placed on c7. We have this game MVL against Aronian. MVL, rook endgame, up a pawn, all on the same side. So again, a draw. It should be a draw, but a technical one. We had Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana. At some point a couple moves ago, I thought this was almost a bughouse position, all 4 knights beside each other. But from the get-go, that game was almost always about equal, and neither player missed anything. And then we had Nakamura against Carlsen. That's opposite bishops. They agreed to a draw. And finally, we have Fresinet playing against Topalov. They also agreed to a draw. As we see in this final position, not much going on. Symmetrical pawn structure. MVL has, yeah, so all the games are headed towards draws in the end game. All 5. That's going to happen.
Thank you very much. Well, after 4 very exciting rounds, and in that 4th round where every game was decisive, suddenly the player said, okay, let's put on the brakes and just go.
They're a little tired, maybe.
I'm sure they
with less rest, yeah.
They are, I'm sure of it.
Like you said, 5 games, a lot of rapid games. So maybe tomorrow, you know, we'll see even more energy as they don't have to conserve as much, because, you know, blitz is a bit more instinctual.
Yes.
So I don't think they're going to feel like they need quite as much energy.
Yeah, I think that, well, again, they'll only play 4 tomorrow, so
Yeah.
I do expect that this final round, if you will, is kind of like a pause, you know, before the storm. But I think tomorrow we'll see all of the rounds being very, well, even this round was competitive. And let's ask Magnus Carlsen how he feels about day 1.
He's with Maurice.
With world champion Magnus Carlsen after a very interesting day, after a hiccup in the first round, 3 wins and now a draw. Magnus, tell us about this game. It seemed like you really didn't get anything at all out of the opening.
No, I played several poor moves, and then he responded quite well, and for the rest of the game I had to fight for a draw.
You seem to be playing quickly. You say you had to fight for the draw, but it seemed like you were clear on what you needed to do to make this draw happen.
Yeah, well, I mean, I feel like as long as I don't do anything too ridiculous, I should be able to swap most of the pieces off and make a draw. And it's also been a long day. I didn't really have the energy to conduct a painstaking defense anyway.
Were you surprised by him playing his knight to d6? Do you think that there was anything sharper for him that might have been able to happen?
Yeah, I don't know.
Weren't sure.
Maybe there was, but it feels like in general the sharp tries for him should end in a perpetual. But maybe he had some way to be better, but. Well, he didn't see it. So.
Difficult to do. What is your feeling about the day overall?
I think, apart from this last game, I played well. Of course, the two black games I had were much easier than anticipated. So that's been a huge bonus. But in general, my play has been pretty decent, and when you share the lead, you cannot complain.
Can't complain indeed. Well, thank you very much. We can't complain when you come and do an interview with us. And good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Magnus Carlsen tied for first after day one in Paris.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Magnus. Well, what is the remaining game? Vladimir?
Just Anish versus Vladimir.
Okay.
And he can't get his king into the position, which is why it's not the most difficult draw.
The rook on c1 is
you
excellent.
try to play rook c8, while king d6, rook f8, just king back to e7. Without the king getting into the game, no. I mean, black's not going to take on c6 and allow the king to go to f6. Just there aren't too many. You have to keep the rook on c8. The only weak pawn is f7, but the king is always close enough to defend it. So I think he's just trying and just going to play a few more moves, test wear Vlad out, but
as these two battle out this endgame looks steered towards a draw, we have Fabiano Caruana with Maurice Ashley.
With the U.S. champion Fabiano Caruana, who had a good start, but things didn't go your way the rest of the way. How are you feeling at the moment about your play?
Yeah, two pretty bad games. In one I was just outplayed, and in another I just blundered a pawn. Unlike move 10, which isn't the best way to
the one against Magnus, that was quite strange to see you lose a pawn that way.
Yeah, I can't really explain it. I just blundered knight c5, which is a very simple tactic, and after that it's very difficult to survive. Yeah, blundering a pawn with white on so early in the game isn't really fun.
Did you feel the disappointment when you did that? I mean, it feels like something didn't work right in the brain wiring when things like that happen.
Yeah, it was a bit of a blackout.
So, what do you do to come back? You have 4 more rounds to go in the rapid portion, lots to go in the blitz, of course. So, what do you do after a day like this one?
It's been a long day, so I'm going to try to rest a bit, have dinner finally. Haven't eaten anything all day. Yeah, it's just been a long day and I just want to relax.
Well, we will let you get that rest and get some food in your stomach, eh? And Fabiano Caruana after a definitely long and tough day.
Thank you, Maurice. I know exactly how Fabi feels. We, of course, woke up early here in St. Louis, 4:30 wake up for ourselves.
But nothing compared to their fans in Los Angeles.
Ooh, good point. Good point. Or Hawaii. And we have one remaining game, but it does appear to our eyes that Vladimir Kramnik will hold. That being the case,
yeah, this one, 100%. No,
this feels like 100%. This really, really does.
Still don't want to get involved in free rolls. Never. Let's take a look at the pairings of the first round tomorrow, so you guys know what you have to look forward to waking up to. We've got Kramnik versus Aronian, Caruana versus NBL, Nakamura versus So another big American battle, Topalov and Carlsen. So that'll be interesting to see how Carlsen pushes in that game, with Veselin still having a tough tournament, and Anish Giri facing Fresnay. So just really exciting that tomorrow everything can change, you know? I mean,
can change very, very quickly, can it?
Scores are scrunched up, and
Right.
we've got Levon Aronian with Maurice to talk about today's play.
We are with Levon Aronian after an interesting day. Levon, you kind of started really well, but then you had a bad loss, and it seems like the car kind of came off the road.
Yeah, I think losing a game against Magnus was kind of upset me because I thought it was a fairly balanced game, and then I managed to play terribly. So I was feeling the pressure, and in Rapid, as people know, it's harder to recover because after a loss in a normal game, you go back to your room,
Philosophize on life.
Yes. While in Rapid, you just have to live with it immediately, which is kind of harder, and I didn't manage. I think my last 2 games were also pretty terrible.
Not a lot of energy. What do you do to come back after such a day? You played Rapid before and had situations happen. What do you do to get ready for tomorrow?
4 rounds, so tomorrow I'm sure I'll play better.
Do you, I know for me sometimes it was about going to take a swim if I had a pool nearby, or maybe watch a funny movie. Do you do anything specific to get your mood lifted?
Yeah, I have a couple of books with me, so I'll read some books.
Can you tell us the title of what you're reading now?
It's a book about classical music of 20th century.
Wow, interesting reading.
Yeah.
Well, enjoy it, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow refreshed and ready.
Thank you.
Levon Aronian, always jovial, looking a little bit down right now, but I'm sure tomorrow he'll be back in form.
My God, what a nerd!
What a nerd. Classical music.
He's very cultured.
Very nice. One game remaining. Anish Giri, Vladimir Kramnik. Anish played the move F5, playing for his last trick in the position, but I think after takes E6, the one thing you want to avoid is to capture this pawn, because then you do fall into what Anish is preparing, which is play king F5, takes, and then go after this pawn on H5 as well.
That's a 0% chance.
That's a 0% chance. But I think after C7, a simple move, just step back with your king. Just say, okay, king E7, your turn. What are you going to do? If you go after the pawn on H5 with the rook to make a trade, then it's just rook and 2 pawns versus rook and 2 pawns. If you try to go king E5, now you have rook C5 check
and king F6.
And king F6. And suddenly the shoe may be on, the advantage may actually turn into black's favor. So I think king E7 is the ideal move to secure the draw.
That's what happened. King E7 happened.
It did happen. Okay. So I just don't see anything for Anish to do after king E7. I think after king D5, you can just tempo with your rook, and you can go no further. Draw.
And we've got some tweets coming in at #GrandChessTour. Oh, and there it is. The game is drawn. So final game of round 5, and the final game of the day in the Rapids here in Paris, which was really interesting. But I have a feeling tomorrow's going to be even more interesting.
Yeah, I just think that 5 rounds of rapid chess is really hard in a single game, a single session. I meant to say, and I think the players really felt felt tired. I really want to say, going into this round in particular. I think 4 is a better number.
And I think they're athletic and good sportsmen enough to pace themselves without making it obvious. They're not sitting there playing an exchange French and trading off all the pieces.
Right.
But there's still maybe just a little bit less gumption than we'll see tomorrow.
But we did see
exciting.
so many blunders as well. Let's go back to Maurice and his guess. Maurice.
And we're with the Frenchman Laurent Fressinet. Laurent, today you had an interesting day, certainly a good win defeating Fabiano Caruana, but you also did lose 2 games. What are your thoughts about playing against such stiff competition in this first day of the tour?
I am exhausted, first of all, and it was very, very tough. And especially I lost my 2 black games, and I was suffering after, in the early middle game I had lousy positions, and So with white I was doing well because I beat Fabiano and I made 2 draws and I was pressing a little bit. So, but with black it was a disaster. So for tomorrow I should think something up and let's see, try to do better with black. With white everything is going well.
After 5 games, you could feel the love from the Parisian home crowd. They all were rooting for you and your compatriot, MVL. Did that help you while you were playing the games?
Yeah, no, of course, yeah. It gives extra motivation and it's very nice that so many people came here to watch and to support us. And okay, I hope to win more games and to enjoy with the audience. And maybe in the weekend we'll get even more people who will come. So it's just a great event.
Certainly Paris showing you a lot of love. I'm sure they'll show you more. Laurent Fascinet, the lowest rated player in the competition, but not in last right now, or just at -1, having won a very nice game today against the U.S. champion. We'll see how he does tomorrow.
Thank you, Maurice. And indeed, very competitive. As Lauren said, it's his black pieces that he's suffering. What's our standings as we've completed our first day in the new Grand Chess Store?
Well, they should be exactly the same as they were last round, right?
That's true.
And we have Magnus Carlsen and Nakamura leading with, I guess now it would be 7 points.
Right.
Yeah, and we'll be taking a look at the full breakdown in just a minute.
Okay, very good. And tomorrow we'll be starting at the same time?
Yes, but who do you like of the 2 leaders? Who's the player you've been more impressed by? Because
Magnus.
Yeah, because of that first round, you kind of don't count that against him?
No, I count it for him. I mean, it was this terrible lapse. He played great chess. He had, I thought, an even position. He completely outplayed Wesley So from an even position to have achieved a winning position, and then with a minute on his clock, he just kind of lapsed.
But don't you think Nakamura gets credit for not having any such lapse? Because it's kind of the nerves so strong.
Definitely, and undefeated. Very, very good.
And we've got Maurice with Vladimir Kramnik.
We're here with Big Vlad after an interesting game for him, an interesting day. You were doing quite well at the very beginning, maybe some chances you missed, but that game that you lost against MVL, that one really had to be a shocker. We didn't get a chance to talk to you about that. How did that affect the assessment of the day for you?
No, of course, it affected a lot. I mean, instead of winning and being in lead, okay, finally just finished on 50%, which is not that bad, but the positions I had, I mean, I should have been +2, +3, yeah, so of course I'm quite disappointed.
What do you feel that contributed to? Do you feel it was lack of form or?
Yeah, okay, it's lack of form. Also, okay, it's a little too much, 5 games a day, it's really tough, I think would have been better next time to make 3-3-3 because, it's 7 hours working day for old people like me, I guess I just got tired, because it's difficult to explain. Okay, it was difficult not to win it, but to lose was impossible. So, okay, but all in all, it was up and down day, but okay, 50% is not that bad.
So, looking at tomorrow, how do you refresh yourself going into tomorrow's day?
Well, at least I hope I'm warmed up and I need to rest after this tough day, and hopefully tomorrow I will be fresher and I can fight for top places.
Well, we look forward to that. We know you played quite well. Get your rest and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Vladimir Kramnik, after a big day here, definitely had a hiccup, but we're sure to see more fantastic play from him in tomorrow's games.
Thank you. And obviously Vladimir's making a very good point. If he wins that winning position against MVL, he's at +2 and would be tied for first.
Yeah, a lot of could have and should haves in this tournament from Magnus to Kramnik, and we'll see more, especially when we start entering the blitz. Here are the standings: Carlsen and Nakamura, 7 points each. So and MVL just behind, nipping at their heels. Then a decent gap between the next group. We've got Kramnik, Ronyan, Caruana, Fressinet, and Geary, all of whom could get back right in the hunt with a win or two tomorrow.
Absolutely.
And Veselin, a horrible start, but luckily for his man, was able to rebound a bit in the last couple rounds. So.
Yeah.
And we've got Maurice with Anish.
We're with Anish Giri, who's still curious about what could have happened in this game. We see him trying to analyze a bit. Anish, your day so far, you had one loss, and at -1, how would you assess overall the 5 grounds?
Well, the result, of course, is not sparkling. I'm the only player who hasn't won a game here, I just saw. But okay, having said that, I was the one to lose to Topalov, so that's where he got his point. Yeah, I've had some bad games today. I should have pressed harder with in the last game and also against Hikaru. You know, it was always close to a draw, but they made some inaccuracies in both games, so I actually had some chances there. But my games with Black so far has been not so good, and I think I didn't take Topalov seriously. He looked so devastated after his loss against Kramnik. I just couldn't think I'm going to lose no matter what until I got a position where I just couldn't move.
You seem quite disappointed in your result today.
Yeah, but it's not a big deal. You know, I've played far too many chess games in my life to know that I can have a bad day. And when you have a bad day and you play 5 games and you just lose 1, it could be worse. Let's hope, you know, still plenty of days ahead here and also in Brussels, so I'm still focused on getting in shape.
We look forward to seeing you in shape tomorrow. Get your rest today.
Thank you.
Anish Giri, after a very tough day, but he'll be back for sure. Guys?
Thank you, Maurice. It just occurred to me that that was the first time we've seen a loss by Anish Giri in the Grand Chess Tour.
Yeah.
Because in the first year, of course, he went undefeated.
Well, it's bound to happen with Rapid and Blitz, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So that was his first loss.
And we're setting up our other local player, MVL, who impressed so grandly in last year's tour.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Eric, your thoughts on this first day? Was it all you expected it to be?
It's close to how I expected it to be. My picks are looking good. I think it's a 4-person race tomorrow. I think Magnus right now is the favorite. I had Naka going into the event, but tomorrow Nakamura has to play against MVL and Wesley So, and both got and those are tough games. So I think anything can happen tomorrow, but I really think those 4 guys, all young players, all very good at rapid chess, are going to have a chance. Wesley has some momentum right now. Yet he started off bad, got a bit of luck, but he's recovered. So it's what I've expected so far, except that Kramnik definitely could have been in second or first place today if he hadn't messed that up. I didn't expect him to get such commanding positions, but tomorrow it's going to be, we're going to keep our eye out on especially Nakamura and Carlsen racing against each other, playing against the rest of the field.
And we do have an MVL set up with Maurice.
We're with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave after an interesting day for you. Maxime, how would you assess your 5 games today overall?
Well, overall, it's been a long day, you know. I've had a lot of interesting games and, you know, interesting struggles. I was, of course, very lucky against Vladimir. But overall, I've played a couple of good games, and, you know, that's already more than you can hope for in a rapid tournament, games that you are actually happy with.
Are you satisfied with the result? Do you feel like you're deserving of the score you have? I mean, notwithstanding that game against Vladimir.
Probably something like that is fine. I mean, you know, it's rapid, so mistakes are bound to happen, and you know, lucky shots. I was the lucky end this time. Maybe tomorrow I won't, so I'll need to watch out for that. But really, my game against Wesley was quite interesting. I liked it very much, and in the last game of the day, I was also pressing quite a lot against Levon.
Tell me, everybody's talking about how tiring it is to play these games. Of course, it's been a long day, but you did play, it was 5 games within 5 hours after all. You're used to doing that. What's the difference between playing 5 rapid games, which would take a little over 5 hours, and 1 over the board game, which may take 5 hours?
Well, there's just a lot more critical points and less time to assess them. That's probably the main difference. That's why it's probably more exhausting than one classical game.
Final question. You're one of the hosts, you and Laurent, 2 Parisian boys. You know this neighborhood well. You feel like the French fans the Parisian fans have been giving you a lot of love? Do you feel that when you're sitting there playing your games?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, of course, not during the games because, of course, they're silent as they should be. But yeah, definitely in between rounds and after the games are finished, I can feel the support. And you know, I also wanted to say that Paris probably offered, you know, really great conditions for a chess tournament, and I'm very grateful for that. That we show French hospitality at its highest.
Absolutely, we're totally enjoying it. We're enjoying your games as well. Thank you very much for joining us, and good luck tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
We can say it here for sure, guys. Paris has been wonderful, and day one has been all we could hope for. Lots of fighting chess. Expect to see more tomorrow here from the City of Light.
Thank you, Maurice.
That's right, and
Final look at the standings?
Yeah, let's take a final look at the standings. We've got Nakamura and our world champion, Magnus Carlsen, tied for the lead. So we're going to see if they can separate themselves or get knocked down tomorrow. Either definitely within the realm of possibility, but both playing really well in their different ways, and also don't seem perhaps as tired as some of the other players in the competition. So I'm looking for big things from both of them tomorrow.
It just definitely feels like Wesley So and MVL are right there to try to take advantage if either of them do slip. Wesley came back nicely after playing some kind of poor play.
And don't forget that tomorrow we're going to be back at exactly the same time, 8 a.m. Eastern. So we really look forward to tomorrow's games. And we do have one final comment from our friends in Paris.
Well, it was upside down, topsy-turvy, kind of a crazy day we had here in Paris. Some rounds were quite tepid, other rounds was just fire and desire and brimstone, everybody burning down the house. But certainly fighting chess, Alejandro, it looks like the players gave it really their all and were completely fatigued by the end of the day.
Right. I want to point out something just to show how fighting the chess has been. Only one player was unable to win a game today, and that was Anish Giri. And only one player is still undefeated, and that's Hikaru Nakamura. It's been a bloodfest, up and down. We saw everything. Somebody losing on time. We saw blunders. We saw attacks. We saw positional chess. We saw everything that we could possibly wish for, I think, in an entire tournament in one day. And we're doing it all over again tomorrow.
Incredible indeed. 5 rounds of fighting chess here in Paris. We're having a lot of fun. We look forward to seeing you guys, of course, here. And we'll be giving you all the details, again, from this wonderful city hosting this great chess tournament.
That's right. Signing off also with Grandmasters Eric Hansen and Yasser Seirawan. We will see you tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern for rounds 5 through 9 of the Grand Chess Tour in Paris.
Indeed. Good night.